That's the invite. In it. And we'll see if Indian Jesus shows up and gets my gets my channel striked and banned too. What's up, Con? Thanks for the raid. Appreciate it, buddy. I was just saying I take back everything I said about you. Until you do something else that, you know, makes me angry, and then it resets. The resetting counter. K2. What's up, K2?
Shalom.
Dude.
Oh, I've been spreading so much anti-Blue Jay, the Confluence channel lately. He's been ranked the #1 anti-Blue Jay YouTube channel out there. He's beating Nick Fuentes.
Wow, you got him up in the rankings. That's pretty impressive.
I got him up in the rankings.
solo doing this over there. I like it.
Well, Emmett helped too. I can't take all the credit.
Oh, Emmett, you said helped?
And Anson. Anson's probably a big #2. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well, whenever that Blue Jay comes over, just a lot of hate.
Yeah, Emmett's great for that, because, you know, he even has like the whole get up. Have you ever seen him dressed up with his like little with his little yarmulke, I guess? He comes in
that's
there.
Offensive, Goyim. He looks more like this.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh wait, hold on. Like this one.
Lutch is up here. Let's bring Lutch. Hello, sir. We were just talking about the Blue Jays.
The Blue Jays.
Yeah.
They're, you know, we gotta make sure that we're being fair, and that it's not the Blue Jays. It is the. I don't know where I was going with that. But Israel.
It's right here. It's right here. This is the whole call. It's right here. This picture.
Yeah. Actually, I think I was talking with him the other day, and I told him that I've learned so many different terminologies for the Blue Jays by talking with Emmett, and I didn't even know about the Blue Jay one. I didn't get that one until I was talking to him. But he said I think he credited you with that one, actually, K2. You came up with that, apparently.
Oh yeah, I started that with because I just put the blue star, and then just put a J on it. Boom, Blue Jay. Yeah.
Trailblazer.
Well, the Blue Jays, I hear they steal nests too, just like what's going on in Israel. Yeah.
Okay. Is that the reason was it just a happy coincidence?
No, I didn't know that. I didn't know that one. I just did the because the Star of David's blue. Israel's flag has some blue in it, and then just J, and then I just Blue Jay hit. Gotcha. Every once in a while, I'll have a zinger, just like I've been making Confluence Pokemon cards.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you don't give a shit. It's like, F them kids, bruh. The scalpers are birds.
I made last night. I made Jew Fluence, Rabbi Fluence, which involves in the Rabbi Fluence, then involves into Zionist Fluence.
What? No, you got some freaking clout for your channel size. I would have expected, you know, you be up there. You got it, bro.
I don't really do streaming or much. I don't have much content here, so I'm usually just on debate panels or having debates. So I do need to like structure this better. So I'm trying to catch up. But
yeah, man, yeah.
If you don't like and subscribe, you are gay. Why are
you? True. We can.
I see 9 people watching and 3 likes.
Nice.
But I could. But yeah, man, I think like just the fact of like when you're on a panel, like you were streaming that panel to the stream we're on now. Yeah, that's a great way to get started, even if you don't know like where your content wants to go. Because I know you like debating, but I don't know how much you want to like host debates or any of that kind of stuff. And so like doing that stuff can kind of I like this. Let's do more of that.
Hosting debates could be fun. That could be pretty cool. Yeah. Because that's actually been my gripe with a lot of hosts, like watching debates, is they either get too involved or they don't get involved enough, you know? I think Easy does a pretty good job. There's a few others out there that do pretty good jobs, but yeah, it seems to be one extreme or the other. But
yeah, and I mean that definitely shows that like it is a skill. You know, I always talk about like on my stream, like these debates. It's not just two people just sitting and talking. It's an entirely like it is two people sitting and talking, but it's not just two people sitting and talking. Your mind is in a different framework, and you know, hosting a debate and paying attention to who's talking, who should be talking, are they interrupting too much, all that stuff. You know, a lot of people are not good at recognizing that.
Yeah, trying to because you gotta follow both arguments, right? And then because at any moment you might have to like jump in there, especially if they're going in circles and they're not getting anywhere or talking past each other. Like you said, it is a skill to develop and identify that so that it's not the entire stream doing that.
I just want to say I think Marte is gonna beat Circa in the debate just from what we witnessed on Confluence's panel, and I think Indian Jesus this Sunday is going to be able to beat him really easy.
Saturday.
Just saying, up Saturday. My bad.
That's why I was
oh my goodness, how could you? It's on Sabbath. How dare you?
That's why I put it in Confluence's chat, like, no shade, Circa, if we watch. But, like, do I really need to, like, prep for...
I don't think you do, because he was talking about how illegals don't really take jobs, and then I was telling him what happened in the trucking industry, and then he was thinking I was talking about NAFTA, where they're legally allowed to be here for 6 months, do whatever, then they gotta leave. But that's a whole nother issue. I was talking about the illegals. They're not getting like no-name CDLs. They were buying their CDLs, not taking the test. Whole bunch of other shit that I couldn't get in through because he wouldn't engage what I was giving him. So as soon as you beat him with knowledge, he just like shuts down and name calls you.
What's the debate?
I mean, he's definitely one of those over intellectualized people, because I don't think he's dumb. That's not at all what I'm saying, but I think he puts too much weight on the things that he's read versus his own thinking skills. And so maybe that comes off as dumb because he's not employing that. But it does seem like he's above average intelligence.
Well, he seems like he went to college
a lot.
Right.
Yeah.
But I mean, hey, I went to college. I got a degree.
He doesn't really have like the arguments around what he wants to say, like all the ins and outs. Because I think that actually I kind of noticed that with Andrew, when they were really getting into like the nitty gritty of it and the different sections of the debate they were having, he seemed to struggle there quite a bit. He just has like stuff he'll list as like, oh, this thing, and he'll just make an assertion, and then when he's challenged on it, and I've even noticed that with like I've had exchanges with him on panels, right? He made a few assertions one time when I was on a panel with him, and I just asked and I knew nothing about the subject, right? I was generally just trying to like ask questions around what he said. And he just started losing his mind and like freaking out and just raging on me. So I think he struggles in the cross-examination part.
I'm gonna have to try, because he's a little more even-keeled and soft-spoken. Like, one of the big things I talk about with debates is building goodwill. So in the beginning, I'm gonna have to really try to like, nope, that's not what I meant. What I was saying on this. So by the beginning, I'm like, bro, are you fucking stupid? What I said was that.
Is your debate on abortion? Or I'm
seeing
some chats here.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. Do you know
and so like
do you know what Circa's defense or abortion will be? I've seen debates where they tend to pick a specific defense. Problem with abortion debates is it's a bit shallow. It's always like one defense versus killing children is bad.
But I mean, I think that's a pretty strong point. Like, can you debunk the notion that killing babies or killing children is wrong if you don't take the Christian? Because we're both non-believers, so he can't take the angle of attacking religion or the religion itself or whatever would be my potential religious beliefs. And so it's just based on science. If we can agree that new DNA is created at the moment of conception, I don't know how you could possibly make an argument for any anything beyond that.
I've seen people take the argument of recognizing it's new DNA, but then they go into things like pain and consciousness and all these other different particulars around the person, right? And even that, like granting it personhood, is another thing too. But if they go down that route, then you can kind of basically drill down to it, and then when you reduce it, they basically have to admit, well, the mother gives it personhood, whether she based on her decision. So I have seen that defense, not well, but I'm not sure what he's gonna base his defense
I
on.
mean, my whole thing, because I remember I used to be, well, it wasn't like I was more like a default liberal, but I came from that mentality. Oh, guns are automatically bad. Emotional self-care, all that kind of stuff. And because I'm not religious, there were logical and scientific reasons why I moved away from that. And so for him to be the logical scientific guy, like you can have all these theories and books about where the line should be, but if we're being scientific, then that's just your opinion, man.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. That will be interesting to watch a debate, because it'll be interesting to watch a debate on abortion where one of them isn't a Christian. So that'll be an interesting spin on it that I'm looking forward to, actually.
Should be fun.
Yeah.
Should be fun. Hold on, I'm gonna share your link real quick. If I cut out, I'll be right here.
Okay, we're not getting the PCAM again.
No.
Okay,
I'm just
frozen. Voltaire, what's up, Voltaire? Long time fan, just now stopping by. First time stopping by. Thanks. Yeah, that's So, Lutch.
Speaking of that,
oh, go ahead.
Some UK guy on Confluence's channel almost drank his pee on his channel yesterday. Keelan dared him. And he's like sniffing it. It was fucking disgusting. Thank God I couldn't watch that.
Why? Like just some random UK guy? Anybody we know? Oh.
Sorry, hit the mute button. Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, it was the
I'll remove Frozen Lutch from the screen.
Who was it? It was, who is that guy? He's on Emmett's in the early morning.
Bricky?
He's like UK, not Bricky, on a rant. That's different.
Oh, okay. Voltaire said Bricky.
He's like a Gnostic. That's not, he's a Gnostic. I'm trying to think of his name. Who knows? Maybe Confluence is down there and he can answer.
What's the question? What did I miss?
Apparently,
were you trying to?
Who was that UK guy?
Okay, one time. What?
He like peed in the bottle, showed the bottle on Confluence's panel yesterday. Like he sniffed it and was acting like he was going to drink it, or Keelan was egging him on to.
I'm glad I missed that.
What's his fucking name?
That does seem...
Allegedly.
I mean,
who are the regulars?
Sure, he actually pissed in the bottle. Was it just like Gatorade that he pulled up from?
I
his
don't
color
know.
Gatorade?
I can't look when I'm dropping.
You get the yellow Gatorade. I mean, it's dark. But...
Nah.
I mean, they do have a flavor. It's like one of their mixed flavors. I don't have a bottle here. It's orange and something else. And I think it's orange and lemon lime, and they mix it. It goes so well with Fireball. You guys know I like my degeneracy. All that talk about addiction and stuff. You got to dip your toes in and remind yourself why you don't want to go back down that road. Last time the hangover was fucking 2 days long. And I'm still drinking.
I am curious. You said that your stream got hit. What do you know what happened, or? So
my best understanding is that because I cover PPD all the time, no issues. But Sean Hannity was hosting, and they do that new thing where instead of it just being whatever channel you're on, you can like tag somebody else. So it was PBD and Sean Hannity's channel, which I didn't recognize until after the fact, because I know Fox is gonna be like that. So I was streaming, covering it like normal, but because it's long form, like I might play a minute or two of the content before pausing and spending another 3 or 4 minutes talking and interacting with the chat, which is fair use. But because of the way that the system works, they can do that. And so it was somebody watching the stream being like, "Huh, you are screwed." So I emailed them and tried to be like, "Hey, can you take it down?" And then I did the actual counterclaim where it's like, "This is fair use. It was not replacing the original, blah, 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 blah." And so if they don't respond in 10 days, then the strike just disappears. And if they take it, if they're like, "All right, you want to fight in court?" I'll be like, no, we're good. I'll just take my 90 days. That's where I'm at. But and like one time I did a poll. So it was, when that RTP guy who was holding up the signs debated Rob Noor on Raging Tomato. I was covering that debate, and somewhere in the middle of the debate, they started to talk about the size of their channels and numbers and all that stuff. And so Sarah was like, we can get into that later, da 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 da. And I had already watched the debate, and so I knew that later they actually did go and check the channels. And so I put up a poll in my chat saying, "Do you want to see the dick measuring contest of their channels at the end of the debate?" I got a full strike for nudity and sexual whatever for that. And so for that, because it wasn't copyright, I got locked out of my channel completely. So this, I'm just not allowed to stream, but I can post videos. I can use the community tab, post, reply to comments and all that stuff, but I just can't stream for 7 days. It was Friday night,
brutal.
so
it makes you wonder, kind of. Okay, so like someone like me, right, looking at reviewing debates and things like that for the stream. What is the rule? What is the guidelines for? Because it sounds like you just got hit randomly. Is there any? I don't know, right? Like it feels like just at any moment it could just be where we're feeling.
Well, yeah. So fair use is the law, about transformation, replacing the original, all that stuff. But where it stands, because I was in fact using their content, they can claim that. And now I have the opportunity to actually go to like court for real to be like and plead my case that no, I was not infringing on their copyright because of the commentary and breaking. We were on a different video when the stream got taken down. We were watching Dave Smith tear apart Adam Sostek from PBD when it got taken down. So like in court, I'm pretty certain that I would be able to justify my usage of it. But like I'm in limbo right now. Yeah, but because even if they're like, okay, right? We're not going to take this forward.
Yeah,
even if they're like, okay, we're not going to take this forward, then they have 10 business days to respond, and so that's the whole week of me streaming anyway. So yes, it would be ideal that once Friday night at like 10:30 or whatever it is, once that hits, then I'm allowed to stream again. But I'll still have the strike on the channel for the next 3 months. So, don't cover Sean Hannity. And ChatGPT said that Fox is particularly litigious.
Oh, so is Fox like the Nintendo of the news organizations?
Apparently.
God forbid you stream Mario, they'll come down and send a hit squad after you.
Yep. Yeah. And again, hopefully, they're like, okay, we're not gonna take you to court over this, but hey, if they take me to court, that's content, baby. That's content.
You get a stream from the court.
Maybe not, but like this day, what happened in court? So first, this guy said this, and this fruity prosecutor was trying to say that, but would you not watch? Would you not be interested in watch what's the court? What exactly happened?
I don't know. Judge Judy's pretty boring to watch. You might get some
Yeah.
new boomers.
What? Judge Judy is fucking S tier.
It depends on the episode. I don't know. Like I gotta be. Judge Judy's one of those shows where I don't seek it out, but if it's like playing in like a hallway or something somewhere, I don't like go to try to change the channel or something like that.
There's a guy on TikTok who like his whole thing is that like Judge Judy sounds like a mob boss. So this black dude, and he dresses like a 1930s like Al Capone style gangster with like the hat and everything, and he just plays some audio from a Judge Judy episode, and it's fucking hilarious because she sounds like a mob boss. She's a fucking soprano.
Yeah, that my
I definitely.
my mom was really like into Judge Judy when I was younger, so you see all yeah, and then now they've got like all kind of other spin-off copycat different shows. There's like Divorce Court and all this other stuff.
Judge Joe Brown. There was a white guy. I'm surprised that they found enough whites to go. No? All right.
Probably the most entertaining was Jerry Springer. Just throw a chair, Judd. Lutch.
Yep.
Well,
just throw a fucking chair.
That was that was the peak, right? Because I mean,
is odd, right? Because on one hand, it's like completely degenerate TV, but on the other hand, you can't deny that the guy was like hugely successful. So
oh hell yeah!
It's kind of like, how do you even comment on this guy? Plus, didn't he like run? Wasn't he like in politics too or something?
I forgot about that. Yeah.
Yeah. So
don't do drugs, kids.
Speaking of drugs,
never have.
Lutch, you have.
Well, okay, you should do a little bit of drugs as a personal opinion. It's not medical advice.
Okay, but you have experience with drugs, so I do have a question for you.
Yeah,
I'll show you something here. Oh wait, Not Voltaire is up. Let's bring up Not Voltaire.
Hi.
Voltaire, what's up, bud?
What up, brother?
Gentlemen. Right now. Hello, sir.
Speaking of alcohol,
Dilly.
Let's see here. Make sure I'm doing
That's crazy.
Right.
When I do my streams, I rarely have more than 2 drinks. Again, if a drink company wants to sponsor me, I'll put it on camera. But anyway, I usually have 2 drinks, and now I've had 3, and I'm like, let's do another. But probably not a good idea.
So, Lutch, whenever I want you to tell me this is like an ad I came across about anti-drugs, and I want you to let me know if this is accurate. Okay, I want you to let me know if this is accurate.
Think marijuana is harmless?
Oh Lord!
You think it's harmless? Oh no! Juan, no! See?
Hey, yo! If this was for, like, LSD, I'd be like, maybe, but even still, that's ridiculous. Before I ever did...
Looks pretty serious to me, Lutch. I mean, you can imagine.
Come on.
I could smoke a cigarette right now, and you wouldn't even notice it. Well, maybe you would. But, no, before I ever did acid, like, any way it was depicted on TV or in movies... It always, like, it would block... It seemed like when you take the drug, it blocks out your entire field of vision, and you're just seeing, like, colors and shapes and stuff. I'm just not like that. At all. At all.
Most
like, you're
TV
very aware.
Aren't.
Yeah, you're very aware that, oh, I'm here, that's a table, that's another... Like, and yeah, things might be kind of, like, morphing and stuff, but you're not, like, out of it. And that's one of the biggest things that I mean, it was kind of frustrating when I realized, what it was, but it was intense enough that it was good.
Oh, so you're saying you were kind of let down, like you had something bigger in your mind, and it didn't take
let
you.
down is the let down is the wrong
It
word.
wasn't DMT, so
Well, I've never done DMT. I want to do it so bad, but I wasn't disappointed. It just went a very different route than I thought, and so it's much more of an intellectual and emotional experience than it is a visual. There's definitely visuals, but the reason, and that's why I much prefer LSD over shrooms, because at least for me, the shrooms, you get the fun stuff, you get the fun like ooh the colors and the wellness breathing, but there's no like there's no when you do acid, you have that stupefied stage for the first couple hours, but then when it starts to go down, and now you get like, bro, the world is just like blah, blah, blah. And, the things that you realize are very typical, but it's the mode of thinking that's opened. That
You never had that with mushrooms?
Not really. I did acid before I ever did shrooms, but no, not really.
Okay, then that makes sense. Because like for me, it's the opposite. I think it's just what you did first that kind of tunes your brain. In my opinion, I don't.
Well, I mean, so what's the most you've done of either? Because I've done the most I ever did of acid was 2 tabs and then 3 tabs an hour later. But I've done an entire 7 grams of shrooms just at once, just fucking.
I have no idea. Like the most I've ever done with acid is like 1 tab, and shrooms I can't even tell you how much the most. I don't think I've eaten 7 grams right off the bat, but it's just constant chewing. It's just constant, just munching out of the bag. You know what I mean?
Now you just have a
It's like, they taste so bad. It's like, no, I mean, it doesn't taste good, but like for what you're getting, just fucking take the.
I like the taste of mushrooms. I don't like the taste of. I don't like actual mushrooms. I like psychedelic mushrooms. I could eat that shit all day.
I do like like regular food mushrooms, but I mean, yeah, it literally tastes like cardboard, but it's like whatever. Everybody's like, oh, you gotta put it in peanut butter and jelly. You gotta put it on. Just fucking eat it. Just take it here.
Actually, for a long time, I was putting them in a coffee grinder and then sticking them in capsules to microdose. So you don't get any taste that way.
Well,
could you brew it like coffee? Should you spike your coffee with it?
Yeah, a lot of people do that.
Really?
I've had friends that during our Christmas party, our work Christmas party, they were putting it on their mashed potatoes and shit. Fuck, that was a fun Christmas party.
Yeah, because I mean,
Is shrooms legal in Canada, or?
I think it's illegal. I don't know.
Out yourself.
I want to say it's decriminal. I want to say it's decriminalized, but I don't even think it's that. I think it's just not really like nobody really gives a fuck.
No one gives. Oh, okay, got it. It's like jaywalking.
But you can still. Yeah, exactly. You can buy them online and shit, and they'll get shipped to your house. Nobody comes to arrest you.
What the fuck? Okay, that sounds extremely loose. I don't think there's any laws around it. I don't think they could do that if there was strict laws on it.
Hey, it ain't illegal.
That's how I get mine.
Nobody knows.
I just get it sent.
But that's why, like, whenever it came around, I'd buy a shit ton. Because I still have, I may or may not in my house, still have tabs from like 10 years ago. Because I'll buy like 20 tabs at a time, just because it's not around all the time. And so then, just like I have it. And then I had my weed plug started selling the shroom chocolate bars. And so again, I bought like 10 of them. There's like 4 potentially allegedly in my freezer. And yesterday I wanted to drop a video. Today I wanted to be on a panel just to keep my face out there. But tomorrow I can't stream. I got no dog training clients. I just trip balls.
There was a summer a few years ago. I used to do it every fucking weekend. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, can't you grow them like pretty easily if you get the spores?
Yeah,
like,
I don't know exactly how that's
I've never tried.
Yeah, I don't know exactly how that's done, but like especially like in the mid. Yeah, in the Midwest.
Yeah, you do it like in rice or something in a dark room, something like that.
Well, naturally, it naturally grows out of cow shit. So a lot of people in the Midwest can just they have a farm, whatever. They just literally pick it up off the ground.
Who might know this answer? Steel Man.
Yeah,
Steel Man.
But he's kind of annoying to talk to.
We might. I don't know how. I don't know if we should get into like the exact step-by-step details. That might be they might flag
So
something
wait,
for that.
but
I don't know.
I'm
Mullen,
just saying,
Mullen,
there's an expert out there that we
Okay, I
all
got you.
encountered.
If we want
Mullen
to,
and K2.
In the realm.
Mullen K2, have you guys ever done any kind of psychedelics?
Nope, never done any drugs.
what qualifies as psychedelics? Does marijuana count? Or
Anything that makes you
wouldn't,
hallucinate.
but technically, yes, but compared to shrooms, acid, ayahuasca,
then I would
DMT,
say
Anything
I would
that
say no.
anything that warps reality.
Yeah, no, my drug experience is actually very minimal. I've had multiple opportunities. I used to I've been offered like LSD and all kind of things multiple times, but I just never partake in it. I just never really
Fair enough.
and even
Fair enough.
like marijuana. I'll be honest, like I gave it a shot multiple times at different points in my life, and I just didn't really like it. I didn't like the way it made me feel, or my what it did to my thoughts, or like my ability to think. So I just
Yeah, it does. It hits everybody differently.
yeah. So for me, it just felt like it slowed everything down, including my ability to think, which that's already challenged in some ways. So I need to keep everything I can.
What?
But,
How old were you when that happened?
Once when I was a teenager, again in my mid-20s, and then again probably 5 years ago.
So I think
'Cause,
I think when you do it,
I was in
teens,
Vegas.
That has a
I was in Vegas when they basically legalized it. So try it again there.
yeah. I think when
I
you
was
do it in
living
your
there.
teens, that's when you actually get any sort of enjoyment out of it. Like, I don't know. It's hard. I don't know. It's hard to explain.
Well, okay, but isn't there like evidence though that it over a long period of time it does cause like mental issues to some degree, like a measurable degree?
For certain individuals, you got to be predispositioned for that.
Predispositioned. Okay.
Predisposed.
Yeah. Same thing with marijuana. Yeah, same thing with cannabis. Like if you're predisposed to like schizophrenia or certain types of psychosis, then just smoking a regular ass joint could trigger that. And so that in mind, like the first time I did acid, I was like, oh man, everybody should try this once. Barring those people. After the second time I did it, I was like, oh, you don't really understand what you're doing on this earth if you haven't had some type of psychedelic experience. It's like you're looking through, like sober life is like that, and then boom, it's like oh shit, there's all this, and it does sound a little bit cheesy when you try to explain it because it is so ethereal. And especially, I imagine to religious people, it would sound like like that just sounds like religion. But that's why, I was saying in the chat, like acid is the closest thing that I've ever experienced that I would be willing to call God, or at least the things that I saw there. The experience that was the most metaphysical thing that I've ever experienced.
Why would you say it was, I guess, divine or God-like? What was the experience? What did you encounter that caused you to identify it as that?
Well, this is coming from, for context, remember, born in the Catholic Church, confirmed in the Methodist Church, and didn't really become an atheist until college. And I was a militant atheist, and now I've chilled the fuck out. But all throughout that, I was very open. I was very open to the side of life that was, generally what we call spirituality. And to me, that meant like other stuff that we don't fully understand. And so, like, yes, religion would fall into that. God would fall into that. And I don't fully understand why the feelings that come with taking a little piece of paper that's blotted with one drop of that. I don't really understand that. And so it was able to open up my thinking in such a way. I'll give a specific example. The first time I did it, I was on a break with that college girlfriend that I was talking about. And I was on the beach, Jersey Shore, and I was just looking out at the sunset. The boardwalk was lighting up, and these things I was able, in a very, again, sounds very cringe, but it was just like, oh, the lights, oh, the sun, and it just allowed me
The colors.
yeah, allowed me to step back.
It's like that
why
though.
am
You
I
can feel them. It's like, yeah. Go ahead.
yeah, I'm like, why am I pretending that this girl isn't the best chick that I've ever met? Because what, she doesn't like to smoke weed sometimes? And so like that contemplation, that self-reflection was huge. And you know, again, I've been all my life, I was a Christian, prayed, all that stuff, and didn't ever get anything as direct as
Yeah.
So, but wait, okay, just
Same
so
for me.
I'm trying to understand it, but it sounds like what you're describing is just a heightened sense of awareness.
Yep.
So why is that supernatural?
I don't think it is. That's my point. Is that I don't think that. Well, first, I don't think that supernatural is a term that makes sense. But that's my point. Is that I don't think, like, for me to be able to access that.
Exactly, access. I think it opened up the mind's eye. Maybe like some people have that ability naturally. Some people will never have that. That's why people go insane when they take acid for the first time. Like they just.
And there's I think it's called Kundalini yoga, where like monks who like dedicate their lives to this report similar types of effects from DMT or acid from their
ayahuasca, whatever, and all that stuff.
Yeah, and so I always like to say, somebody said this to me one time, so I'm parroting them. I forget who it was. Albert, maybe? I don't know. Whoever it was. They're like, don't forget that drugs cannot make your brain do something that it can't already do. And so when I got that, and I do believe it was a spiritual experience, when I get that spiritual experience, then that tells me that that's natural. That's a naturalistic thing that my brain is already capable of.
So when you say spiritual experience, I guess, can you go a little more in detail what that really means?
So, so to just kind of out front, the type of feelings that when I was a believer, when I'd be in church and we'd be singing and I felt like, kind of outside of myself and part of something bigger, that specifically would be a spiritual belief in the sense that it's not congruent with my sober mind. Like my sober mind understands that, I am me, and that like I'm in a room, people are singing, it's just music, it's just this, it's just, a stained glass, whatever. But the ability to fall into that and have the emotions and the mindset that is different from, again, when I'm calling the sober mind, that's the best explanation I can have for spiritual. But I also think that's not really good at being a word either.
The best thing I can say, it's like I could feel and think all that is instead of being just the one that I am. Like it's kind of being like outside of myself and like outside of the selfishness, like the, thinking about me. It's just thinking about everything else.
So then, okay, so I guess question for Lutch and Nuffleterre is, when you're talking about this, it sounds like Lutch, based on what he was saying about the brain, you don't necessarily view it as something that would, I'll just use supernatural. I know you said you don't like that word, but you don't view it as supernatural. You view it as just something that's part of the brain. Nuffleterre, do you view it in the same boundary, or do you view it as maybe dipping into the supernatural?
I don't think it's supernatural at all. There's actually specific receptors, like THC. There's a specific receptor, like cannabinoids, just in our like synapses that specifically are there already for the THC molecules to go into. Like that shit was already there, like meant for that. That's fucking weird. And then the mushrooms, it takes the molecular structure of the size of a serotonin in the synapses. So it just happens to fit nice and snugly in there too. So it's like this stuff was kind of made for our brains to understand and use. Okay. So to me, it's a. Go ahead.
Well, and I mean, I was
Oh,
just
okay,
going
go
to
ahead.
add that we know that DMT is naturally produced by the brain.
Yeah, DMT. Yeah, you can find
Right.
DMT in almost anything living.
Isn't DMT produced by the brain portion of it when you get close to death or you're dying? Yeah, I've read
I've
that.
heard
And that's
that.
why.
It's
That's
been a
why I
while
don't.
since I've looked it up.
Yeah, that's exactly right, and that's why I don't believe that near-death experiences are anything other than just like a trip. Like there's no connection to death except for the fact that your brain thinks you're about to die, and you're not
Mhm.
tapping into anything that is different. It's just your brain doing what it's supposed to do in that
It's a
situation.
chemical soup going through your synapses at one time. It's just, it's just absurdity.
Yeah, I guess for
What do you
me, it when it comes to psychedelics, one, I guess I've never really saw a use for them. But if I were going to consider partaking in them, I guess my worry would be that based on what the descriptions you guys have given me, where it's like this awareness extending situation or ability that maybe it taps into what the brain can actually do, or but if it is something that taps into something spiritual, that's where my concern would be, right? Because then if you are delving into that, then you're delving into an area that opens you up to a lot, and that's where I would
I
be
don't think
concerned.
Agreed.
Well, in my view, it's not. To me, it opens up to you. It opened me up more towards God. Like it doesn't. It's not like I was seeking. It made me find some other.
Right. Let me play devil's advocate here in this little hypothetical,
Yeah.
right? If let's say me, Mo, decides, oh, I'm going to do this, and then I have an experience, and I feel like I'm getting closer to God. Maybe I have some sort of thing, whatever you want to call it, some sort of divine experience or whatever, right? How do I know that is God and not just demonic influence?
Well,
You sound like an atheist.
I don't think it was a divine. Like I never had a divine experience. It was more like Lutch said, it's a spiritual one. It connects you to your own spirituality, not so much as some sort of avenue that you can't use your own mind and think.
Well, even if you could use
Let me throw that back on you,
use
though.
my own mind, right? That I'm
You're going to be able
mortal,
to.
I'm a human. My mind is not.
But let me throw that back at you. How do you know that whatever religious experiences that you have aren't demonic?
Yeah, fair enough.
Well, I currently haven't. What do you mean by religious experience?
Whatever. I don't know your life, so whatever it is that you feel emotionally, and again using that word spiritually, but whatever it is that makes you believe that there is a divine, that God exists, that whatever it is, there's some feeling attached to that. But as Descartes would say, how do you know that that's not an evil entity trying to trick you?
Oh yeah, so it's the evil God argument.
Yep.
So for me personally, I've what's that?
My voice squeaked like a bitch. I'm like, yeah.
Yeah. Hey guys. So me personally, to my memory.
Hold on. I'm an evil man. Oh, I can't do it. I was trying to do Mickey Mouse. I'm sorry.
I'm an evil god, guys. I want you to buy all my merchandise. Come to Disneyland. I personally haven't had anything what I would consider a supernatural divine experience. I came to my current I guess you could say faith, or where I'm at currently, through basically kind of just logic. Basically led me to orthodoxy. So that's
You've
how
never
I got
had
to
an
orthodoxy.
actual other than logic. You've never actually had any connection.
That's what I was
bodily.
Well, I will say when I first time I went to liturgy, it did feel completely different than every other church I've been to.
We don't have to do that right now, but I'd like to put a pin in that because I want to ask about that specifically. But I know we're in the bit. But
okay, but yeah. So as far as how would I know that the God that I'm serving is not an evil God? I would say that comes from 2,000 years of church history and knowing the apportional nature of God's nature. Obviously, we don't have a full context of his entire person.
Okay, but you understand the question is that it is theoretically possible that all of that is coming from the evil God. And so I'm not necessarily looking for a specific answer.
What would make him? Well, I would throw the question then. If that's the case, then what is the criteria in which you're judging them to be evil?
Not in the order of human well-being or flourishing.
Okay, so if we, let's say that there may be debates on Christianity as far as how good it is for society or whatnot, but let's assume that all the things that come from Christianity is, if it's followed correctly, is right, and people can flourish, and there's nothing in there like you're allowed to eat people or anything like that, right? If all that's true, then what if all that's true and that's all good and that's all things that we would consider
that's
good
the question,
righteous,
is that good?
What?
So the question, like the evil God question, really comes down.
Then you would have to. Well, no, then you would have to. If you're claiming that those things are not good, you'd have to.
I'm not claiming that. I'm asking you how you know that that's not the case. I'm not claiming anything. I'm asking you, how did you know that 2,000 years of history is not from the evil God?
Well, yeah, but if you reduce this question down, then you have to ask yourself, what moral value judgment are you making to say it's an evil God or not?
That's a different question. That's a different question.
Well, no. How would I know? Well, no. How would I know if it's what am I comparing it to? Like, I have to have something to compare it to, right? In order to, because how do I have access to know what good and evil is if I don't clarify what good and evil is?
Mm-hmm.
No. So that's the question. What metric am I using to say, well, this God is evil or not?
Your preferences. It all comes down to your preferences. We all understand that there is a preference.
You'd have to have something to compare it to. You have to have a standard.
Okay, what is it then? Okay, what?
What standard for? I'm asking you.
I don't believe there is a grounding. Well, no, you're the one saying no. It must be grounded in something. What is it grounded?
So then, all right, well, let's go with that. So you're saying you would judge if a God is evil or not based on your preferences. Is that what you're saying? Mm-hmm. Okay.
There's no other way to do
it. Let's just go with that. What would be the criteria that you would say a God is evil or not?
Acting in such a way that is antithetical to the well-being and flourishing of humans individually, but more so humanity as a whole.
Okay, so then
that sounds like regular God.
Yeah, that sounds like regular God. Sounds like God. So then you're the question kind of becomes self-refuting.
How so?
Because the question you're asking me reduces down to, okay, in order to even approach that question, I need to have a criteria in order to judge God being, a good God or a bad God. Now, for you, you're saying it's your preference, but then you just describe things that is basically Christianity, which would be good. So then there's your answer.
Yeah, absolutely. But that's not the question. The question is, how do we know that it's not evil? How do we know that what we are believing in and what we are...
For you, that's how you would know.
You'd have to get down to the definition of evil. Then you're trying to say, like, what if God is evil? Well, then evil is good then, and good is evil. Like,
but you see how that's tautological, though. So that doesn't really help us in a conversation for trying to figure out whether or not what we believe, if we are to accept.
If I'm basing it off of church history and what we know and what we can see from God's nature,
that's the appeal to authority, though.
Then
how do the churches are wrong?
How do I know the church isn't wrong?
What is good in your definition?
As I just said,
because
well-being.
Yeah, but I would. So here's the thing, right? Like, there's a few things. One, It's 2,000 years of church history that has been pretty solid, like past that.
Exactly.
Right? It hasn't really been changed. So that's one.
With one book.
Two, it's a situation
Fields
of
of
you can look at societies that follow these moral guidelines and how they fare, and ones that don't. That's another good one. If you want to look at like I guess a
okay, so
physical...
so you're telling me that it's impossible because humanity has been flourishing in the time period that it has been flourishing.
I could take the easy. I could take the easy out.
That an evil God would spend 2,000 plus years convincing people that he was on the good side just to flip up. That's impossible.
So in this hypothetical, God is playing some long game where he's going to come out and be like, "Psych," and then do something.
It is impossible because how does his values change? All of a sudden, he's good for murder and all this other stuff.
Hold on, Voltaire. No, hold on. What you're talking about is
I'm listening. I just gotta find my fucking book.
It's a appeal to a probability fallacy. It's like, well, just because this thing possibly could happen means that it is true. It's like an unfalsifiable claim.
So is the fact that God exists in the first place, so that you can't use that fallacy when you're committing the same fallacy.
Well, you can make a logical, present logical evidence for God existing. That's what the tag argument is.
You present logical evidence for God not existing.
Do you want to go through tag?
We could. I don't think that would be very useful, but I think we both understand that argument is there, and that argument. If that argument was settled science, then that argument wouldn't need to be an argument.
Hold on.
And what's the point of arguing anymore now?
You're asking for empirical evidence for a metaphysical concept. So how's that going to work? Yeah. Well, then you're losing. Yeah.
But you're the one presenting the medical. I'm not claiming. I'm not. Hold on. Wait. I'm not
let me just get this out. You would. I know. I get it. What you would agree, though, that using logical reasoning is evidence. We do this all the time.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So then the tag argument is valid.
I'm not saying it's invalid, but it doesn't point to a unless evidence. It doesn't. No. It doesn't point to a specific God. It points to a fundamental grounding. It doesn't point to Yahweh, right?
Well, here's the other part of tag that's kind of extended. Jay Dyer has a lot of videos on this. It's the coherentness, being coherent. Like Christianity is coherent within the tag argument and how it connects. When you take that same argument to, let's say, Islam or Judaism, then it falls apart. So it has to be coherent. And that actually, if you debate like apologists or orthodoxy, you'll see that a lot. A lot of their arguments, it all has to be coherent.
And that's what hold on, Lutch, how did you said you were religious growing up?
Yeah. Yep. We're in the Catholic Church, confirmed in the Methodist Church.
I was almost Catholic.
I'm a Catholic, or I was, and so what happened? What happened to make you not? Well, you're not atheist, are you? Just agnostic.
Technically, for the purpose of this conversation, yes, I do believe people misinterpret the word atheist to mean I affirmatively believe there's not a God, but yes,
he's not a hard atheist.
Yeah, fair enough. So logic made you more or less than so logic brought you to the point you're at?
Well, not logic alone, but when you take the logic and I mean, I've heard this probability fallacy a lot, but I don't think it works in this particular argument because between studying logic and then studying other moral philosophy, then I came to the conclusion that you could be what a Christian would call a good person, minus the belief, the behavior, without Christianity, without a God. And so, as a skeptic, I got my believe nothing except. I always do the wrong one because I'm here. Believe nothing except that anything is possible, and so that skepticism means that anything that I'm going to affirmatively claim has to have the evidence to justify it. And so, again, I am not of the position that there cannot be a Christian God. I don't think that's likely. I am definitely not of the position that there can't be a universal grounding, that like a deistic God that people tend to refer to. But that's as far as we can go because of the empiricism.
Well, the only reason I ask is because it's because I was the opposite. Like I was born Christian, I was born Catholic, or at least baptized into it, and then I went through Catholic school, all this, and none of it made sense. It all just pissed me off because it's not like, because it's like, why do we do this? Why do we do that? And it's like, because you fucking have to. Like, and that's basically most of Catholicism. It's just shut the fuck up and just do what you're told. And so I abandoned that. I became a complete fucking basically Satanist, let's say. And then it wasn't until slowly working back, like through life experiences, like just through many of my life experiences, where each one was like, holy fuck, okay, maybe a God does exist. Maybe because like I had good things coming out of nowhere, that somebody was kind of looking out for me, and just all the way until the point where I am now. And eventually it led me to orthodoxy, where that stuff made the most sense to me. Like, where it's just every time I learn a little bit more about orthodoxy, it's like, yeah, that logically fucking follows. It's like
that's what Mormons and Scientologists say. So
how do you relate the two or three?
Because I think you're all wrong, or maybe not necessarily wrong, but you're all unjustified.
Hold on, wait.
Scientologists are unjustified in making their claim. The Christians are unjustified in making your claim.
Yeah, you made a big statement there. You made a big giant statement there.
Are you saying that
there's levels?
Orthodoxy? Wait, hold on. Are you saying orthodoxy, in your opinion, based on what you've seen from the arguments, are you saying orthodoxy and Mormons are on the same level?
No, I said there's levels. It's the same principle. It's the difference of degree, not kind.
Yeah, but I was talking about logic, and it led me to orthodoxy, and you brought up fucking Mormonism and Scientology, so that didn't make any sense at all. Like, if we're talking about logic, the obvious.
Okay, so Voltaire, why don't we get a little bit more specific then?
Every time Voltaire says logic, Mo has to take a drink.
Oh, hell no. Oh, you're going to kill me.
All right. Understanding.
So, can you give me the TLDR of what you just said before we were talking about drinking?
So I said that when I brought up orthodoxy, and just the fact that every little movement I make towards it is a logical understanding that I have, and so you just said that's the same thing that Scientology and Mormonism has. Right.
I think you have.
I said, how do you relate those two with logic?
So I think. What do you mean? How do I relate them with logic? Do you mean how am I?
Those two things are illogical. Obviously, the one guy just had a bunch of stones and fucking came out of nowhere, and Scientology is a bunch of spirits in a mountain.
It all comes down to faith and an unfalsifiable claim, and so there's levels. Mormons and Scientologists are absolutely more crazy than Orthodox and Catholics, no question. But from a skeptical, empirical stance, none of you has the justification to make the claims that you have. You might have stronger justifications to make your claims than Scientologists have to make their claims. But you're both in the boat of claiming something that you don't have the empirical justification.
Isn't everything just as close to logic as we can possibly get? That's as much as we could possibly know.
Yeah.
So can we not infer?
Sure. But
what's most likely? And you're like, what if it's not? Okay, what if that's not the case? Well, it's like, yeah, then how do you live through life? That's called faith, man. Like, I don't understand what your argument is.
I think we can. Does nobody have nobody understands the difference between an empirical understanding that gravity works and the faith in the fact that Jesus Christ was your savior? Can we acknowledge that those are different types of faith?
Sorry, wait. Repeat that.
Well,
so I'm saying the fact that if I drop this remote, it's not going to go up. It's going to go down.
Welcome to the panel. Go ahead.
Hello.
Welcome. I have faith that when I let go, it's going to go that way. Oh, I was right. Not because of a blind
faith. Wait. Is that faith? Is that
And
faith,
so
or is that just?
technically, yes, because we can't know anything to 100% certainty. So I have faith in the fact that the thing that has always been true, has always been demonstrably true, will continue to be true. I
Yeah, but
have
that was
no
faith
more
before you
reasons to
even knew
believe
it
the
was
sun will
true.
rise tomorrow
That was
than
you.
I
You
do
just
this.
knew that was what it was.
Say again?
It had to be proven to be true at one point. See, anybody who was before that just had faith that it
So-
was true.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you
And
you
now-
have faith in the proof because he didn't do the proof himself, so he's just taking the proof for
Right,
granted.
exactly. So I have
Well,
faith
also,
in
I think
people who have
we
tested that.
also kind of have to consider. Have you guys ever done any reading on the concept of what is it, word games?
The
Remember this?
concept, no.
The concept
Word
of word games.
Yeah. So
love
word
a good word
games
game.
is philosopher Ludwig Wittgenstein, I think. I forget. I'm butchering that last name, but anyway, his idea was that basically we all play word games, right? So a quick example of that would be you go over to your friend's house. They're a really good sculptor. They make lifelike sculptures. You walk in there, you see an apple, you point at it, and you say, "Is that real?" In the context of the word game you're playing, it makes sense, and they go, "Yes, it's real." If you did that same thing in a supermarket, they would lock you up in a padded room and think you're crazy. So I bring that up to say, Lutch is using the word faith. What do you mean in that context of the remote? Is that really the same faith when we talk about religion?
I think to answer your question, yes, but I think it's such a different degree of faith, and there's so much more reason to have faith in the fact that if you let go of something that's in your hand, that's going to fall, than we do in the fact that all the things that happen in the world are because of a theistic God.
I'm not convinced, right? Because faith, if we look up, let's see.
So usually when we use the word faith, we're talking about belief without evidence.
Yeah, so
There's
complete
degrees of
trust
how much
or-
evidence you might have.
Yeah,
Well,
just
it's
the
belief
run-of-the-mill.
with it's belief with evidence in history, but without else forward. Like I can't explain.
Well,
it,
it's
but-
like Indian was saying, you can't be. We tend not to be 100% sure, so there's always evidence, but it's never going
it's
to be 100%.
a leap
Well,
of faith
just-
means something, right? You're walking
Okay,
along a path. The path has already been.
Let
Sorry,
me
go
get
ahead.
the
Go ahead.
definition out here. Yeah, so the definition
sorry,
I just
my
looked
bad.
up is complete trust or confidence in someone or something, right? Now,
Faith.
I would say that matches pretty
Okay.
close to what Lutch was talking about with the remote, but I don't know if that maps onto Christian faith all that well, because there are a lot of things that happen that we don't know, right? We don't know if it's
Right.
going to, but you're certain that remote's going to drop. There
No.
are things
Again,
inside.
I'm not certain. I have faith. I have faith because every single time I've let go of something, it has done that. So I have the
Well,
faith.
no, I think you
I
have.
can't know,
Hey,
but
you
I
dropped
have
something.
confidence.
Pick that up.
There could be a physical anomaly. There could be an alien overhead, and or something, whatever. There's a bajillion things.
My
that could
point-
cause a physical anomaly. That would
Right,
cause
right,
it to
right.
go
I get that.
Specifically-
in that case, I'll be
Just
wrong. So I'm
specific
not.
example.
No. I'm not claiming to have that. No. What I'm saying is that the things that you have faith in as a Christian are single-time events that may have certain levels of justification and witness and so on and so forth, but they're not repeatable things. And so even though I'm not claiming to have certain 100% certain knowledge that, again, even though I just did it, this is the third time, this might, I accept that there is a possibility that it might go up, but I have faith that it will go down.
I
Because
tried to
every
use the
single
force
time-
that time. I can't believe it didn't work.
Do you really think
I tried to use that
that's-
exact example once to explain something, and I got crushed because I think
Yeah,
it's,
but do you
I'm
actually
convinced that it's so
Lutch,
sure to happen
Lutch,
that
do
it
you-
crosses the threshold.
Well, okay. Hold on, Lutch. Do you really think though that that's an accurate description of what you with the pen,
Yes.
you? So
That's
you
your
really
steel
do-
man.
you-
That's
so
your
every-
steel man.
So every time you
Go ahead,
do
Mo.
this,
Go ahead. Get him, Mo.
every time you do this, you're in your mind. You're thinking, "Well, this might go to the ceiling today." Is that? Are you really being for real here?
No. It is.
Get 'em,
It is.
Mo.
It is maybe you call this go back to the probability fallacy. I'm saying I am not 100% certain that some anomaly won't occur.
Oh, bro.
That will cause it to do
He's
something different.
99.999999999.
All right, you've taken too much acid.
Yeah,
You've taken too much acid, Lutch.
I don't know if
Why
that's
is that
probability
wrong? Why
fallacy
is that
or
wrong?
not, but
Why is that
I mean,
wrong?
it sounds
Voltaire, why
like
is that-
some kind of nonsense.
Voltaire, what is the issue with that statement?
He's not
Because it's
technically wrong with
impossible.
what he said.
It's impossible. Like, what? How, really? You think an alien's gonna come and beam it up? Somehow it's not gonna fucking
that
drop to
happen?
the
Sure
ground.
that that's
Going-
impossible.
You just offered
Scotty,
one
beat
possibility.
me up.
Let
just
me
saying it's
go
not-
into the okay. Hold on. Let me just go into the Christian. Typically, when Christians talk about faith, it means that they can get because even myself, right? I came to orthodoxy logically. Logic can only get me so far in reasoning, right? At certain point, there are things that you have to have faith in, and that's like faith that this will be true or will come true, right? What that is
Like
a
the pen's never
completely-
gonna fall down.
Right, yeah. Like so it's a completely different word game than what I would posit it's a completely different word game than what you're talking about with your pen, where you're just talking about physics and for whatever reason, every time Lutch drops something, he's like, today might be the day, boys. It might go to the
1
ceiling.
plus
I
1
don't
might
know."
not equal 2 today. It might equal
I
3.
mean,
Holy fuck!
like,
Maybe.
I think that's a different
I don't think so.
It
context.
equal
but
3 today.
Are you okay? So how are you
Hey,
certain? Let's do it again.
whoa,
How
whoa,
are you
wait.
certain?
Alexander, we have Alexander come up. Hey, Alexander, welcome to whatever
I
this
think
is.
with word games, it's okay to
Hey,
say
what's
that
up?
certain doesn't mean 100%. I
Alex,
think
good to
it's
see you.
okay to say certain
Hey, you
means
too.
99.9999%. So you could use the word certain, even though
No, that's
It's a-
100%. Math is
Physical
1 plus 1 will always equal 2 with 100% certainty.
Sure.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's nice.
That pen
I'm
will
happy
always
about that.
drop down. That pen
Okay.
will always drop down.
So
But,
That's
here's
different.
the, okay, but
Not
here's,
if you're in space,
here's
Voltaire.
one more. Okay, one
What
more
if,
thing
what if
to
someone
point out
puts a-
though.
What if somebody had a
What-
fan on
well-
the ground that he didn't see and turned the fan on and it went up?
Okay, Lutch, one more thing to point out, right? The thing that you
Just
just
could be
pointed
wrong.
at is that okay, you don't know with 100% certainty that your pin is, but that's how like all science works, right? Science doesn't make
Yeah,
truth
that's
claims.
right.
So,
Yeah.
so,
Right.
so science is constantly like moving the
Science
goalpost wherever it
Doesn't
needs to go.
assume that
to-
whatever
with
the
new
hell
evidence.
gravity is, it's going to always be. We don't
So-
really understand gravity.
So what you're saying is, but you as let's say soft atheist, put your faith in science. So what you're telling me is you have faith as well
Yes.
in science.
That's what I've been saying the whole time. You'll be like, no, you're certain. That's been my position.
So you have
that I
faith
have
in
faith
science
that there's-
instead of faith in God. So you just shifted your faith structure.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
why choose
Interesting.
one or
Because
the
there's
I-
infinitely more evidence and reason to have faith in the fact
Empirical.
that science will continue to do what it
But-
has always done and give and point us to the most accurate answers that we have at the time, versus faith in God, which does not have.
but science
that-
also doesn't make moral oughts either.
Sure,
No,
but again,
Yeah, there's no
that's-
science in
but
moral
you don't-
oughts.
but you have to first establish the existence
In
of this
science.
God that you're grounding your morality in before you can take the moral high ground. So if your God is true and correct and right, then yeah,
Wait, no.
my preferences.
No,
But you have to
is-
do, you have to make that
am I
argument
gonna?
first.
How can I?
you can't.
If I'm
That's the point.
comparing,
Exactly.
if I'm
Guillermo.
comparing
Right,
the
because it's
moral
unfalsifiable.
odds of a religion,
Hold on,
and
let Mo
religion
speak.
to something that's non-existent and just
That's
you,
why
you
we
don't
let
have a
you
moral
run
odd,
your moral
then-
odds, but they don't mean anything to us. Because
Let
we don't
Mo
have the same
fucking act like-
foundations
why-
that you do.
Well,
Look,
it doesn't
Mo,
mean
real
anything
quick,
to you,
Mo,
but
Mo.
you guys borrow from it all the time.
Mo,
Yeah,
real
because
quick,
we
switch,
agree with some of them. We
Hold
think
on,
I'm
Mo.
good.
So
switch
that does
yourself
do
with
something
K2.
for you.
The chat is blocking you.
What?
Not
You're-
when they're,
I
not
said
when we
switch
disagree.
your,
They don't.
switch your position with K2 because your chat is blocking you.
Switch my position.
What?
Okay, too.
What?
I don't know what that means.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
sorry. Yeah, yeah. Your
Click on
chat, like
click on
Mo.
your face
Mo,
and
you're-
slide
you're-
over to where K2 is.
Yeah,
Because the chat it wants to look at you because you're so there.
yeah.
you
Your
go.
There we go.
own.
Okay.
You want
Got
to
it.
have your own chat, and you blocked it you the whole time, fucking Mo.
Yeah.
Gotcha,
okay.
I got it.
Thank you.
So-
But anyway, where were we? So yeah, you said that you have no problem borrowing from like Christian ethics. You said that that's not a problem. So it does do something for you then. The society,
Only
some of the best
because- only
societies in the
because they're
world.
right.
What
has-
I meant by don't do anything is that when you say an ethic that we disagree with, we can't use your grounding in God to mean anything. We have our own reason for disagreeing with it.
so what
What?
would be one that you would disagree with?
Well, I'm fairly Christian ethics, so there's not a lot. We'd have to run through them all. Like, I don't worry.
Well, you're the one that
So-
interrupted his train of thought. You like, come on, just give him a fucking argument.
Okay, I can't, if we go through them all, I'm sure I can pick some out.
Well,
but I
then
don't
We're
wanna
gonna
go
go
through
through
them.
all Christian ethics, so you
Yeah.
can find one.
Oh, I don't have a
Like
problem
Mo's
with
trying to make a
homosexuality.
point that's
Okay,
higher.
I got one,
That's
I got
beyond
one.
that, and
I
you're
have
making
no
the stupid
problem.
fucking like. Don't
I
make.
got one.
Come on.
Okay, I've got one. Stop
Okay,
talking.
got one.
I
Okay,
don't
there
have
we
a
go.
problem
Sorry.
with homosexuality.
It's all right.
Two consensual men want to have sex. I have no problem with it. Why should I?
Say again.
If two consensual adult men want to have sex, I have no problem with it.
I mean, it's
Oh.
weird, but agree.
It's weird.
Right,
I
but,
don't want to do it. I don't want to watch it. But I
don't
don't
wanna
have
watch
any
it.
moral issues of them going off
Okay.
into their bedroom and doing it. And that's a difference to
So-
your Christian ethics.
So then, okay, well, let me ask you this from a scientific point of view, right? If you had
Yeah.
two buttons in front of you, one, you press it, it makes all men gay. The other one, you press it, it makes all men straight. Which one are you pressing?
Does it include me?
Who's click clacking?
Does it make? And I
Sorry,
have to
Yeah.
press it.
Yeah.
I like being straight, so I'll press the straight one.
Okay. But do you also understand that a lot of
This is a
let's
preference.
say a lot of gay guys who have a sense of duty to the human race would also press the second button as well.
Good for them. They can make their own decisions.
So then,
If a gay guy just says
now
it's a press,
we're-
I think a lot of gay guys want to be straight as well because it's hard being gay sometimes because society.
okay,
shits
sure,
on
you could say that, but my point being is that strictly from a humanitarian, if whatever you want to call it, standpoint, you just made a value judgment on which one's better.
Yep.
Yeah, no, I didn't. I
Well,
just
did,
yeah,
though.
made a
yes, you did.
preference. to
Yeah,
which one
no,
I
yeah,
wanted to be.
Yes, you did.
It's
No,
your
that's fair.
I don't
preference.
want to
That's
be. I don't want to be gay. That's
Yeah,
not a value.
so
that's
that's
not.
value
That's not an
That's
ethics.
fair.
Not
Yeah,
ethically. I
yeah,
like.
Your choice has nothing to do with what you want to be. Your choice just chooses the future.
Well, okay, so it doesn't
If
affect
you-
me. It only affects everybody else.
Well, no.
no,
Now,
it affects you.
Let me ask
No,
you.
Well, then it
obviously-
does have something to do
No,
with
well,
me.
Mo,
'cause I don't wanna have
hold
sex
on.
with
Mo
men.
deserves to be able to keep this going. Go ahead, Mo.
Yeah. So that being, well, I don't know how much more I can keep going. I'm on my second whiskey here, but I appreciate the vote of confidence, Voltaire. So given that you've made a value judgment, right, and it's one that would align with
Myself.
Christian ethics, sure. Well, however you want. If you want to point
No,
yourself,
no,
your
it
own
wasn't a moral
authority,
judgment. It was a preference judgment. It was like choosing chocolate and vanilla.
right? But you
I like
still
chocolate
made
more,
it.
still
so
a
I'd
value
make all
judgment.
ice cream
It's still a
chocolate.
judgment. Yeah, still a
Yeah.
value
It
judgment.
was not a moral. If I choose to
Okay.
make all ice cream in the world chocolate, I'm not making a morality judgment.
What do you think?
That's not what he's saying. That's not what he's saying. So, but that's it. If we go back to the chocolate and vanilla, if you, whichever, let's say you choose chocolate, you are assigning a higher value to the chocolate ice cream than the vanilla ice cream.
Bingo.
Right.
Okay,
Is that what you're saying,
if I had to think it through,
So
I would probably pick straight because I would see that the entire human race would
Right,
suffer if I
but what
pressed
he's
the other.
asking is why
And that
why
way
do
it
you
would be
have,
a- it
why
would
do
be a
you have
value
that
judgment
judgment?
that you're
Why do
talking
you
about.
prefer that?
Why would I prefer it? Because I'm used to what I'm currently used to, and I don't know that I would enjoy being gay.
But also the human race would continue, right? That would be a big one, I
yeah,
think.
if I thought about it and it was a choice of the human race continuing or not,
Right.
I'd
So
have to
then,
think
so
about
that
it for
now,
a while
so
and work
now-
out how that affects me.
So I'm going to throw you
and my
a
children.
bone here, though, right? I'm going to throw you a bone. Now, obviously, that hypothetical is a really extreme one, right? But so we can take it down, though, to a societal level, right? And we can look
if
at
I was gay and made
uh,
that decision, I want to make a different decision.
we can look at what?
Although even a gay person doesn't necessarily want society to die out completely.
Well,
If
no,
it was a
I said
50-50,
yeah.
if only made half the world
I said
gay,
that
or
earlier.
half the
I said a
world
lot
straight,
of
it would
gay
be an
people
easier
would
question.
also. I said a lot of gay people would also press the button too because they don't want the human race to die.
Because
right?
of the
That-
human,
yeah.
because no breeding. But now you're actually
Right.
saying if you press a button, then no humans can have children
Hold on,
again.
hold on,
and
let-
humans
let
can
Mo
have children.
cook.
Which button would you press?
Well,
Now, that's
people
what
can
the-
still have
That's
kids.
what the
even if
decision
they're
is. You're
gay.
thinking.
Hold on.
Thank you.
People
If,
can-
if all men
Mo's
are gay,
cooking. You guys are making it cold.
So yeah.
I
So
suppose
anyway,
that's true. That's true. So it
so-
doesn't affect the society. Gay people can still give their sperm to make children.
It's getting cold.
yeah.
Come on, Mo.
But if the
And now it's just
entire
back to
well,
me
no,
doing
no. Actually,
like being straight.
I wouldn't even grant that because if all men were gay, you look at the birth rate currently, we're already in like a
Yeah.
state of like we're gonna die off with it with the current birth rate.
Yeah,
and-
most men are
and-
gay
and
basically
many-
now.
And
Most men
many,
are not.
and many,
We're all
most,
gay.
most men are straight, and
Well,
even with
Terry,
most
speak
men
for
being straight,
yourself.
we're fucking dying, right? So
Okay,
We're
so
all
no,
gay.
that's
We
the
would
Sam
just
Harris
fucking
argument.
let's
die.
go anyway. No, we're
That's
really
the Sam
debating
Harris
what we
argument.
want.
Let me take it
We're
down. here. Let me take it.
I'm
I'm not
Okay,
gay.
hold
I'm
on,
just
hold on.
saying.
Let me
Obviously, I'm
reduce
making a
it.
joke. You stupid fucks.
Let me reduce it
I
down
don't
here.
know,
Okay,
Voltaire.
so
I
I'm
just
gonna.
understood that you're
Jeez.
gay.
I'm gonna Podesta. So I'm gonna give you throw you a bone here. The hypothetical I gave you was extreme one, right? Obviously, but taking it down to a
It's
societal
also
level,
deceptive.
right? Well, no, it's not deceptive. It was very.
It is
I didn't
deceptive
deceive-
because the
I
real
didn't
question is
deceive
if
you.
we want humanity to survive.
Pedessa. Hold on,
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay,
let
go
me-
on. Yeah,
let me
but
get it out.
these trails, if you don't pick up where they go wrong, they end
Well,
up
let
down
me
the
get
wrong
let
way.
me get
Let's
this
just see
out.
what
Let
Mo's
me get this
saying
out,
first.
and we can go back,
I
and then we
think
can
we're right,
dissect.
Pedesta.
Okay.
Let
Okay.
him say
Holy
it, and then we
fuck!
can
Let
progress.
Mo say something. Let Mo
I'm not
finish
saying
his
anything, go.
sentence. Shut the
Go.
fuck up.
So taking it
come
down
back.
to a societal level, right? When you look at gays being genetic dead ends, you look at issues that might cause. You can look at the gold standard that we know is the gold standard, that every kid is better in a house with a mom and a dad. When you compare it to that, we can see real empirical evidence why homosexuality should not be necessarily endorsed, and it shouldn't be something that we normalize, because it is the exception to the rule, and the rule being what's made humans flourish for the entire existence of humanity. So
Yep. It can be allowed, not normalized, though.
Thank you. Yes, absolutely.
No,
Just
sure.
because it's allowed doesn't mean
Absolutely not.
every guy is going to
Okay,
start
but-
being gay.
but
No
here's
guy
the-
becomes
Yep.
gay
Okay,
because
let me
it's
try to
normalized.
I'm
normalize.
sure.
That's
Hold on,
fine.
hold on.
That's
I'm sure
fine.
Mo is agreeing with
People don't
me.
become gay because it's
Yeah.
normalized.
Mo,
I
like,
am
can
a-
Mo finish his?
I am agreeing, because here's the thing, right? In a Christian nation, unlike a Muslim nation, we want to bring everyone to Christ, and we don't believe in throw them off of rooftops. So if you're gay, we
Exactly.
don't approve of it. We're not going to encourage it. We hope you come to Christ. We hope you change your ways, but we're not going to throw you off a rooftop, right?
And we're
So
glad you
that-
exist. Like we're
So
like
that
that
is a Christian.
as a human being.
That is part of Christian ethics.
I don't know. They kind of took over the Protestant
Let's-
church and took it to
Well,
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 they
like-
went
like,
they went
hold
the
on, like,
extreme
the-
with it, yeah.
what like it's funny when I argue with people on like X, Twitter, whatever. Like because like they honestly want hate for me. Like I say certain things like, "You're fucking brain dead, you stupid retards." But it doesn't. I don't actually portray. I don't put hate out towards them. It's like, no, you're actually
don't
stupid and
know.
retarded. You're brain dead and retarded.
Said,
K2, I
Podesta
can tell you to suck a
said-
cock
said
and just
is,
shut the fuck up once in a while. It doesn't mean I hate you, brother.
Oh, I say
Oh,
disconnected.
hold
Let's
on.
add him. Wait, they will need to connect. Hey, Podesta,
been
it
quiet
says you will
this whole
need to
time.
connect your mic and cam before you can be added to the stream. Something's wrong with your mic and cam, bud.
Come on, Podesta.
But no, I'm just saying.
So
Like I don't hold a hate in my heart for like people that hate me and stuff. I don't hold hate in my heart towards them.
Why do you?
Why would I? It doesn't make any logic. Why do you have hate in your heart?
DB come back.
But yeah,
So if I could bring it back to where where we were discussing the notion of faith, that there's degrees of faith. So like let's take it out of religion.
Okay.
I am telling you that Morty is standing on the floor. I've got some stairs up to my back. He's standing on the first step right there. Do you believe me?
Hey, sorry, my computer
Hey,
died.
welcome back.
are you trying to
Um,
deceive me, Indian
didn't
Jesus?
I didn't write
I'll repeat it. I'll repeat it to bring
Do-
Podesta in. So we're talking about faith, and so I'm telling you that I'm looking at Morty. He's on the stairs up to the bed, standing right there. Do you believe me?
I would
Are we
say.
doing clockwise, snakewise, or what?
Yeah, sure. Let's do clockwise, snakewise. Sure, let's do that. Let's start with K2.
What are you asking? If Morty's on the thing?
No, I'm pretty sure I'm clockwise, snakewise.
Wait, on my screen, he's top left. K2's top left.
Yeah, but
Wait,
yeah, but
clockwise
it's always
would be
after.
This way.
Well, yeah, because
Snakewise means means just after what you said. So like going back down.
I mean,
and then
no,
if
it's your
if
show.
there's
But if you want to
multiple
do
levels-
it Compliments way, it'd be Voltaire, Alex,
Fine.
K2,
Okay.
and
Okay. Let's.
no, it'd be
let's
Indian
do,
Jesus,
Yeah,
me,
he
and
asked
then
it.
Alex.
Well, Indian
K2's
Jesus asked the
last.
question.
Oh my God, Mo, just pick somebody.
Okay,
just pick
then it's
somebody.
just me. Ah,
Voltaire.
fuck's sakes.
Yes. No. Voltaire. It's you, then Alexander, and K2. That's clockwise, and then me last.
Yeah, but now I don't remember what the question is.
So
Like
I'm saying
Morty
that
sta-
I'm,
the
pointing
stairs.
I'm looking at Morty. He's just standing there staring at me. He's got his two front paws on the stairs to get up on the bed. I'm telling you that. Do you believe me?
Oh yeah. Okay. So, well, we'd have to. Shit. Okay, we'd have to know what your history of telling us directions was, right?
Mhm.
First off. Yeah, and then
Mhm.
we'd have to know, like, we'd have to have long texts of 2,000 years to know what the fuck you told us before, right? So now you're saying the cat ain't fucking. If the cat's there and the cat ain't there, well, it's gonna be kind of
Dog,
fucking
but sure.
suspicious. Huh?
But I'm trying to get down. So,
Wait,
just
no,
say,
wait,
let's say
wait, I
we
can't
don't-
have
we
my.
never. Let's say we don't know each other, and like I'm doing my own stream, and I'm just talking
Yeah,
about.
if I don't know you, I don't know. You tell me if the cat's there. Then, if we don't know each other, you tell me if the cat's there,
Dog!
Morty's a dog.
bro.
We gotta go
We
side
don't
by
know
side.
each other.
It's a
Oh, sorry.
dog.
Okay,
What?
so you don't. So that's a
30
fair
seconds
answer.
or
You don't
less
know-
answer. Holy shit.
Okay,
No
Yeah,
so
my bad.
Alex, do you believe me, Alex?
I mean, yeah, I don't have a reason not to believe you. There's no reason for you to lie about it. Nothing to gain, I guess.
All right, K2.
I was gonna say that similar things. I was gonna I'm gonna have to believe you haven't proved the lie yet. That was the only difference.
And Mo, do you believe me?
I would say yes, but only because it would be a weird fucking thing to lie about. That would be the only thing. If I don't know you, right?
Or maybe I'm just trying to make a point that you have not seen. You've been given no reason to think that I would outwardly lie about something so
Right.
trivial, right? But I just did. I just lied about that to prove the point that
That you're a
taking on
liar?
faith-
All right, he's a liar.
Yeah,
Kick
You
him.
did prove that
Kick him.
point.
Yeah,
That's a
You're
that's
a
a proven
liar.
point. Holy fuck! That.
Go, let finish.
What's the point to
the,
prove?
the idea of having faith in a particular claim or thing is based on the previous interactions, the previous examples, and so if you've never seen me say a blatant lie like that. Regardless of you watch me all the time, or this is the first time, you've never seen me a blatant lie. And as you guys said, why would I lie about that except to make this argument? Point being that
I don't know. I don't think I can trust you.
Well,
You broke it,
And I'm pretty sure the entire time I said there was a path that was not you.
So okay, there you go. So Kate, that's exactly the point. K2, you said you believe me, but now you've gotten new information. You've got new empirical data that allows you to believe. Okay, well, Lutch would lie about that.
Right, but did we
Right.
ever have faith in you?
But
or did we
that's
just
like
believe you?
one. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
that's
can
one
we tie
block.
this
That's
back
one block.
to
Hold on.
faith?
Wow, that's one block in faith of
Again,
you,
I'll
and
spell it
then
out
I
for you.
have
I'll spell it out for you.
7,000 blocks
I'll spell it out for you.
towards
I'll spell it
out for
God
you.
and
I'll spell it
actual
out for you.
Jesus.
I'll spell it out
No,
for
no,
you.
no, no. Wow, we didn't trust you now in the first 3 blocks because you tricked us, fucking guy. And then we're talking about Jesus for 2,000 years,
Liar,
and
liar, pants on
and
fire.
God. How are we supposed to trust you now, Indian Jesus? You
I
trickster.
think Indian Jesus does
I
scam
suggest
calls to
you
try to
don't.
get
Believe
people to
nothing.
get their Google Play cards. Hello, please give me your Google Play card. Do not redeem. Do not redeem.
The point is, with and I'm not saying that Christianity only has a single point of reference like I just did. That's the most stripped down version of just some say stranger is saying a thing. Do you believe that? That's one level. And so then
And I would say no. I need to know what your trust level is.
you
But
just
you're
said
talking.
yes before.
No,
You
I
just
did not.
believe
I
me.
didn't say yes. I literally said no. I literally said
that's right,
I
that's
need
right.
to know
You-
what
you-
level your
you were
trusts
the-
are.
you were the
Everybody else
only-
said yes.
You were the only
Yes.
skeptic. There you go.
Come on.
Points for you. And so the point is that it's not like I'm saying that everybody who has perpetuated the idea of Christianity has been lying like I just lied to you. But the point is that there could be aspects of being wrong. There could be people lying. There's incentive to gain influence and so on. There's a million reasons why somebody would lie about all those things, and it only needs to be in the very first part. What are I think the first eyewitness
Okay.
testimony is like what 30 years later or some shit. And so it doesn't make it's not. It doesn't make sense that you would say it's impossible that all those people, just like everyone but Voltaire, believed what I said, despite the fact that it was not true. Why would that be different for the people who believed what was originally written down in the Bible?
Motivation.
Just tell me, like which out of all the people, like, what do you actually believe for the future? Do you believe my future is better? What future do you believe? Like, really, you don't know. You're not willing to place a bet.
I don't know. I am certainly
Really?
willing to place a bet. But if you,
Okay, what were you willing to place a bet? Me and fucking Mo, or fucking there's nobody here on the panel that actually is quite extreme.
What are the? Just give me the two things, and I'll tell you.
Extreme.
Destiny
Have you
and
not met me?
fucking Destiny and K2.
99999.
Wait, what's the situations? What about Destiny?
I said,
guess
like, okay, who would you rather who would you rather teach the world, me or Mo? Like, if we're like the fucking the scraps, I'm probably like the rotting banana. Mo's like the actual orange
Hold on,
that
I
they
gotta
threw away
switch
for
my
no
picture
reason.
For this one.
You and Mo, no
yeah.
question.
For this one.
Yeah,
You
like,
and
do you
Mo,
think it's
no
better?
question.
Hold on. Do you think it's better us teaching humanity, or the other half, which is,
No,
like I said, Destiny or
unquestionably you guys. I believe that as far as a moral structure that is built and established, there is nothing better than Christianity. My position.
Okay, but you guys are. Hold on. Yes, I understand that now, but I understand it. I understand it.
Somebody's echoing.
Mo, you got a battery.
Yeah, I got
I'm
him.
good.
No, that was Podesta. Your mic is bleeding over real bad, dude.
Yeah.
Cancer.
We could
Ear
hear,
cancer.
We
That
could
was
hear.
bad, yeah.
We could hear everything that we were saying back again twice.
We could hear everything again 3 times
Again,
after.
Yeah. It was like taking
Again
shrooms.
and again
Our
and
awareness
again.
was opened.
No, that's a horrible nightmare on shrooms.
If I could
Didn't realize I
ask,
still had it running on the phone.
Yeah. So
if I could ask quick,
yeah, what we haven't heard from you,
Who's-
Alex. What do you got?
I guess my question would be to Lutch. So one of the big reasons why all of us believe you is because there's no reason for you to really lie, right? And there's nothing at stake if we believe. you
Oh
correctly.
no, I did. Hey, the Cool Vic, thanks for the raid, buddy. I appreciate it. Big shout out to Cool Vic.
No way.
Appreciate it, bud.
Fucking rights.
Yeah,
Let's
yeah.
go.
Thank you, everybody. Please,
Vic
like
is the
and
boss.
sub. We'll do some more panels. We'll do some debates. It'll be a fun
Like
time.
and subscribe.
But like and
Look,
subscribe,
like, I
please.
Unless you're
But
gay.
big
Vic, you
shout
gotta
out
take
to Cool Vic. Everybody who came over from Con, go over to Cool Vic and sub as well. He needs a sub.
Right.
He's a good
Alright, we'll
guy.
leave.
Actually, no. Like, he's actually dope as fuck.
Yeah, yeah.
He's got
Cool Vic's
shit
cool.
running all the time. But Vic, you got to lower your monthly subscriptions down. Fuck, even my subscription to Andrew Wilson is $2, bro. $2, bro. Come on.
He needs to make his money somewhere.
Abby,
You make
thanks,
it-
for, the,
he's a-
thanks
he's-
for pointing
he's
that
a
out. I
great
appreciate
streamer.
it. Thank you so much, Abby.
Abby's in the chat.
Yeah.
Fucking rights. Let's go. I can't. I cannot see chat. So.
That's mod behavior.
God
Good
bless
shit.
y'all that's in the chat.
Sometimes it's
Love
easier to
y'all.
get a few big subscriptions than a lot of little ones.
But anyway, where were
All
we? We were
right.
in the middle of
So,
Alexander.
Alex was
Alexander had
questioning-
something,
Right.
but he was for Lutch. Yes.
Yep, that's right.
Yeah, so I guess I'm just wondering, like, do you not see the difference between motivated lying and lying that's just done for the sake of lying or chaos or proving a point?
I do see how they're different. I don't understand the relevance.
Well, if somebody were to come up to you and tell you, "Hey, gravity doesn't actually work anymore," you would not believe them. You'd need to see it yourself, right?
Correct.
But if somebody told you that their dog just pooped on their floor, you would have no reason to suspect they're lying, right? You could just believe that.
Mhm.
So the difference is pretty stark. isn't
Okay,
it?
so let's take those two different things. How often do dogs poop? Dogs in general poop in places that they're not supposed to poop?
Quite
All
Happens
the
every time, right? How often does gravity not work?
Never.
Never in my life. So
In
even though
space.
there's faith, it is such that colloquially I could say I am certain that gravity is still working, even though it's not 100%. Versus somebody says the dog poops on the floor. Yes, I don't have a reason to disbelieve them. But even if I have no reason to say, oh, I should trust this person or should not trust this person, I can trust the fact that dogs do shit on the floor. Remember, I'm dog
Gravity
trainer.
works 100%
Sure.
every time, 100% of the time. Just want to say, let you guys know that.
But
Yeah, but we're
here's
just
the-
saying until you understand quantum physics, we don't feel confident saying 100%.
so here's the major point, though, right? You asked about why somebody might believe in the resurrection or whatever, because it was all eyewitness testimony. Well, there'd be a lot of reasons for people to say, yeah, that's bullshit, and to go investigate, right?
Is that to me?
Yeah.
Oh, I apologize. I didn't hear you say one time.
I said, like with regards to the resurrection and the testimony from the Bible, there's a lot of people who'd be very motivated to disprove them if that actually if that didn't actually happen, right? So then you would expect to see a lot of people providing evidence for it not happening, either finding a body or saying that the tomb was whatever, right? There would be this. A lot of people motivated to discover this, and a lot of people wouldn't trust them because, hey, they have a reason to lie.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess I'm wondering how you can compare the two.
It's not really. I don't necessarily think there's a connection to the motivations of the individual, at least in the comparisons that we're making. It's not like if somebody says gravity's not going to work tomorrow, it's not because of who the person is. It's because of the factors outside of that. Somebody says my dog pooped on the floor. It's not because I trust them. It's because I understand how dogs work, and dogs shit on the floor all the time. And so the difference between somebody saying there is a God and it is Yahweh and it is exactly like the Bible, that's a very strong claim. And so even if you're not lying, you could be wrong. And so I'm not expecting that Christians are lying to everybody. I just think that Christians are potentially wrong.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering about. Where lies come up because most atheists just think that Christians are wrong, not that they're trying to lie to you.
Robert, who?
I don't think any atheists think that Christians are lying. We just think that they're wrong.
Sorry, phone died.
Well, if it's a
They
matter of
believe what
faith,
they're
you
saying.
can't be lying,
Right.
right?
I have faith that you Christians genuinely believe what you believe. I have that faith because every time I've talked to a Christian who has been in good faith, no pun intended, they genuinely did believe what they were saying. So if I encounter a new Christian and they're telling me what they believe based on previous interactions, based on the facts of the matter, there's a much stronger reason to believe that that person is saying something that they do believe versus lying.
I think there might be some online grifters who make their money.
Indian just you're throwing out anybody that says they're not Christian. You're like anybody else is a fucking piece of shit.
I didn't say anybody's a piece of shit.
Who said that?
No, you're like I'm pretty sure that's what you meant, right? Anybody who's Christian is at least believable to a certain extent, but everybody else is a piece of shit.
But there's plenty of people who lie about being Christian too, so it's not like.
I don't fully understand what you're saying.
No, Alex, you're right. People lie about Christians being Christian all the time, and it fucking pisses most of us off, right?
Those were the ones who are like culturally Christian. They don't really believe. They're not really religious at all, so they don't really examine it. So they're just happy to be considered Christian. They don't really live their lives like day to day thinking about God. Those ones you're talking about.
So, okay, then question for this actually comes from I see Elderline in the chat for Podesta and Lutch. He says, "You think we are wrong without being able to tell me why you were right." What do you have to say for that?
I'm not making a claim. There's no right for me to be. What am I right? What do you want me to say that I'm right about? That I don't know? I'm very confident. That's the one thing I am absolutely certain. If I'm nothing else, I am absolutely 100% certain that I do not know if a God exists or not.
So how is that not agnostic?
I'm
Then? Why are you saying you're atheist?
So,
That's why I've dropped that, because you guys don't understand that atheist just means without a belief in a God, and everybody just thinks that it means
Well,
I believe there's no
Well,
God.
it
No,
means-
So-
I've experienced some atheists who make the hard assertion that there is no God. Like
I did that.
Yeah,
I did that.
that's not what the word actually means,
prove
but
it,
that's
though.
that's how people understand it.
Well,
And so very recently, I'm like, okay, that's not my position. And so if that's what people understand, then I'm not going to use the word
is
confusing.
there
Similarly,
is there-
I've seen a lot of
I'm
women.
one of those atheists who'll just say, I don't think logically it makes any sense. So I think there's no God.
well,
Yeah.
But I can't prove it to your satisfaction.
so, yeah. So what is the
I
what
prove it to
is
my
the term for
satisfaction.
people who believe there is no God?
So yeah, well,
Thank you,
all right,
Alex.
Go,
You
go
can
ahead,
make one up.
Alex.
think
Oh,
it
I was
would
just asking, what is the term then for people who believe there is no God versus people who don't believe there who
Well, I
don't
think
believe?
agnostic is the term for people who think there might be a God, but they've seen no evidence of it. Whereas atheist was traditionally the term for people who think there is actually no God.
That's
Well,
not
Lutch is saying the
Even
exact
atheists,
opposite
though,
here.
Hold
The
on,
word
hold on.
even an
atheist is
atheist, we could be, if we were proven wrong, we'd change our
That's
mind.
not what Alex was talking about.
Yeah,
Okay, sorry.
I mean, Lutch was saying the exact opposite just now. That's why I'm asking.
Well, Lutch is more saying he's an agnostic. I'm saying I'm an atheist.
No, I
Yeah.
know,
Said
I
he
know,
stopped
but
using the
he's
atheist term because you
That's
guys
why I
all
stopped using that
consider
term.
him-
Oh boy,
Because those are not mutually exclusive terms. A is a prefix that means without. In this context, Gnostic means knowledge. Theist
Yeah.
means belief in a God that can reach into the universe. So the agnostic atheist means I have no knowledge as to whether or not that kind of God exists. But because I don't know, I don't have a belief in any of those gods. I am without a God belief. Not I believe there is no God. That's not what it means. But people have taken on that meaning. I compare
that's
it
what
to the word
agnostic is, not
I
what
take it
atheist
to the-
means.
That's why
like I
some people
just
are
said.
atheists. He wants to be called an agnostic
Can you,
because he
wait,
just
Podesta, can
wanna
you steal
make
my
that
what I just
claim.
said? Can you steal my what I just said, Podesta?
Yeah, what I did. He's agnostic because he is without knowledge of whether or not there's a God. I'm an atheist because I actually think that you can reason yourself into a position that the God makes no
Okay,
sense
so you
whatsoever
didn't
and
listen
there
to
is
me.
no God.
So what I said was that that's not actually the intent, the meaning of the word. A is a prefix that means without, not.
Okay.
Without
But
God.
I'm just saying the
I am
opposite.
without a God
That-
belief. That doesn't mean I am claiming that no
Atheist
God
means
exists.
without God. What are you trying? Are you trying to redefine
Yeah,
atheist?
technically, I was
No,
more
Podesta
colloquially.
is, and I'm saying fine. I'll take the L. I'll go by agnostic, non-theist, because you got in the same way that there are women who, just believe that everybody should be equal under the law. If they call themselves feminists, even though that is what feminism is supposed to
doesn't
be,
help me
it
in what
means a
your
very
fucking
different thing.
position
And
is.
so
Yeah,
language is
Not just saying
language is what we understand. And so every single time I use the correct version of the word atheist to mean without a God belief, and people misunderstand, and everybody else is using the word
Yeah, are you trying to say without a God means you're fucking?
positive belief.
No, he's saying
Okay.
atheist
Hold
doesn't
on.
mean
Are
he's
you?
not
Are you?
atheist.
Hold on. Hold
Doesn't
on.
mean
Are
that he
you
has
trying to
belief.
say without a God is like? Are you trying to say your position is not atheist is agnostic, or is that what fucking?
So hold on.
Agnostic
What
atheist.
Lutch? Hold on. You guys are crossing a lot.
This is precisely why I stopped using that.
So Lutch is saying that atheist is supposed to be somebody who doesn't believe in God. However, a lot of people are using it to mean somebody who believes there is no God.
Yes.
Yeah,
Thank
Lutch
you.
was using
So-
it correctly. I use it more colloquially.
No,
because
that's
it's become a
agnostic.
situation
It makes
where
more
people
sense that
consider
you don't
atheists
know.
as not atheists and
Agnostic
not
makes
supposed
sense that
things
you do
don't know,
not
but you
know.
believe what you don't know.
So then,
I
okay, wait.
understand that.
So real quick then,
That's-
Podesta, you said that you claim you are an atheist. What
Yeah.
what
I would
definition?
say I'm the what people call an atheist.
He believes there is no God.
So you're a hard atheist. On the
So you're-
on the
I'm a
So
hard
you're
atheist.
making
Stop
the
it, Steph.
assertion
I'm a hard
there is
R
no
atheist.
God. Okay. So then I guess the
fairly
question that
convinced,
I
but
would
I don't know that I can
would
convince you guys, but I'm convinced
Yeah,
myself
yeah.
to the point that I'm.
Hold on. Let
Well, that's fine. But
let
but
Mo
let
ask
me
the
let
question.
me ask you.
A God
Okay,
concept
hold on.
even answers any of my questions about the universe, if there was
Okay,
one.
that's fine. So then let me ask you this then. How do you think so you've made the basically assertion that there is no God based on the definition you just gave. How do you have access to all of the universe and all of reality to make that assertion?
I make that assertion not because I have access to all the universe and all reality. I make the assertion that I don't see that the
Right.
an existence of a God answers any of my questions. Doesn't take.
Because you understand like a false of like so okay
and it
like
breaks every law of physics. So I don't see how it could be one.
Because like if I claim there's no one in my house, right, and I make that assertion, I can I have access to my house. I can walk into my house and verify it. But you make the assertion
I don't make that
that
assertion.
there's.
I make the assertion that the idea of a God is physically impossible.
Well, how is that different from saying that? So wait, the concept of a God is physically impossible, or the God is physically impossible?
The concept of a God makes no logical sense in any physics or science.
So just the idea of God is physically impossible?
Two prongs. One is that I haven't heard any definitions of God other than the ones that just define themselves into existence. Any sentient sort of God that can create anything makes no sense. And then even if there was a God that was all powerful and we didn't know enough physics and you could do that, it still doesn't help me because then I'd want to know where he came from. And I'm back to square one where I don't know how the universe started. Now I don't know how God started.
Does it bring you back to square one?
Traditionally, under Christianity, God has no start. He's uncreated.
Yeah, exactly. So when it gets you to square one, there is no other square one, bro.
I don't understand
how is that not special pleading?
How is that satisfying to you to just invent something that can do everything, but not understand how that thing got invented?
Well, hold on. Let's take a more intellectual approach to that. If you're saying God is
why do you care about the start of the universe that you don't care about the start of God?
Are you pro or against?
I just don't care about the start of the universe as well. Just as
don't understand.
Right. And so you and I are on the same page that they are special pleading God not having a creator or a creation process. And so the question is, why does God get that special plea?
Does God have a creation process through God, or does this person can do whatever the fuck they want to do through whatever they do?
Illogical to me. That's why I don't think God exists, because there's no logical way of bringing him into existence.
So you're pro God.
You just accept that he exists. Therefore,
you're pro God.
Once you accept that an all-powerful creator can do anything,
then
you can go anywhere you want. But to me,
are you pro God?
There's no way you can have an all-powerful creator because you'd need something to create it. Because the fact of God being so powerful would be the indication of a designer.
Are you pro God?
Who designed God? What does that mean?
You pro God or not? That's it. Like, look, I'm not Voltaire. You want to know why I'm not Voltaire? Because I'm not him. Like he's like, oh yeah, like you fucking you need to fill a void just as big as a God space to actually get to the point there. So I'm like, yeah, I tripped over that, and I was like, oh fuck, I'm not Voltaire. It's like, no, you actually need God. Everybody needs God. Like God, you need this God.
I acknowledge that some people, God is very beneficial to, which is why I've changed my view of trying to convert people. And I think if it's helping them, they should stick with it. But I don't need it. I'm having a really happy life. I'm happy all the time. I don't see why I need to invent a God.
Yeah,
sorry,
please.
I was looking at something. Yeah, what can you? You said you made a claim that something special pleading. Can you elaborate, Lutch?
Sorry, I was going to think of the chat one more time. Sorry.
I was looking at chat and doing some other stuff, but I heard something about special pleading.
So I'm saying that if you're going to make the claim that God doesn't need a creator because he's God, how is that not special pleading?
It's not special pleading. It would be a category distinction. If you have someone who is the basis for logic and a lot of things that we use,
right?
It's not. And he's uncreated. He would have to, he would have to be uncreated.
So that brings us back to the fundamental question of how do you know that is even the reality? How do you know that God is a thing?
How do I know God is a thing?
I don't understand why you need a basis for reality.
And you're Orthodox. So again, when I ask that question, I don't mean like a universal grounding for. I'm specifically talking about the theistic God that you believe in.
Repeat.
How do you know that's it? How do you know God is it?
Well, so I would say that the tag argument is very convincing.
So why does logic require a foundation? Why can't it just exist? I don't understand why you think
Is-
that logic requires a
Do
God to
we
exist.
did we discover logic or did we create it?
Discovered it.
just exists. It's
We discovered
Okay,
it.
so that didn't really
call it.
we
We discovered it.
It's necessary
Right.
for logic to exist, for the universe to exist. It doesn't require God.
Right. Okay. So this is gonna be like Timu tag hour because I don't run tag very often. But
wait, real quick, before you even go there, real quick, just to,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
you don't waste it. Tag doesn't. Tag gets you to some type of god. It doesn't get you to a theistic god, correct?
Yes, that's
Um,
the other argument.
from what I can see,
God.
it would need to be a Christian god because that's
Okay.
what makes
So-
coherent sense.
Okay,
Well, no,
so
it wouldn't have to be a Christian God. It would have to be a God through Christians' understanding of things. Could be any God, right?
Well,
I
no,
don't
it
even
would
see
have to
why
be
you need
it would have to be
go there.
Christ. It would have to be
I don't see.
Yeah, but
Trinitarian
it couldn't.
Christian God.
Yeah, but there could
I
be
don't
other
see any
gods,
reason to
right? That
assume
could
that maths,
also.
logic
I
needs
mean,
any God
the
for
one
it to
God,
exist.
one God could also use those things
It just has
as
to be a
a
transcendent
way of
mind.
teaching.
It just has to
Doesn't
be a
require a
transcendent
mind.
mind.
Yeah, so this is an expanded argument,
word
right? This
mind
would
is
be
really weird use
like
there.
so you would get to from my understanding, and there's probably a more refined version of this, but if you run tag and you get the argument out there, and then they agree to tag, then you've basically affirmed yes, there's a theistic God. Now then you can have the argument past that of why the Christian God coherently makes sense with that argument. And that's a separate
Yeah,
argument. That's
my
usually
problem
against.
is,
That's
like-
usually against like Islam or whoever else who wants to like say, well, it could be. Well, no, that
okay,
that's
so
that's
okay,
a separate
so
argument.
is this a fair statement that tag doesn't necessarily get you to Yahweh, but it gets you to a theistic God that would only fit in of the religions that we know a Christian paradigm? Is that fair?
Not for me, but for others. For me, it's a
Uh,
non-starter. I don't see any requirement
I-
for God for
so
logic,
look,
Tag's
science,
argument,
math,
the bottom
yeah,
line of tag is that there
I
must be a God,
underst-
and that God
yeah.
must fit in the Christian framework. That's the argument, right?
I
Say
think
it
that's why
again.
Confluence just defines God as
the-
maths and science because they can.
Okay,
they
hold on,
just exist.
Podesta. Hold on, Podesta. Let me get it out.
The two, at least for the context of this conversation, the two
Right.
bottom lines from tag is that there must be a God, and that God that exists must fit into a Christian framework. Is both of those
Some
things?
sort of
come
concept
from
about
tag,
maths
or no?
being transcendental,
Yeah,
therefore
you-
you needed a transcendental
could,
mind. But I don't understand why those two are linked together.
Okay, I don't know what's going on with Voltaire. He's like popping in and out. I guess come back,
Stop
Voltaire, when you're
explaining.
not having so much issues. Yeah,
Probably-
I
So there
would.
must be God.
I
And
will
if
say
that God exists-
as of what the hell, Voltaire? You all right, buddy?
For fuck's sake,
There you go. All right, K2, go ahead.
He's doing me now.
All right,
His
all right.
computer's fucking up.
To answer you, Lutch, I would say as of right now, I'm still working on getting my I guess argumentation down
Yeah,
with tag.
yeah.
But basically, yes, I would agree to those two. Then having the coherence of Christianity fits the coherence better than other religions, I would say that's a separate argument. But I think it is one that is true.
So with that, it's fine if you can't do this without getting into the weeds. Can you talk about the part of tag that differentiates that it could be a God, or like God equals the universe, or God is love, or God is the highest good, versus a God that would only make sense in a Christian sense?
So under Christian paradigm, part of God's nature is logic. So you would have to explain to me how being spiritual and all those other things you listed gets you logic.
I don't think they're connected. I think that if a deistic God creates, if a deistic God is essentially the thing that sets in motion everything that happened, then we can go back to the Big Bang. I know, fucking relax. We go back to the Big Bang. Everything from the Big Bang is not tinkered with by God. It is God that's set over the domino. That would be the difference between a theistic God, where a theistic God can reach into the universe, answer prayers, change physics, and so on, and miracles and resurrection, all that stuff, versus a deistic God that is some type of entity that is merely the first step.
So, can you what are your question? You're trying to ask is
So
now is it a deistic God versus a theistic God?
Yeah, what in tag makes it such that not only does the God exist, but that the God must fit into a Christian framework?
Oh, as opposed to being a deistic God, where he
Right.
just creates shit and left.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Actually, I have to think about that one. I've never actually thought about the deistic version versus theistic version when it comes to grounding logic. But you said something. You said something earlier. So you don't see how logic is part of God, nature.
Well, is that what are you saying?
God is connected. So okay.
Well, I do think it's part of nature, but
right.
in the framework that we're talking about, nature
how
itself
is
not the same thing as God.
How is logic part of nature?
Because it exists objectively. It doesn't need a human mind to exist.
Right, but why is it part of nature? Because nature is nature's chaotic.
When I say nature, I just mean that which exists. That which exists in our shared reality.
Okay, so then you.
That's why.
Okay,
that's why I don't think supernatural makes any sense.
You're essentially shifting nature to mean God in this scenario. Essentially, then.
I think you're shifting nature to me. You're shifting God to mean nature. Again, I'm establishing that which exists
in
the world.
If someone's running tag against our argument, right, and we get to the point where it's like, okay, yes, you can't have these metaphysical concepts without a grounding of some mind. If all the humans disappeared from Earth, you would still have the concept of logic. Logic would still be true. If that's true, then it needs to be grounded in a mind, and then that mind being God.
That's a bit, I don't
but then you were saying, well, no, that's just nature. So that's I've heard this a lot, where you get to that point and it's like, no, that's just nature, or that's just a universe, or that's just when you say nature, what exactly are you saying here? Are you grounding? Is nature physical? Is nature consistent of matter?
Yeah, matter and energy. Yes.
Well, then how can it be? Metaphysical? Logic is metaphysical. How can it be this? Can you hand me logic as a concept?
Well, I don't understand why I would need to do that.
You're saying it's grounded in nature, and you're saying nature is material, it's physical. So then tell me how those two are connected. Where in nature can I find logic?
It's not tangible. That doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
But you understand you're grounded. But you understand you're grounding a metaphysical thing in something that's physical.
Potentially yes, but do you?
Potentially yes.
This is the quick aside. You understand the notion of love exists without there being love that you can go find in the universe, right?
No,
that's making my point. That's making my point.
Okay, great. I'm happy to make your point, but let's just agree there. Maybe I'm misunderstanding. So we both agree that love exists, but also you can't necessarily go out and touch love.
Yeah, you can't hand me love, right?
Right.
Concepts don't exist in a mind.
Okay, so if that is it, so that just means love is intangible. It doesn't have any bearing on whether it exists or not. So why is that different than the question that you're asking?
Because I'm asking you how you ground logic, and you're saying in nature, and then I ask you what is nature, and it does it require material? Is it physical? And you said yes. So how can I ground something that's metaphysical and something that's physical?
Because in the same way that if you have two physical, if you have one physical thing and another physical thing, there's no extra needed for that to be two things.
Hey, I got a
That-
bunch of
But
that
but the
doesn't mean-
concept of two
that
is
logic-
metaphysical.
Why do I need God for that logic?
Well, hold on, no, let's go back to that. You said you have two things. You have two physical things.
So I have one and one, right?
Right, 1 and 1.
So
And
that
1 and
means
1
two.
is 2.
Uh-huh.
But the concept of 2 is not based in what you're holding. The concept of 2 is metaphysical, correct? You'd agree?
It doesn't need
Yeah.
to be in a mind.
So
no,
then-
no, I wouldn't. No.
1 plus 1 equals 2 without a mind.
No,
How can-
because two is, like if you want to bring it down to the Arabic numeral, calling it two is
The
a
mathematical concept exists without being grounded in a mind.
yeah.
It just exists. It's a fundamental
how
fact of the universe.
Because
It
here,
just
Mo, we
does.
could say if we rearrange the Arabic numerals and said that that two, instead of that being 2, that was 4,
Yeah,
and instead of that being 4, it was 10.
yeah,
Then 2
right.
plus 2 would
You're
equal
proving
10.
my point. It
So-
has nothing to do with the physical connection because you're using
that's- no,
you're
no,
just
no, no.
using
Minds are
semantic.
physical.
Right,
It's
but
just
that's
like
just the
whatever
way
you're agreeing that this thing is, the concept
That-
you're
I'm
applying
just
to the
talking
physical
about the
world.
description. I'm just talking about the description. So how is it that this which exists objectively in nature, for me to
Because-
understand it, there needs to be something.
you have to have a
something else?
concept, right?
Sure. Okay.
Concepts
Okay,
don't
and
need a
are
mind.
concepts physical?
No.
Or they okay? Thank you. So now we're back to square one. How do we ground metaphysical in physical nature?
You think about it. And you
I-
human,
I mean,
you don't
yeah,
ground
it
it.
sounds-
You just said this is word salad. You're saying you don't ground
Yeah,
metaphysical.
No,
I don't-
it's
I don't-
not.
I don't
Word,
understand the
it's not word
I
salad.
don't understand the question.
1 plus 1 equals 2 is a
I'm
concept.
asking
It
you-
exists without humans. It exists without a god. It's a fundamental fact of the universe.
So can I try to jump and see if I understand where you're
Isn't
going?
quite a
Are you trying to
mind?
say that regardless of whether the existence of this thing and that thing equals that thing, regardless of that, are you saying that in order to agree that
That's just
that we're saying
concepts. I'm talking about concepts, right? So
well, just specifically though, are you saying that in order to say 1 plus 1 equals 2, whichever number we call that requires some type of God? Is that where you're going?
no, that doesn't.
Tag
So-
does that.
Okay,
Tag
then I'm
means it needs a
confused.
transcendental
It
mind
takes
to
a-
exist.
Hold on. What I'm not in the way that I think you're implying, right? When I say that it needs to be grounded in a mind, it's that you have these different things like logic, all these different metaphysical concepts that we rely on to even fucking exist, right? And if we go anywhere, they're always true. They're always true. The laws of logic are always true. Now, if you removed all the humans from the world, they would still it would still exist. But
Yeah.
these metaphysical concepts require a mind, because if not,
No.
then it's just matter. It's just matter
No,
in the
it's not
well. Then
matter
if it
either.
does, okay. So then if it doesn't require a mind, then and no humans were here, and
Yeah.
what exactly is saying that conceptually 2 sticks is 2?
Nothing's saying it. It just exists.
That
It's a fact of the
is
universe.
the
No. What
I
does
don't
that
understand
mean
the
though?
question.
You can't ground
what
it
are you
because if you
asking?
ground it in something, you could just ask, what is that thing grounded in? At some
Right.
point, you can't
I don't
ground things.
understand. It seems
It's
like
a
you're trying to take it
fundamental
outside
fact of
of
the universe.
rationality. Like logic, again,
No.
as I described,
No.
is what is
I-
discovered. In the same way that
You
2
can't
plus
ground
2
it in
I
something.
don't have
It's
this. Hold
grounded in.
on. One at a time. Lutch, go ahead.
It seems like you're trying to say, well, you don't have a reason to say that 2 plus 2 equals 4, 1 plus 1 equals 2. And you're right, but that's because it is objective. I don't need a reason for that. It just is. It is what it is.
Yeah, it's a fundamental fact.
based on like you could say something
So-
like
Based on what it
so
is.
Not
it
based
is
on
what
anything.
it is. So that would be the like the law of identity, maybe, right? Like this thing is what it is, right?
It's not a label for it. It's a
Right.
fundamental fact
Okay.
of the universe.
Yeah,
So
P can't not be P, right? And
right,
so
right.
2 plus
So
2
then
could not be 4.
a tree is a tree, no matter if humans exist or not. But
No,
it
tree's a
but
physical object.
But in order to call it a tree, that
a
we need to
tree is
ground
a
it.
tree. Like what are you talking about? A tree? Of course, a tree is a physical
Well,
object, but
yeah, you're playing word games now. A tree is
no,
a
I'm
word
not
that
playing
we
word
call
games.
that
Try to keep up.
shorten
You
of
just don't. You're
matter.
not keeping
A
up.
tree is matter. Tree is
So
matter.
when
We're
it
talking
comes,
about concepts, and now you've moved to matter. These
do
are
you know what the
different
laws of
categories.
logic are, Podesta?
You've moved to different categories.
Do
A
you
tree
know what the
is not
laws of
same
logic
category
are?
as math.
Do you know what the laws of logic are, sir?
I know logic. I don't know if I know
What are the
logic. I know
laws of logic? The 3 classical laws of logic. Please, can you explain them to me?
Sure.
Are you typing them
I'd
and
have
look
to
them up?
them up. No,
Okay,
I
great.
couldn't tell you that. I'm just stalling.
Anyway.
You tell me what they are, and I'll tell you if I know them.
So in logic, you have 3 classical laws. You have the law of identity, law of non-contradiction, and law of excluded middle, right? So the law of identity is what I was referring to. That's why you interrupted me. You didn't
Okay.
understand what I was
I
saying.
apologize.
The
I
law of
apologize.
identity means that a tree is a tree. That means A is always A, right? So going back to this, a tree is always a tree. Because it's laws of identity, laws of logic hold, but the laws of logic are metaphysical, right? They're required for existence, but they also require a mind. They require
they
a
don't.
mind. Yes, they do.
So that's a bit we disagree with. They don't.
So how do
They
they not
exist.
require? So if they don't, they just exist. So if no
1
humans
plus 1
existed,
equals
they
2
would.
is true without a mind.
So if no humans existed, they would.
1
They
plus
would.
1 would still be maths.
what would
still be
happen-
true.
what would
We just
happen
have
to the-
discover it
what-
when humans existed? They would discover that it's true.
So what happens to the laws of logic if no humans existed? Would it still exist?
It's a fundamental fact of the universe. Doesn't need humans.
So
Doesn't need
hold on.
animals.
Sorry, my
Doesn't
dog.
need
Copper,
atoms.
Copper, bud. Go over there, bud. Go. I'll take you out in a second. Go. Hold on.
When
Yeah,
there were just
we're the
when there was just
puppy.
dust and
Yeah.
Guys,
please.
Venmo me to feed the fucking puppy.
whatever the universe was before the
I
universe.
can't.
I just
Chilling
don't understand. What do you
right
mean
now,
by
he's
mind?
kidding.
Because mind's a physical object anyway, so that couldn't have. You can't ground any concept in a mind. What do you mean by mind?
Well, right, and that gets into the fucking the hard problem of consciousness. It's like, can you prove that consciousness
So-
is in fact not merely the
Is that what he
processes of the
means by
brain?
mind? Is he mean
So, hold
consciousness
on.
when he says mind?
No, what he's saying is that for things that are transcendental, such as things like logic, it's the basic concept, the very concept of it requires something to acknowledge it, right?
Right.
But this is
I
kind
don't
of
agree
where
that with logic. Logic doesn't require anything to acknowledge it. It exists outside acknowledgement.
Okay. How? Can you explain how?
It's no.
No. Okay.
I don't know how you can't explain the fundamental facts of the universe. How would it not? There's no way it can't, so it does. There's no way for maths not to exist when the universe is not there. So it does.
So this is
How would you explain it not existing?
So Mo, this is
So the
one
transit-
of the. Oh god.
What? No. Yeah. Go
No,
ahead.
go
What are
ahead,
you
go
gonna
ahead.
say? No.
I was
I
gonna say
want to
this-
hear what you say.
This is actually one of the gaps in the tag argument. It's that when
Ooh.
we're talking about things like numbers, we're not referring to some abstract concept. We're referring to something that exists in reality, like a physical object. So we can use them in imaginative ways. But if for some reason when we added 2 sticks together, it suddenly made 3 different sticks, the very concept of math would change for us because that's what it is. So math is
Right,
almost
but
exclusively
I
grounded
don't-
in.
I don't see how that's connected necessarily to the physical objects, right? Because you can make up whatever thing you want.
aren't
When
connected to
we
physical
talk about
objects.
when we talk about transcendentals, we're talking about concepts, right? We're talking about the concept of two, not the physical like two sticks in reality that we identify as two.
Sure, but
Right.
that is where we get the idea of two sticks in reality equaling two, is from the fact that that's how it is. We didn't
So,
we didn't
Let's
we
try.
didn't
Can we try?
we
Can we try
didn't
going from a
create
different
this
angle?
concept in our minds. We discovered it in the world around us.
Can we try from a different angle? Mo or any Christian, what type of problems should atheists have with basic math if what you're saying is true? If I'm a hard atheist and I say I believe no God exists, what issues does that bring when I say, but also 2 + 2 = 4?
It would fall. I would think it would fall into the same issues is if you talk to someone who basically is a relative when it comes to morality, right? Like they think their morals are grounded and they work, but under scrutiny, it's like, well, then it's just whatever the collective really wants, right? So it's preferences. So it really doesn't like ground to anything that's unmoving. That would be the
Couldn't I
crux of
just
the-
take
Now,
your
you
maths
can
and
still
your logic and just say those are God, and it does nothing else? It has no influence. You can't pray to it. They're just,
you can do
God
whatever
is
you
literally
want.
just maths. And
You can-
isn't that
you can
good?
do
now
whatever
I
you
can
want.
ground it in God. Now I can
doesn't
ground it
mean
in
it's
God.
coherent. Well, no, you're
But now I
grounding
just ground it
yourself.
in God.
You're making yourself God. It doesn't. It
No,
has
no,
to be
maths and- I'm
coherent.
making maths
So
and-
when
maths and-
we
God.
approach
I'm not
when I look at this, I'm not looking just for like solid logical entailments. That is important. It also has to make it coherent sense too.
It doesn't make your theory doesn't make coherent sense to me, but yours
I don't
makes
think
coherent
your
sense to you.
grounding in nature makes any fucking sense because
I
you're
didn't
now
ground in
grounded in
nature.
something that's
I don't use the
physical.
word nature. I think that was a
Okay, so then
mis-
how
I
would
don't-
you?
I don't think you
so
should
then
have used the
what,
word
what do
nature.
you? So what?
I
What
say
do
they
you
are
have to
fundamental
offer
facts
other
that have
than
to
that
exist.
it just exists, and I have no way of knowing if I wasn't
That's what
here,
you
but
offer
I know
about
it
God.
exists.
That's what you offer about God.
No,
you say it
I
just
asked you
exists.
how do you ground logic, and you said it just exists. Okay, how does it just
That's
exist?
right.
What
How do you ground
why?
logic? How do you
What if
ground
I don't
logic?
know?
In God?
Yeah.
I already told you.
And how do you ground God?
How do I ground God? He's.
Yeah, how do you
what do
ground
you mean?
God? Oh, now
He's-
you're
Same
he's
question
not-
you just
he's
asked.
This
not-
is
he's
exactly what I just
unlimited.
said about maths. What do you mean?
So
You
do
can't
want
ground
the
maths.
answer? Do you want the answer, or do you want to just spurg out? He's uncreated.
I want to just spurg
So
out for a
why
bit.
would he need? Why would he need to create? Why would he need to be grounded?
I didn't ask
if he's
why.
uncreated?
I asked how do you ground it? How do you
How?
Well,
ground
I'm
God?
asking. So you're just making assertions.
No, don't
and
ask a question
nonsense.
for question.
So
Just
you're
tell
just
me
No,
how you
nonsense
it's
ground
a
question.
God.
straightforward question. Hold on,
It's
Mo.
just
a
You
simple
just asked
question,
how
man.
we ground 2 + 2 = 4 without a God.
You said
Okay, fair question.
I
But then that
didn't-
question.
Yeah,
now
I said
back on-
I answered that
hold on,
question. It's
hold on.
fine.
Fair, I know, fair.
What was your
But then that
question?
question goes back on you, and you're saying, okay, I'm grounding it in God. If you're appealing to
Wait,
another thing,
what
then you have to ground
are you
that thing.
saying? Hold on. Are we talking? Okay, back up. You asked me if you're an atheist and you want to use math
Gone
or
too far
whatever,
back
right?
now.
And then I said, okay, yeah, that's fine. And you were like, what's wrong with that? It was like, that's yeah, of course. I mean, atheists borrow from Christianity all the time. They borrow their moral systems from Christianity. Of course, you can use it, but if you're under scrutiny
you.
of like, what does this mean? Like, how do you, what is this? What is the entailment of this? How do you ground this? Why do you believe this? Then you don't have like a fucking logical, coherent answer. Then that's a problem. And we have another
We can
guest.
give you a coherent answer.
We have Goth Emmett making an
We
appearance.
can give you coherent answers. Like every moral that we have, we
Shalom,
use it because it
Welcome,
works.
Emmett.
It's Gemeth.
Shalom.
It's Gemeth.
Shalom.
I have to do some errands, but there's been a good
Where
conversation.
are you
I'm
going?
gonna let.
Oh.
It's finally two Christians on the panel. Finally two Christians on the panel. Now you want to fucking
It's-
run? Okay.
Alexander's
It's his preference.
could be considered a Christian if he wants to.
Well, I'm
That's
not
what I
a
said.
Christian, I'm
He-
preferencist. I just
he-
prefer that
he
every fucking
swims.
Christian is right about everything, right? So fuck
Yep.
all of you.
I'll give you
Yeah.
10 minutes, and then I gotta do some errands.
Yeah. So, when it comes to, can you please tell me why 2 + 2, if I prefer it, cannot be 5? I just prefer it to be 5.
Because 2 + 2 = 4. It's a
Yeah,
fundamental.
well,
fact of
fuck
the
you.
universe.
It's my preference that it's 5. Can you
You'd be
tell me
wrong.
why am I wrong?
Because I can get 2 apples and I can put 2 more apples and then I can count them and there's 4 apples.
Well, I think
you'd be
you're
wrong. I
wrong
can
because I
prove you're
prefer
wrong.
that you're wrong, Podesta. That's my grounding. So since
So
you're
this goes
wrong
back-
This is
with the amount of
nonsensical.
apples
This is just
that I
not, you're
can
not offering
see,
anything, Emmett.
it's
This is not-
fine.
This
This is
goes back to
nonsensical. You didn't
the
address my
exact
answer.
argument.
You didn't address my answer.
This goes back to the gravity argument. Emmett is trying to claim that faith in
Yeah,
God.
I
is
agree
just-
with
is
you.
just
I
like
agree
the
with
same
you,
thing.
Jesus.
You said
Hold
2
on,
plus 2
hold
equals
on.
5.
I
and
agree with
explain
you,
why it
Lot.
was 4.
I agree
and
with
you
you
didn't
with
address my
gravity
answer.
argument.
Hold on, Emmett.
I just
Hold
prefer
on,
that you're
Emmett.
wrong.
Oops. So Emmett is doing the same thing, where we're conflating the idea of knowing something or having an not complete certainty. I know that this is going to fall, even though I open up the possibility that there could be a physical anomaly. That is not the same level of faith that you
No.
are claiming. And so, fine,
Let me
yes,
put it-
is
let me
my
put it this way.
preference-
Let me put it this
hold on,
way.
hold on.
I
You're
know
It is
2
wrong.
my
plus 2 equals
preference
4 because I
to
learned
align
it through
with all of
mathematics.
it is my preference to align with all of the things that have become available and true, like flying into space, having people from all over the
Yeah.
world and the country be able to talk from their cell phones. All of those
Uh-huh.
things are based on the same concept that 2 plus 2 equals 4. So yes, I have faith in it because it's my
Yeah, but
preference.
it's my preference
It is
that I
my
don't.
preference. I'm going to land it right now. I'm going to
This
land it
is
right
a
now. Throw it
bad
back to you.
You're
I'm going to land it right now. Throw it back to you. Hold on.
You
Hold
don't
on.
need faith in.
Hold on. It's my preference to go along with
I'm
that
gonna
which
go let
has
my
already
dog out.
worked.
And be nice until I get back, okay?
Got you. So, Ebbet, that's for you.
Now.
So, my preference is to go along with that which has
Mhm.
always worked throughout the entirety of human history.
Yeah. Well, my preference is that I'm not. I don't prefer it.
Okay.
I prefer communism.
Not an argument.
And you know, yeah, if people were to sacrifice themselves because they know
Okay,
they're
so then make
communists.
the
Aw.
okay,
Yeah.
fine,
Not an
fine. Then make
argument.
the
Would
argument.
it, would I be
Okay,
wrong?
fine.
Would it be
Fine,
any
Emmett, make the
problem with
argument.
it?
Go ahead,
No,
go
right?
ahead, go
Because
ahead,
it's just
go
my
ahead, go ahead,
preference.
go ahead, go ahead. Make the argument, and we'll see if we all agree with your preferences.
My preference? It doesn't matter what you agree with. It's my
It
preference.
absolutely does. It absolutely does.
Why
How
do you, what
think
the
we-
fuck
how
do you
think-
cares
how
about
do you
you
think-
when it comes
how
to
do you
my
think-
preference?
How do you
You're not
think in a
engaging with
secular
the
country we
topic.
come up with
Invade
laws?
Czechoslovakia.
The
You're not
fuck
engaging
cares
with the
about
topic.
you when it comes to my preference? As long as you know, if that's the case, as long as more
See,
people
this is
prefer
what
my
you- this
preference,
is
that's
what
going to
You're
be
not
you
right,
engaging with
right?
the topic at all.
Yeah,
This is
yeah.
the same exact
Nobody
thing.
brought up preferences.
The moment that
equals
I
four is not a
have, the moment I
preference.
have more Christians agreeing with me, and you know, make you go to fucking church at Sunday, that will be
Good luck with
perfectly
that.
fine because we're
I've
more
been
and
to
we
church on
prefer it,
Okay,
right?
go ahead. Go ahead.
Both of us
Go
have
ahead.
been to church on
No,
Sunday.
no, Podesta, hold on. Podesta, hold on. Go for it. Prove me wrong. You can't do that. Emmett, I don't believe that you could convince enough people that 2 plus 2 equals 5.
Do you
Prove me
remember?
wrong.
Do you remember? Did you
wouldn't be
have
able to anyway, it's
breakfast this
maths.
morning?
Do I remember what?
Did you have breakfast this morning? Did you have it?
No. I don't
It's a
typically-
difference. It's a
You're
difference to
supposed
ask
to ask
that.
how would I... Emmett,
Is
you're
it-
supposed
is
to
it
ask how
different-
would I
Hey,
feel if I
wait,
don't
wait,
eat
wait,
it-
wait,
eat
wait, wait,
breakfast.
wait,
But I never
Is
eat
that the
breakfast.
different?
So the correct
Yeah, I'm
question
not
that you
done with
wanna
my
ask
questioning.
is how
It
would
was
I
a
feel
simple
if I
question. It
didn't
was a
eat
yes or
yesterday?
no.
And the answer would be
Yeah.
hungry.
Yeah, I know exactly. But is there a difference between that and asking if, you know, how would you feel if you had breakfast?
You were going to
Is there a
prove...
difference between did you have
You're moving
breakfast
the
to
goalpost.
if
What
you had
happened to the point that
breakfast?
you just made? I thought you just came up here with such a strong point.
Oh well, I
And then
told
moving
you
on
it was
to
very
preferences are
fucking
You just had a
simple.
brilliant point.
It
That
was
if
about
you can
yes.
get enough people...
Emmett's strongest argument is
Podesta,
my
yeah.
preferences.
Podesta, let me
So
cook.
you're
Emmett,
right.
you came up here saying that
All
if
that we
you could
need,
convince-
all that we need is to be the majority, and that's it, right? That's all we need. Oh,
Yep,
so
so
you're
go
my
ahead.
you're a Mike Max right guy.
Who the fuck
Yep.
said that?
As long as we have more people thinking that slavery is fine, that slavery is
Literally
totally
nothing to
okay
do with the
in your
conversation
eyes.
we're
That is
having.
how the world works, correct?
Okay, I agree with you, in Jesus. I agree with you. Okay, so whenever we
Finally!
as Christians
Finally!
decide to
I've been
put you,
telling you that you fucking agree with me for the last 2 years,
we as
brother.
Christians decide to get you to fucking church on Sundays, you will be the most happiest guy
No,
getting
we
to
will-
fucking
we will-
church on,
we will
on,
rise
on,
up
on
against
Sundays.
it.
We will
have-
And you
rise
too,
against
Podesta.
the
We're gonna put you in a
understanding.
fucking church
We-
too.
Emmett,
All of
against
you are
your
gonna go to
authoritarianism.
church, and if you don't
Emmett,
like it,
Emmett,
you're gonna
Emmett,
do fucking trees too, and you're
Emmett,
gonna do it
Emmett,
happily
Emmett,
because we are
Second
more
Amendment,
than
you as
you.
Americans do, we can rise up against
Great.
these bloody Christians.
Okay, Emmett.
Amazing.
The reason that what you're saying is not valid, Emmett, is because I am not without the
It's valid.
experience, the qualia of
I
going to
don't
church.
give a shit
and
about your
also-
experience. It's not about
Okay,
experience,
you
dude.
go. You spurg out.
It's
I'll
not-
go when you're done.
It's not about experience, dude. You told me that all you need is to have the majority. Why the fuck would I care about your quality or experience? If you're a slave and we're more than you, you'll be totally fine with it. That's what you said a second ago, dude.
No, that's not what I said.
What's the topic?
That's what you fucking said. You said that if I told
This is
you,
what happens when you try to win an argument instead of
I
a
asked you
conversation.
directly.
This is what happens when you try to win instead of having a conversation. We were having a great intellectual conversation.
You said yes.
We had some disagreement,
You
but
said
then
yes.
comes down.
winning
You go, I'm
because
gonna
of your side.
win.
We
I'm
needed
gonna
more
win
chaos.
my
It was
fucking
getting a little boring.
vampire thing because it's so cool. I'm gonna win.
I know.
And now everybody's having fun, right? Everybody's having fun because
Nobody's
everybody's
having
trying to
fun.
win.
Nobody's
Stop
having
trying
fun,
to
Lutz.
win an argument and just have the
the
fucking
moment you
conversation.
come up and you're a fucking retard about this argument that we had like 50 times and you cannot get it, nobody's having fun. No one. Okay? No one.
If
Alright,
only
guys,
you let
I'm gonna
me
do my
talk,
ad now.
you would
You
understand
guys can bash
that
it
you
out.
are saying the exact thing.
The funniest part was you saying, "Oh yeah, slavery will be totally okay," and now you're like, "Oh no, it wouldn't be okay."
That's not what I said.
That's exactly what you said. You just don't
That's
remember
not at all
it.
what I said.
Yeah, that's what you said, Lord. I ask you if
Well,
we're the
okay,
majority
fine. Roll back,
and we're
roll back. Show me where I said it would be
we're
okay.
the majority
Show me
and
where
we
I
prefer
said-
slavery to be okay, would it be okay? And you said yes.
Okay, so Mo, can we roll it back and let's see where I said that slavery is what I would not say is okay.
Rolling it back. Let's see. Good question. 1 second.
What I actually said was relevant to what you were saying. That if your preference is 2 + 2 = 5, then you can get enough people to agree with you. And I said, okay, do that then. The fact that you cannot do that is a testament to the
I
fact
said
that 2 + 2
if.
just,
We're
oh
talking
my
about
fucking god, you are like
preferences
a
as the
fucking girl.
fucking
Shut your
grounding.
fat mouth. Shut your fat mouth until I'm
Shut your
done
fat
fucking
mouth.
talking.
Do you have?
Go ahead.
Can you please
Yeah,
try
go.
to make
Go
it?
to your order.
Do not redeem. Do not redeem. Can you try to do it like that? That might be funnier. Do not redeem.
Are you done being a little girl?
Are you done being a retard?
I think you think I'm a retard because you don't understand. But no, if that's the, if you think you're doing
I don't
correct,
even know what you said. The moment
I
you were trying to
know,
talk.
Emmett. That's the fucking
Okay?
point.
I don't
That's
even know.
the fucking point.
I am
Shut
redeeming the
fuck up
card.
and maybe
I
you'll
am
understand
redeeming the
for
card.
once. That's
I'm
all you ever
redeeming
do
right now.
is yap.
I'm
interrupt,
redeeming.
Yap,
I am redeeming.
yap. Well,
I
Andrew
just put it in the
Wilson
Google
said
store.
tag, so
Do not redeem.
tag.
Do not. I am redeeming.
No, it's
Sir,
fucking
sir,
pathetic. It's fucking
Sir.
pathetic and embarrassing.
Sir, I just
Shut
put
your
it
fat
in the
fucking
Google
mouth,
store,
listen to the
sir.
conversation
Did
and
you
engage
receive
in the
it?
conversation instead of trying to win a
Did
game.
you receive the card? I just put it in the Google store. I'll put the next one in. Okay, let me see. I'll put the next one in the Google store.
Okay, so how far are we going back here?
Easier accent than me. Is the motherfucker really trying to be racist to me? I think that the tag is.
I mean, to be fair, Emmett does
talk
this
You can
American,
try.
bitch.
You
I
can
fucking
try to
talk
be racist
American.
to me. I don't have a problem.
Yo. Holy
I don't have a problem you trying to be racist to me. It's not like people don't
The
know
only
from
person
Mexico.
I don't care if you
Hasn't
have a
done this
problem.
was
It's
me.
just that you're fucking retarded using an accent to make fun of my non-accent. You're too stupid to understand
using
why that
an
doesn't make
accent?
sense. You're the one
This
with
is
the
my
dumbass
accent.
accent. You're the one
Did
with
you
the foreign
remember that I
accent.
told you
Go
I'm from
back to wherever the
Mexico?
fuck you
You
came
know
from. Go
Czechoslovakia?
back to wherever the fuck you came from. We are Americans here,
Oh,
okay? I don't know what you're
love it.
Get the fuck out.
Yeah.
Get the fuck out.
I will.
Okay, bye. This is
Yeah.
for Americans only. Sorry, bye.
Yeah. No, well, I would, but you fucking retards on the
Oh,
left
what?
tell me to
What?
come
What?
here and give me everything I wanted.
You just said you were
So-
leaving. I thought you were leaving. Watch me
No,
mock
I'm
you
not.
while I take a piss. I'm going to piss and mock you at the same time. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Say what
try
you
it.
said.
We've so while Lutch pisses and Emmett fires up his next attack, we have Elder Lion. What's up, Elder Lion? Welcome to the
I
party.
gotta say,
Shalom.
I've never seen
Shalom.
a man get so emotional about talking about over people. Is wild. Like literally talked over him like within 30 seconds of him coming in. It was wild.
mean,
He didn't
let us
listen
remember
to
that
it.
time.
I'm
Let
not
us remember
unfamiliar
that
with Emmett.
time that he
Emmett comes
was
in
crying,
and just tries to overtalk
literally
me.
crying over wanting to speak. I let him speak. I start
You
responding to
didn't,
him, and
You
then
didn't, though.
one
You
phrase
didn't,
in, one
You
word in,
didn't,
he
though.
starts
You didn't, though.
fucking.
Okay, Mo's rolling back the tape though. So first you're gonna show.
Yeah,
First
I
you're gonna
don't
show where
give
I
a
said
shit
slavery
anymore.
was
It's
okay.
not like I
That's
need
claim
to be
number one.
civil to
Claim
you.
number
I literally
one
let you
was-
speak on confluences,
Claim
and then
number
you
one was that I
immediately went
said
against
that
me.
slavery was okay,
Okay?
and claim
So I
number
don't have a
two.
problem. I don't have a problem by speaking over you, Lodge. Don't have any kind of problem speaking over
Clearly,
you.
that's because you're not a
None.
fucking man. You're a little bitch. Men have respect. You don't have that. You don't deserve that. That's
All right,
not
if
a
we can
fucking.
get
I know.
quiet in the
Typical
You don't
core,
care
we
Norway.
can
about acting like
quiet
a
in the
female.
core.
You are
Quiet in
dead.
the
I am
core.
You
redeeming. I am
are
redeeming
dead.
right now,
Fucking
sir.
shit.
I am
You are so-
redeeming.
And
Okay, we're just gonna
Do not
mute some
redeem.
people. We're just gonna mute some people here for a second until we get a little bit of order.
You can
and then
tell
we're
me
gonna
to stop.
Okay, so we're gonna go. You guys can unmute now. We're just gonna go back and we're gonna see how far back this goes.
Oh shit.
Let's see.
So remember, Emmett claimed that I said slavery is okay as long as enough people agree with it.
Okay, when
That's
did
what
he?
you said.
When did this come in? When he was on? When he came in, or like first on?
A little bit
stream,
after I
or-
came in.
I didn't say it, so I don't know. Emmett,
Like 2 or 3 minutes ago.
where's
Oh, you
the,
didn't say it.
the bullshit that you made up?
Okay. Let's
Yeah.
play this. Let's play this real quick. Let's see.
God,
I agree
just-
with
it's
you.
just
I
like
agree
the
with
same
you,
thing.
Jesus.
You said
Hold on,
Czechoslovak
hold on.
I agree with
explain
you,
what it
Lodge.
was for,
I agree
and
with
you
you
didn't
with
explain
the
it.
argument.
Hold on, Emmett,
I just
hold
prefer
on.
Was it before this or after this?
No, it's a little bit. You're almost there.
Almost there. Okay.
We're almost there.
You're wrong.
Oops. So Emmett is doing the same thing, where we're conflating the idea of knowing something or having an not complete certainty. I know that this is going to fall, even though I open up the possibility that there could be a physical anomaly. That is not the same level of faith that you
No.
are claiming. And so
it's not
fine,
Let me
yes,
put it-
it's
let me
my
put it
It's a
this
little
way,
bit
let me put
further.
it this
I
way.
think it's a little bit further ahead. What
Okay.
Lutch said is that Emmett asked him if he was a might makes right guy, and Lutch said yes, and then that pretty much justifies anything that the government can
Go
do
ahead,
for
go ahead,
the
go ahead.
people.
Go ahead, make the argument, and we'll see if we all agree with your preferences.
My preference? It doesn't matter what you agree with. It's my
It
preference.
absolutely does. It absolutely does.
Why
How
do-
you
what the
think
fuck
how
do you
think-
cares
how
about
do you
you
think-
when it comes
how
to
do you
my
think-
preference?
How do
You're
you
not
think in a
engaging
secular
with the
country we
topic.
come up with
Invade
laws?
Czechoslovakia.
The
You're not
fuck
engaging
yourself.
Oh, wait, was that it? When I said that, or did you make that the fuck up?
It's a little bit further ahead.
A little bit further
Okay.
ahead. Okay.
About you when it comes to my preference.
That's,
As long as if that's the case, as long as more
See,
people
this is
prefer
what
my
you- this
preference,
is
that's
what
gonna
You're
you
be
not
want
right,
to
engaging with
right?
the topic at all.
Yeah,
This is
yeah.
the same exact thing.
What are preferences?
The moment that
Circle
I
four is not a
have, the moment I
preference.
have more Christians agreeing with me, and
Okay, I think
make
it's
you go
probably
to
it.
fucking church at Sunday, that will be
Good luck with
perfectly
that.
fine because we're
I've
more
been
and
to
we
church on
prefer it,
Sunday.
Okay,
right?
go ahead. Go ahead.
I've
Go
also
ahead.
been to church on
No,
Sunday.
Vanessa, hold on. Vanessa,
So
hold
I
on.
didn't say you were
Go
correct.
for it. Prove me wrong. You can't do that. Emmett, I don't believe that you could convince enough people that 2 + 2 = 5.
Do you
Prove me
remember?
wrong.
Do you remember? Did you
wouldn't be
have
able to anyway, it's
breakfast this
math.
morning?
Do I remember what?
Did you have breakfast this morning? Did you have it?
No. I don't.
It's a
think-
difference.
Stupid!
It's a
You're
difference to
supposed
ask
to ask
that.
how would Emmett,
Is
you're
it-
supposed
is
to
it
ask how
different-
would I
Hey,
feel if I
wait,
don't
wait,
eat
wait,
it,
wait,
if I
wait,
eat
wait,
breakfast.
wait,
But I never
Is
eat
that a
breakfast.
different?
So the correct
Yeah, I'm
question
not
that you
done with
wanna
my
ask is,
questioning.
how
It
would
was
I
a
feel
simple
if I
question.
didn't
It was a
eat
yes or
yesterday?
no.
And the answer would be
Yeah.
hungry.
Yeah, I know exactly. But is there a difference between
You know,
that
just a
and
few more
asking
minutes, I think.
if-
I think they're
you
just a
know?
couple seconds
Yeah.
ahead, bro. Right, Emmett? Right, Emmett?
It is ahead. It's
Is
coming.
it like
You're gonna look like an idiot.
Two
maybe
exit.
like
Two exit. We'll hear it. Two
Just
exit.
two
We'll
exit.
hear
I'll
it.
go look
two
for
exit,
it. I'll go look for it real quick. I'll just leave real quick.
Playback
Alright.
speed. We'll do 1.5.
How would you feel if you had
You
breakfast?
were going
Is
to
that
prove-
difference between did you have
You're moving
breakfast
the
too? If
goalpost. What
you had
happened to the point
breakfast?
you just made? I thought you just came up here with such a.
I don't know if I can take him at that speed, man. It's
Really?
like I can't hear
God
him.
damn. I watch everything at
understand.
2x.
Strong
Like,
point.
Oh well, I
Well, Emmett talks pretty quick already, so
told you,
Maybe
it was very fucking
You just
simple.
said
I-
point.
It was
If
about
you can
yes,
get enough
yeah.
people,
Emmett's strongest argument is
Yeah,
my
yeah.
preference.
This it? Is this if you can get enough people? Is this the Emmett?
I think it's around there. Yeah.
I think so. Maybe I don't know. Maybe it was before. I don't remember.
No, it wasn't before.
maybe
It's
it was
around that.
before.
It's around that
Okay,
place.
okay,
Viewed
let's
it
see,
the
let's
whole
see.
fucking time.
Let's see.
There,
Did
it
you
is
have it?
right around here. Yes.
No, I don't.
It's a
Okay.
difference. It's a
You're
difference to
supposed
ask
to ask
that.
Here
how
we
would
go.
Emmett,
It's
you're
a-
supposed
it's
to
a
ask how
different-
would I
Hey,
feel if I
wait,
don't
wait,
do
wait,
this
wait,
particular
wait, wait,
question.
wait,
But I
wait.
never
Is that a different?
correct
Yeah, I'm not
question.
done with my
I'm
questioning. It
not
was a simple
bro.
question. It was a yes or no.
It's a head.
hungry.
Yeah, I know exactly. But is there a difference between that and asking if, you know, how would you feel if you had breakfast?
You were going to
Is there a
prove.
difference between did you have
You're moving
breakfast
the
to
goalpost.
if
What
you
happened
had
to the point that
breakfast?
you just made? I thought you just came up here with such a strong point.
Oh well, I
We
told
were
you
definitely
it
fasted by
was
now.
very fucking
You just had a
simple.
brilliant point.
No,
That
you
if
have
can-
fast.
If you can
Yes.
get enough
We haven't
people,
get to the
Strongest
argument.
is
Yeah,
my
yeah.
preference.
But Destin, let me
So
cook.
you're
Emmett,
right.
you came up here saying that
All
if
that we
you could
need,
do this,
all that we need is to be the majority, and that's it, right? That's all we need. Also,
right
you're a Mad Max right guy.
Who the fuck
Yep.
said that?
As long as we have more.
Okay, tell like it
It's
did
right
look
here.
like you said. Okay,
No,
yeah.
Hold
just-
on, it's literally about to happen.
Right.
People
it's
thinking
about-
that slavery is fine, that slavery is
Literally
totally
nothing to
okay.
do with the
in your eyes.
conversation we're
that is
having.
how the
said
world
that.
works, correct?
Okay,
Thank
I agree with you.
Thank
There you
you.
go. I agree.
Back it up again. He is the one who said, "Oh, so then you think this, Kathy Newman style." So what you're saying is, no, Ninja, that's
You
not
just-
what I'm
you just
saying.
agree
I know
a
you wish
second
I was
ago.
saying.
and the answer
You
would
just
be
agree
hungry.
a second ago in that
Yeah,
it
I
would
know,
be Mike
exactly,
makes right.
but
You
is
said
there a
yes.
difference between that and asking
Hold on,
if,
just-
you know, how would you feel if you had
You
breakfast?
came up here with such a strong point.
Oh well, I
then
told
move
you
on
it
to
was
the
very,
next
it was
one.
very
You
fucking
You just had a
simple.
brilliant point.
It
That
was
if
about
you can
yes.
get enough people,
Emmett's strongest argument is
Destin,
my
yeah.
preference.
but Destin, let me
So
cook.
you're
Emmett,
right.
you came up here saying that
All
if
that we
you could do
need,
this,
all that we need is to be the majority, and that's it, right? That's all we need.
There it is.
Also,
so
you're
remember-
a Mike makes right guy.
Who the fuck
Right?
said that?
As long as we
Like-
have more people thinking that slavery is fine, that slavery is
Literally
totally
nothing to
okay.
do with the
in your
conversation
eyes.
you.
we're
That's
having.
how the world works, correct?
Okay, I agree.
Can you shut up? I can't
Hold on,
even
these-
hear what you're saying, dumb.
We're trying to. It sounds
Hold on,
like
I
We're
think
trying to fucking
hold on,
hear you, and we
hold on.
can't because you're fucking retard.
it sounds like you said that that's the way it works or something like that.
Let's see. Let's see.
I've been telling you that.
Yes, I agree with you. Okay, so whenever we,
Finally!
as Christians,
Finally!
decide to
I've been
put you
tell-
on Sundays, you will be the most happiest guy
No,
getting
we
to
will-
fucking
we will-
church and
we will
more.
rise up
all
against
of you
your
are gonna go to
authority,
church,
Emmett,
and if you don't like it,
Emmett,
you're gonna go to
Emmett,
the fucking
Emmett,
trees too,
Emmett,
and you're gonna do
Emmett,
it. You're
Emmett,
gonna
Emmett,
be the most happiest.
Here,
We as
that's
Christians,
Finally!
as Christians, I agree with you in Jesus.
Nothing to do with the
in your eyes.
conversation we're
That is
having.
how the world works, correct?
Okay, I agree. I
That
agree
is
with
how the
you
world
in
works.
Jesus.
Correct.
That's
That's what
how
he
the
said.
world works. Correct.
That is
there
how
you
the
go,
world. Correct.
bitch.
Yeah. That's what it. Yeah. So what do you? What does that mean?
Oh, you did say it, Lutch. You did fucking say it.
So you were wrong, right? I didn't say that.
Are you
Correct.
stupid?
Correct.
You're
Wait,
fucking
wait,
stupid.
wait,
Is that
what
what's
was the
going on?
timestamp? What was the
Hold on,
timestamp? Back
you're
up.
stupid.
Where
What
did
is the-
I
what
say
is the
you were the one that brought up
Whoa.
slavery? You
What
were
is
the
the
one that brought up
allegation?
I
slavery.
brought it up, and then you said yes. That's the whole
Hold on,
world.
what was the
how the world
allegation?
works. Correct.
The allegation is that I said that slavery is okay as long as enough people want it.
And you said
I mean-
that's how the world works.
That's a
correct.
Yes,
you
that doesn't
fucking
make
idiot.
it right. You. Oh my God!
It makes
you're
it
so
right
dumb.
because
you
that
are
was the
so
question.
first-level.
Well,
So just because it is that
my God. And I'm the one who doesn't know
Hold on,
English.
Lutch.
It's interesting.
Lutch, can you see why
11:27.
it sounds like you kind of do agree with that?
yes, because Emmett is retarded and takes the
No,
first
because
thing.
you are
What did he say?
stupid and
What
you
did he
don't even
say?
know what
As
words
soon-
means. That's
again.
why.
Again. As soon as I gave the general sense that might makes right is how is might makes right is how to see what I mean? Like you want me to respect this fruitcake?
Sorry, Elden, I didn't see you back there.
You don't have to
just real
respect me, you
quick, does anybody know someone
What are
named
we talking
God
about? We
Knows?
lost respect a long time ago.
Nope.
What are you
Okay.
fucking talking about?
God knows if you put your camera on and like, show me you're human.
Give us this.
maybe. Yeah.
We're just going to see that you're real. So again,
I don't.
Emmett is triggered by the fact that he can't debate me and has lost every debate
I
he's
can
tried.
debate
So
you,
he just comes
and I
in
just
and does
did.
exactly what he's doing right now and interrupts
And
me
you
so that I can't say things. Because when I say things, I make it sound dumb.
agreed.
And then he tries to kick back, even though he didn't
A
hear
lot of
what I said, because he's trying to interrupt me.
The question was, as long as
And
enough
he says
people
things
agrees
that are
with
irrelevant
it,
to what I said, because
as
he's
long
so
as
focused on
enough
winning
people
an
agrees with
argument.
it, that will
Stop
be right.
trying
And
to
you
win
said yes,
an
that's how
argument
the world works.
and just
Well, that you
have
said that's how the
a
world works.
conversation.
Correct.
Does
There you
anybody
go.
disagree that this panel was infinitely more intellectual before Emmett got up here? Exactly.
I think it's
What are
more
you talking about?
entertaining right now.
It's
Fair enough.
entertaining, and
Fair
he
enough.
actually got you
I'm
on
here
that
for
one
it.
point. Then you said
No,
something
I
that you
think-
said you
look,
didn't say,
fair
and then it
enough, I'm
turns
here
out
for
you
it.
did
I
If
say
you
do
wanna
it.
do
think it.
that,
I do
then
think we had an
I still
intellectual
gotta have a fucking-
conversation. Hold on, let's. I do think we had an intellectual conversation, but now
And
we're just
better
having it. Now we're just having an intellectual conversation speed run with our voices raised. So it's still there.
Agree to disagree. I
In
think
theory.
Well,
Emmett is
that
frigging
is how
out,
the
but if you
world
think that's
works.
intellect, then
Correct. I didn't mean that. That's
What
how
did
the
I
world
take back?
works.
What did I say I
Correct.
didn't
Well, I
mean,
didn't
Em?
mean
What did I say I
correct.
didn't
I
mean?
mean another
Well, we gotta go
word.
back to the tape. What did I say I didn't mean?
Hey, God
Are
knows
you
we're at
stupid?
11
Oh,
right
now
now,
you're
but-
fucking quiet.
So I'll bring
Emmett,
you
the
up as
question
little bit as I
fucking
can.
The
stupid.
question was, what did I say that I then said I didn't mean?
I asked the question, if enough people agree to slavery, that will make it right.
And I said
and
no.
you said, that's how the world works. Correct. That was your
Oh my-
answer, you fucking tard.
No, you said so. You're a might makes right guy, and you said
went-
yes. That's how the
we
world
went
works.
that.
And in fact, you know what? Fuck it.
I
I'll
could
do
drop
that.
and let
Yes.
that guy
Okay,
give
if you
him a
go back,
chance.
if you go back,
You gotta-
or you
you
go
heading
to
out,
another
K2?
country.
Yeah, I'll jump out for a little bit.
All right,
I've
man. Well,
got-
thanks for
I
thanks for
my
coming up, man.
trailers. I'll come
And
back
enjoyed
if
having
he
you up.
goes. Yep.
All right, cool.
Thank you for being
Catch you later.
here, K2.
Do you understand the difference, Emmett, between the way it is and is the correct thing?
God knows. What's up,
Keep that finger over removed.
I absolutely know the difference between
Yeah,
the
yeah.
is and the odds.
Okay, so then it's not the same thing, right? So
I
you
asked
just
the
Kathy
question
Newman.
about the odd, and you answered that's how it is. Correct. So you are making an odd claim as the answer, you tard.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
What claim am I making?
If I ask you, if enough people agree with it, that would make it right. That is a moral claim. Dumb.
No, that's a different thing than might makes right. That's a different thing than those who have the power can do what they want to do.
If the
Do you
question
understand the
is
difference
about
between it is-
morals and the preference are based about what is right
Okay.
according
Do
to
you
my
understand?
preference, and I can
Emmett,
just get
Emmett.
enough people
Okay,
to
can you
agree
drop
with
the
me,
stick, dude?
my
Oh my god,
preference
it's so
would be
annoying.
right.
Can we just talk?
Right?
Can you demand? Can we just talk? Seriously, can we just talk?
You ask me a question, I'm answering it.
I didn't. What is the question that I asked you? Okay,
You were
exactly. So just
you
listen.
were asking me.
Just
oh
listen,
my
dude.
god!
Oh my
Now I
God.
cannot answer even your questions. You see, you quite literally you were asking me to clarify
Hang tight,
the
Brandon.
position.
No, I was
relative
not.
to the
I'll bring
moral
you up
I
again.
wasn't
argument.
asking
Yes.
you to clarify anything.
Yeah, you
So
were
if
asking
you
me to
just-
clarify the position.
All right, thanks, Alex. Thanks for coming up, man. Talk to you later.
Yeah, no worries. Thanks, man. Bye.
So again, the question was:
Welcome, Brandon.
Do you?
up?
What's up, man? Do you
Try not to
understand
try
the
not to talk
difference?
too much. It's going to confuse people if I'm talking.
I know, right?
Yeah, that's
Do
true.
you
I'll try.
understand the difference, Emmett, between A, that is the way things are, and B, that is the way things should be?
And I said, yes, I know the difference between the is and the odd.
So when I said
Wait a
that I was
fucking
appealing
second.
to
I'm
my
gonna
mates right, I
continue
said
my
that's the
answer.
way the
I'm
world
gonna
works.
continue my
Not that's
answer.
the way the
I am
world
going to continue. You see
should
how you're
work.
not able to have a conversation?
That is
You
the
just want a
way
monologue?
the world works.
So,
If you
the-
have power,
yes,
you
Okay,
can do
but
what
wait,
you
wait, wait,
want.
wait. Okay, how about this? How
the
about this?
question
Guys,
about
guys,
might
wait,
makes
wait, wait,
right.
Wait, guys,
the question
guys. Hold on, wait. How about this? Let's just set something. Emmett, why don't you respond? We'll do like, I don't know, like 30 seconds, uninterrupted, and then Emmett can, and then Lutch can go, and you guys can have the exchange that way, and no over talking, or we'll like do mutes. How does that sound?
The question about might makes right is talking about what should be. That is the thing. It's talking about yes, because right is a moral claim. It's right because because might makes it right. In fact, we don't use might makes right because would you say might makes? We're not making the moral claim.
Okay.
So
go ahead.
you just said you just wait. Am I going?
Yeah.
You,
30 seconds.
You just contradicted yourself. Either you think, A, that I'm saying might makes morally right, and I believe that, or B, that I'm saying might makes what is determined to be right. It can't be both, but you just claimed that I believe both. So which one is it that you think that I believe?
What do you mean by right in this case?
That would have been a great question to ask before you spurted the fuck
I'm
out.
asking you right now, dumb shit.
The term might makes right in that term. Typically, when I hear that, that appeals to the notion that outside of morality, if you have the might, you determine what is quote unquote right, what happens.
No, don't. Like, right implies morality. It implies that something is correct.
Okay, I can have that conversation with you, and then again, I would say no. Just because you have the might doesn't make you morally right. See how easy that was, Emmett? When you stop trying to win and you just have a conversation. So no,
You
I don't
literally
believe
lost
that
it in the fact that you don't even understand what the word means, apparently, because you think right is just something happened.
So right doesn't mean correct.
Which makes absolutely no sense in your own in your old world and ideation.
Okay, buddy.
Okay, is it right when two molecules hit each other?
When two molecules what?
Yeah, let's say that two molecules in the air hit each other. Is that right?
According to the laws of physics, yeah. If that's, I mean, well, I don't know, but any particular.
Is it right, or is it a thing that happened?
Then when you add that to a carbon-based thing and fire happens, yes, that is the right thing to happen. Is it not? Is that not how combustion works?
It's a right thing to happen.
Is that not how combustion works? I answered your question. Can you answer mine, please?
That's not how combustion works. It's not about two molecules hitting each other.
That's
the question. You see how you adding bullshit? My question was: is two molecules hitting each other in the air right?
No, not inherently.
Okay, this is a thing that happened, right?
Maybe depends on what molecule.
It's just thing that happened. You don't add any kind of morality to two molecules hitting each other in the air. It's just a thing that happened. Okay. So when you say might makes right, you're implying morality. You're implying that the fact that people have the might.
You were implying morality.
Because we were talking about the moral axiom.
We
were talking
you are
about
not
morality.
the arbiter of how people use these phrases and how I heard this phrase being used.
I apologize, Indian. I should have known that you had the red dot, and in reality, you had a different way of looking. Using
I don't talk like this and can't let anyone else talk, and I'm too scared to be on camera.
I get it, red daughter. Even if you were born here, apparently you still had the genes from there, because you don't even understand how to talk.
Yeah, buddy, that's how genes work. You fucking retard. That's why I'm brown.
That's right. Yeah.
So wait.
The genes are the ones that tell you how to talk. It's in your genes. Can you tell me which one of your genes told you how to fucking talk?
Whoa.
You see what I mean? You're too stupid.
Wait, you too.
You're not
Lutch, chill. All right. So, I just wanted to clarify the point of contention real quick, right? Just so I understand, and I guess the people who are watching understand. So, Emmett, you're saying that the idea of might makes right, that is a moral claim in the idea that whatever quote unquote right is, you're making it through might or something of that nature, right? Is that the idea?
Now that would imply morality. You're saying that the one that has the might is the one that is right, because otherwise, why would you add the term right to the phrase? In reality, what we say when we are talking about might is just might makes. because we're
Okay.
not implying morality there.
Right, because usually we're talking like force doctrine, which is just might makes a lot.
Yeah.
We hear that a lot.
Might just
So,
makes.
but Lutch, your position is you think that the term might makes right is strictly a collective idea of like if they have the power, they do it. Doesn't necessarily make a moral value judgment on the right. It just is their preference, basically. Is that the idea?
Yes, that's how I've heard it. I can totally understand it as
Right.
Emmett is presented, but that's not how I've heard it used. Because if
Okay,
we,
so
if
I'll be
I could tell-
honest. Every time I've heard might makes right, I always viewed it as just kind of like collective, like and but they are making but here's the distinction, right? It's a collective situation where people who have the force make right, whatever their might makes it right, but
Yeah.
they're appealing to a moral authority, which is themselves. So it's still a moral claim because their moral authority is
Okay.
themselves, not God or some other moral framework.
Gotcha. So
Does that make
to
sense?
me, it does not make sense to have the phrase "might makes right" if the only definition is "might makes moral right," because obviously that is not the case, and so that would not be a phrase that people are using. The implication of the idiom is that whoever has the power determines what is "quote unquote" right. That
it's
is the
preference-
if that's not the purpose. And nobody believes that just because you're stronger, you are the arbiter of morality, then why the fuck would anybody say might makes right?
If it's preference based and the one that prefers things is the one deciding what is moral and he has the power, whatever he makes by force would be right. Because it's preference based.
Okay.
What are you
That's-
going to appeal when if he goes on, he has the
I
power,
heard-
it's his preference, and he makes everybody a slave? What would you appeal to say that slavery is wrong?
Human well-being and flourishing.
It doesn't matter because it's his preference.
It doesn't
That's how-
matter because I don't
that's how
like it.
he
It's my
sees-
preference that I don't
No,
like what you
that
just
is
said.
the way-
Even though you just
that is
appealed
the
to
way
an
that he sees
objective
flourishing.
authority, I don't
That-
like it. Whose
that
my
is the
preferences
way-
now? Jesus fucking Christ.
I am taking your
the
position,
hypocrisy
dum-dum.
is
I'm
insane.
taking your position, retard.
Insane.
So
No, you're not.
I
That's
am
not my
taking your
position.
position.
Then you're wrong. Then you
It is
lose
your
again
position.
already. If you're
Because
trying
it's
to take on my
preference-based.
position, then that's not my position.
Your preference as a person without any kind of power would be flourishing. His preference as the person with power is whatever the fuck he wants. Why would he be wrong if you both have preferences but he has the power?
That's not even again. That's a different conversation, dude.
No,
That
it's
is a
not
convers-
dumb stuff.
That is a
It's not
conversation
different
on subjective
conversation.
versus subjective morality.
That is
I'm
not a
willing to have
different
that
conversation. It's the
with you,
same
but
conversation.
That's a different conversation than the
It
idiom.
isn't.
Then the idiot. Do you know what an idiom is? I know you know what an idiot is because you are one. Do you know what an idiom is?
Yes, you idiot.
Okay, what is it?
The idiom would be a small phrase that has a specific meaning.
Right. So what we're saying here, I am appealing to that as an idiom that might makes right. That being, if you are the king and you say that slavery is okay, then the law of the land then becomes that slavery is okay. That
Can
is
you
not
answer my question when it comes to preference base? If the
Human
guy with power is
flourishing
preference
and
based,
well-being. Do I need to say it louder or slower? Human
his preference as the
well-being
one with
and
doesn't matter your
flourishing.
preference.
In that order.
He doesn't give a shit about your preference. You both have preference, but he's the one with power. He goes on slave whoever he wants to. Why would it be wrong?
because it does not fall in line with
To your preference?
human well-being and human flourishing in that
Because you
order.
prefer that? Because you prefer
No,
that?
because humans have an order of operations, an orientation to how a human is supposed to work. Do you
Because
disagree
you
with me?
prefer that?
You disagree? No. Do you disagree with me that somebody
Yes.
who is a midget has not flourished in the same way that a human is supposed to?
Yes, I disagree with you.
Okay, why?
Because it's my preference.
See, you don't have a fucking argument. You don't have anything. You're just a fucking
You
jester.
have to explain to me why
No,
is
I don't
it
have to explain
that if
shit.
I
I just
have
asked
the
you a
power
direct question because
and
I'm
I
trying
use
to
my
legitimately
preference,
have an
whatever
intellectual
it
discussion
is?
with you. But you want me? I didn't think I made you look stupid.
Well, at the end of the
Look at
day,
my little avatar.
at the
I'm
end
a
of the day,
vampire.
Lodge, if you don't understand
Vampire.
the
I'm so
basic
scary.
ideas that
I'm
you're
gonna
talking
bite
about,
you. My
what do you want me
fangs.
to do?
My fangs. You don't want to debate me with my fangs.
I just want to know, in reality, why would it be that the person with power using his preference would be morally wrong in accordance to you that is a preferencist?
Because it is not in line with human
Your
well-being
preference.
and flourishing.
He disagrees with you with those kind of things. He just thinks that moral well-being is whatever the
Okay.
fuck he says.
So based on what?
On his preferences.
Okay,
So wait. So just to interject real quick. So I've heard you kind of going back and forth. Lutz, could you explain, I guess, examples of like what human flourishing means and like what the metrics are you're using to identify what human flourishing is?
Sure. So I mean, I'm not a biologist, so I can't tell you the fucking exact thing about how neurons are supposed to build in the womb and all that shit. But we have a clear understanding of what a human life and biologically is supposed to look like. You're supposed to be born with 2 eyes, a mouth, a nose, 2 hands, 2 arms, 2 legs, so on and so forth. Then we have the existence of that, the maintenance of that, and yes, the preferences of that particular person, but also the overall flourishing of what that order being oriented towards is being fulfilled. That is well-being and flourishing. These are not, yes, those are my preferences because that's all that we have. But people will agree with my preferences because they align more with the reality that we live in. If it is your preference that you enslave people, that is not going. First of all, that's not going to lead to well-being and flourishing in an objective sense. And also, people are not going to prefer that because that is not preferable. So you being an asshole saying, "Oh, I want to slay," doesn't change anything about my argument. It's just a stupid little non sequitur. Crickets.
I'm letting you finish your bullshit.
Dude, I'm with Indian
because I
Jesus.
still don't understand. Let me put it this way. Right now we
Very
have a bunch of
clearly.
yeah. Right now we have a bunch of people, a bunch of women, for example, saying that the way that they flourish is by
one.
killing.
Women is
yeah. We have a bunch of women saying that the way they flourish is by killing the babies. Okay.
You have women,
and they're wrong.
No, I what?
They're wrong.
It's not to do with anything.
Human flourishing cannot be aligned with the death of that human.
Why
especially
not?
as a child, because that is not what a human body is meant to do. You would have to interrupt the cycle of what humans are oriented to instinctually do in order to do that. I know you don't understand jack shit about evolution and biology, but that tells us very clearly.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna agree with you because
finally,
it's your preference, right?
God damn, I know it took
because
6 months.
It's your preference.
You're
not telling me the reason why besides your fucking preference at the end of the day.
Finally, bow down to the Indian Jesus.
Like you can just go ahead and say whatever the fuck you want, and that would make your preference anyway, because you're just a preferences. And you're like, well, I think about this thing that I prefer. This is the thing that I prefer. But you know what? The problem with you will be the same thing.
I said well-being and flourishing.
Yeah, her well-being and her flourishing depends on killing the baby.
You're not understanding basic words.
Her well-being and her flourishing depends on killing the baby in accordance to her preferences.
Does Indian Jesus have slaves like the real Jesus? Just a thought. This other guy's got women. He has women. He possesses them.
In cages.
He speaks so. Just a thought to consider.
Yeah, in cages.
Fair enough. I'm gonna let somebody else go. I don't know what
pretty dark, bro. I don't know. I'm with Indian Jesus though. Always.
I haven't heard
Is
from
that your
Brandon in a
preference?
little bit. Maybe Brandon wants to chime in here and lay some words of
I
wisdom.
mean,
on us.
I'm with Jesus too. All I want is my preferences. It's just preferences, okay? My preference, your preference, Brandon preference, more brutal preferences. You know, it's just preference based. If
Well,
I want,
let's
if I
hear
prefer
Brandon's
to delete the
preferences.
babies, that would be fine.
Well,
If I prefer to have women on cages, that would be fine because it's my preference. As long as I have the power, it's my preference.
But 2 plus 2
And then-
equals
and,
4, bro.
you know, and I-
No,
and
2
I could
plus
just
2
go,
equals
yeah,
4.
2 plus 2
That's
equals
my
5.
argument that you are wrong saying 2 plus 2
2
equals 4,
equals
but 2 plus
5
2
because I
equals 4,
prefer
bro.
it. It's just thing I prefer. 2 plus 2 equals 5.
Well, there's two things I'll quickly comment on. I just dropped by to say hi, guys.
What's up, man?
Not much. I should be in bed right now, but it's okay. I do think the might makes right thing, at least how I've typically heard it, the right there is talking normatively, like what should be the case. But if Lutch is using it differently, like that's fine. If he's talking about like true, what is the case instead of what ought to be the case, when he says that phrase, I think that's fine. That should just be clarified. And there was a second thing that you guys were talking about. You were asking him, Emmett, if it was based on his preferences, and he was saying, no, it's based on well-being and human flourishing. You should probably tease out, and Mo was starting to do this, what exactly that means. I think we, generally speaking, have like a general concept of what that means, maybe like certain health markers and stuff like that, but it's not necessarily preference-based. You have like moral naturalists that think terms like right and wrong, all they mean is like well-being and suffering. To say like, so to say something like grape is wrong is just to say that grape causes suffering or something.
Would you agree with me, Brandon, just real quick, that the left sees, like, for example, deletion of babies, they see it as a thing for the well-being of the woman?
Probably, generally speaking, yeah.
So it would still be preference, like it would still be in a preference base, and it would depend upon the majority what they see as the well-being thing, right? In a moral relativist way.
I mean, that would depend on the person you're speaking to. I don't know if I'm understanding.
Yeah,
what
it's
you're
not
asking. Say it one
normative.
more
That's
time.
what I mean. There's not a truth of the matter. It would be dependent upon the person you're speaking.
What would be dependent on the person you're speaking
Might
to?
makes right.
What we consider to be the well-being. So let's say that I'm a complete feminist. I would say that the well-being of the mother will be to be able to have access to healthcare, and the fact that this person have access to healthcare will determine if she actually has well-being. Otherwise, it would be like infringing on her rights as a person to her bodily autonomy.
Sure, yeah, people can mean different things by well-being, but I think in like the broadest sense, we, generally speaking, unless you're like a hermit that isn't a part of society, I think we have a lot of similar concepts that we're at least employing when we use that term.
The thing that I would say is, if we cannot even agree on the most basic, would be like not deleting babies. I think at that point, when it comes to well-being, it's all completely relativistic to the person, and it becomes a preference. It actually becomes preference-based because you don't have without a framework, you don't have a normative. So it is.
Really quick, what is becoming preference-based? Because they're pointing to things in the world when they say well-being, and the things in the world aren't made true because of their preference. So when you say that,
that would be a question: is it normative or is it relative?
What, well-being?
Because this is the problem that I have when I talk to some people that make all of the things when it comes to a preference base. Because when they're saying that, it all becomes a relative to the being itself. In fact, if you talk to the reason why we have anti-realist is precisely because they go to the extreme position when they say, well, reality is not a thing, it depends upon the individual. I don't know if that makes sense.
Because I mean, an anti-realist would say like something. I mean, there's anti-realists in different domains like morality, mathematics, even there's different types
metaphysical.
of
Well, they're
anti-realists.
denying the idea of even the realism of metaphysics, right? In a sense, they're just I see them as completely incoherent, but that's because I don't see the coherency of the argument at all.
I feel okay. Now I'm getting super lost. Are we talking about what you and Lutch were talking about when?
We're talking about the same thing. What I'm saying is, when people are talking to me and they talking morality and they're referring to something normative, and then when I ask about what is that normative thing, and they say, well, it is preference based, and then they point towards other stuff that is not their preferences, in a sense that makes it becomes a thing of what the people prefers, and it's not normative anymore.
Sure, yeah, it becomes descriptive if we're talking about that specific kind of view. But I don't know if that's
dependent upon the individual, right?
In the case that you're talking about, but I don't know if Lutch was doing that.
If it's not preference based, like if you're saying, well, my worldview is dependent upon my preferences, right? And then I say, okay, fine, but I take on the mantle of the worldview dependent upon the preference. What is good is dependent upon my preference. And then we go through it, and you're like, well, that is not good. And then I say, well, it's not good for you because you have a preference, but it's good for me because I have a preference. And you're like, well, yeah, I understand that you have a preference and I have a preference. And I'm asking, what is the thing that would make my preference wrong? And if you're saying, well, it's something that I prefer, it's like, fine, I get it. You prefer it. It would be wrong for you, but I still have my preference. It would still be right for me.
Might.
Yeah, you're just describing agent relativism. But how is this tying back to what I don't even know what we're talking about anymore. I thought we were talking about what you and Lutch were talking about with well-being and flourishing and what that means and whether or not if what he's saying is dependent on his preference.
Yeah, well-being and flourishing in and of themselves are relative terms. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, and
they are relative upon what I prefer.
But when you say that they're relative terms, are you just saying that they prefer to use the language that way, or are you saying that like somebody's well-being is dependent on the person's preference?
The definition of the well-being is dependent upon what I prefer. So you may see, this person is enslaved. You may see it as this way. You have your preference. This person is a slave. I see it as a moral wrong. I don't think it's good for them to be enslaved. I have a different idea of what right and wrong is in and of themselves. And I say, no, it's actually better for them to be enslaved.
You do
so
have
I have my own preference. And I'm saying that the well-being of that person is actually dependent upon being a slave. Because I'm a benevolent master. So
but there's a difference between, unless you're using well-being to just mean that you prefer them to be enslaved or something, but I don't think that's what like Lutch was talking about. I don't think that's what people generally are talking about when they say well-being.
I would agree with that. He has a different definition, but even in the definition of what well-being is, what I'm saying is he has things he would prefer as the well-being, and I have things I would prefer as the well-being.
Okay, that maybe I'm understanding that. Are you saying that when Lutch uses well-being and maybe when you use well-being, that there are different things that you're picking out with the term well-being, and you're saying, I prefer that to be instantiated or something? Like I prefer you, like when I say I prefer you to have
rights.
Let's not use rights right now. Hold on. let's use the term well-being. I want to.
Well, I would. There's people that would say that having rights
really
will be for the well-being of the person, right?
Yeah, but when you say well-being, are you saying when you say, because I'm trying to figure out exactly where we're even disagreeing or what is happening right now. When you say like it's relativized,
I'm not saying God. I meant Matt.
Like Lutch uses the term well-being, and then you use the term well-being. You're like, well, are you? I'm
There's
so
no
confused. What is
normativity in the
what
term.
are we talking about right now?
That is the thing that I'm saying is there's no normativity in the term. The term
God
well-being
knows,
is relative
dude.
to the preferences of the person, and I can make if I prefer whatever I prefer. The question is, you have preferences, and then there's a guy with power that has preferences. The guy with power see what he's doing as the flourishing of his people. Okay, and he enslaves everybody, and then you're like, oh, I don't prefer that. Fine, you don't, but he does, and he has power. So might makes right. What he's doing is morally right because he has the power and he has the preferences.
That's the jump that you're making.
He has
Yeah.
he has the power. He has the
not necessarily
preferences,
right.
and
Okay,
he,
let's put it this
according
way.
to
Wait,
his,
I think I can.
according to
Absolute
his
moral
preferences,
sense.
he would be doing what is correct.
Humanity.
Wait, I'll throw it back to you guys. I think this one might help. I'll throw it right back to you. But if again, the way I was using it, if we switch it to might makes right, then we say might makes legal. That is the concept that I am engaging with.
I'm giving you that, and I'm saying fine, that's true. But also, if it's preference based and his preferences are moral and he has the power because he has his preferences, why would it make it immoral? Except you don't fucking like it.
Right. So what else do we have? God? Okay, prove it. I mean, hey,
Well,
bro.
in my
I've been a
case,
Christian.
in my
I
case, I
desperately
would go
am.
ahead and I would appeal to normativity because I will appeal to a normative being that will allow us to have this to
How
say,
is that
hey,
any
this is wrong.
different than what the fuck we started with? If everybody says slavery's okay, then it's normal, so it's okay. That's the exact starting point. Is it not?
So you're saying it's okay as long as
No,
a lot
I'm
of
saying
people
that you
accept
are
it.
saying that.
No, I'm not. I'm taking your
I'm
position.
explicitly claiming that I was
Okay, wait.
not
so,
saying that.
So wait.
and that
So
you
wait. Hold on.
I'm
Let's
taking his
okay.
position.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. I think it's what you're not maybe potentially not seeing here with the back and forth is he's basically doing an internal critique. He's taking your position and then like living inside of it and then throwing it back at you in assertive form. So that's what's going on here. Just to I don't know if that's just to clarify. I don't know if that was missed or.
Brandon, I just wanted to clarify that. I didn't want to interrupt where they were going. It seemed like they were going somewhere.
Yeah. So
It did it? I'm not sure about that.
I mean, further than I could get, bro. I mean, you saw me fucking try it for the last what have we been here for an hour?
Well,
I'm not even being an asshole. I'm just trying to understand.
At the end of the day, that's what I said, that I agree with you. If it's just gonna be whoever is in power is correct because he has the power, then at that point the only thing that we're saying is Christians should be in power.
That's
and
what
that would be right by me.
Is.
And if you don't have any
saying.
kind of normativity except your preferences, then I can use my preferences, and that would be perfectly fine. I don't care if you believe in it, as long as you go to fucking church on Sundays.
But
yeah, so that's kind of the interesting aspect of all this, right? Like if we get to that point with the other, because I've heard from the other side who aren't Christians, where they basically grant like, yes, Christian ethics, that's the better way of doing things. We grant that, right? And then we get into this might makes right argument, and if it reduces down to whoever, if the descriptor claim is true that whoever has the most power guides the society, pretty much. Why wouldn't you want it to be Christians if you already agree that we have the better ethics? Maybe that's a question for the panel. What are your thoughts on that?
I'm not going to lie. When people use the term Christian ethics, I don't know exactly what they're referring to. I don't know if they're referring to like a laundry list of things that are right and wrong, or if it's like a normative ethical theory, where it's like
Slavery.
utilitarian or deontological. I'm not sure what people mean by that.
Well, I mean, we could keep it very simple. We could just keep it to something like, you know, if you want to just even distill it down to the founding of America, right? Well, yeah, a lot of them were deist. Some of them were deist, but there were also a lot of Protestants. They based the guiding principles of the nation on their Christian ethics, right? Like all men created, you know, are free, you know, and pursuit of happiness and all that, life, liberty,
Except for
pursuit of
those other
happiness.
guys.
So then that would be, you could even distill it down to something like as simple as that, you know, or even like the you know the commandments: thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not murder. Sorry, thou shalt not you know, covet thy neighbor's wife, etc., etc. Like the basic fundamental like ethics that when we see them in societies, they tend to do better than like a bunch of Aztecs open up people's chests on a temple somewhere, you know, like something like that.
Yeah, sure. Okay, that kind of sounds like, and I'm not being demeaning when I say this. It sounds like a list of things that you should and shouldn't do.
Sure. Yeah.
Which may be the case. I'm
the law.
not sure. Maybe my preferences are just better than those, man. I don't know, man. I don't know.
Yeah, but if you had a person that has not the same like he has worse preferences than you, obviously. The question, if you both are humans and you both have preferences and there's no normativity, morality, both preferences would be as right.
But when you say as right,
index
to what? Yeah, right. Index to what or who? Because when you say is right, you're either assuming some sort of realism.
Because the individual is the individual is the referent.
No, I don't have to think that their preference is fine, if that's what you mean.
No, obviously, but he doesn't have to think that your preference is right.
Sure.
And they can believe their preference is right just as much as you can believe your preference is right.
I can't. But when you say right there, are you indexing that to me again when I say that preference is not right?
Yeah. We're talking about sure. Since this is individually, this is the thing that I'm referring to, because this is the only thing I have, since this preference space is the individual. The individual is the one that has the preferences.
Sure.
So he doesn't have to believe your preferences are right, just as much as you don't have to believe his preferences are right. And he has all the right to believe his preferences are right, just as much as you have to believe your preferences are right. And the only thing that actually changes the reality of the thing would be the force. Who has the force to make those preferences pretty much be in the world?
Maybe in some cases, but in other cases, I mean, I've changed people's minds on veganism, abortion, and other things.
I see. I understand that we're not going into individual cases specifically. I'm talking about if let's say that he's incredibly personable. Everybody agrees with him after talking to him because he has amazing charisma. And he can just convince everybody that going on and deleting all them babies would be perfectly fine. Because that's his preference. That is the question there. It's like if we're talking about if the preference is the referent and he has the preference and he is right because he believes that he is right, is there anything really that is actually wrong?
What is the word actually doing there? What do you mean by actually wrong?
Is there a normative authority about what is right or wrong, or is just individually based?
I don't know what normative authority means either.
We're talking about something that makes the action right or wrong outside of the individual.
No.
Yeah, that sounds like gibberish to me. It's not even no. I don't know what
Here's the thing. Wait, Brandon. Yes. Brandon, because they want to say, "Oh, you don't have that, but we have our grounding in God or the Bible or Christian ethics or da 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 da."
I'm just
actually, you know what? I'm going to take on the moral realist stance. Yeah, the things can be wrong independent of our desires or preferences.
If I were to do that in the way that I see this argument,
I'm going to go let my dogs back in. Everybody play nice. I'll be right back.
if we're gonna
Alright,
go
guys.
with the other
Slurs
stance that
immediately.
there is nothing when it comes to normativity, I would just grant it and be like, well, if that's the case, I want to have the most amount of force in accordance to my preference.
Okay, let me
Right?
just answer real quick. What I understood was Indian Jesus, rightfully so, was saying might makes right is hey, I've got the power, like this is how the world works. They got the power, so it's okay, right? It doesn't necessarily it doesn't like objectively, ultimately, knowledge of good and evil of God mean that it's right in that sense, like a moral realist sense. But
If you are,
it's
but
right
he's not a
because he
moral.
says so. It could be
But
evil
he's not a moral
in God's eye,
realist.
in the truth's eyes, or whatever you want to think objectively. But that's what that speaks for. And then you just reverse engineered yourself into that very same statement to agree with him. Without realizing. And you got women in cages or something. I don't know. You said that.
Yeah, sure. I do. It's just what I do. You know, it's my hobby. So okay, he probably had to go. But the question, I'm taking his position. He's not a moral realist. He's a preferencist. So the question, that's why I'm going to it. If we go to things, I would actually take Brandon's position in my life. It would be like, yes, there is normativity. There are things that are right or wrong outside of the individual. There are things that we ought to do. But if I'm pure preferencist, I cannot take that position because my preference and his preference are correct. And then what I would say is, fine, I'll grant it. I grant that this is preference-based. But if that is the case, I want as much force on my side when it comes to doing everything. And whenever you try to be like, that's not very nice, I don't give a fuck. Because all I want is to have as much force on my side to make my preferences their right.
But it seems like this would apply to like somebody who's a moral realist or somebody that believes in objective morality too. If somebody has that preference, what are you going to do about it? It's not like you can appeal to the objective moral facts. He's just going to be like, I don't give a shit about the objective moral facts. I care about what I care about, my preferences. So I'm going to use all the force that I can.
Yeah, that would be. What is the problem with that?
Yeah, you're saying, well, how will you motivate them to not do the thing you don't want them to do if it's just preferences? But I'm just saying, well, if they don't give a shit about the objective moral facts, how are you going to motivate them as well?
Well, it's motivate them to do what? I don't understand what is this?
To not use that force. Because that's what you're saying, right?
I'm secularists. Like, how am I motivate secularists to not use the force? They don't. They use the force. What are you talking about? Everybody uses the force. The force is being used.
I thought we were talking about like a dictator who has the preference to use as much force as possible in society. And you're saying, well, if everything's preference-based and you guys have a difference of preferences, well, he's not going to give a shit about your preference. He's going to do what he prefers. Yeah. And I'm just saying, how does this not apply to the moral realist or the person that takes an objective morality view as well?
Yeah, what we're saying is we have, I prefer Christianity. I prefer to have an objective morality. I prefer the people who have that idea. I prefer that we are in power. I prefer that we have the society that we want to have. So that is the point. The point is we can, my preferences can be in power, and we don't need to have a secularist bullshit guys that all they have is preference anyway. So if that is the case, I can just go ahead and use as much power as I want when it comes to my worldview, because all they have is power on their own anyway.
But somebody
they don't have any objectivity. All they have is power.
How are you going to get that power, Emmett? How are you going to get that power? Right now, we're all just some guy. So yes, you're correct that if you had that power, then you could do what you want. So how do you how do you manage to get to power with the slate of I want to bring, says Emmett, slavery back? That's the part you're fucking missing. That's the part you're fucking missing. Yes, theoretically, technically, if in the real world, how do you plan on having such an unpopular idea put you
What is
into power.
unpopular about it? What is unpopular about Christians being in power? It's more popular than ever and
No,
still growing.
I'm specifically
And we're
talking
gonna
about
get
slavery.
more popular
I'm
by the
specifically
second,
talking
baby.
about slavery.
We're gonna
I'm
go ahead and
specifically
have
ta-
Christian nationalism, and then we're gonna have a monarchy.
I'm
It's gonna be
spec-
great, dude.
What makes
Emmett.
you think you're Christian?
Emmett, I'm specifically
My
talking about the
preferences.
slavery part.
Or your preferences?
Yes, I agree with
Because
you.
I'm just taking
I
your
was-
position. It's my preference.
Okay.
I can do what the fuck I want when it comes to
My
my
bad for
preferences.
asking the question at the beginning. Let me give you the context, and then I'll give you the question. So I agree with the notion that if you were in power and you wanted slavery, if you were world emperor, whatever, I agree that you would be able to do that. That is my I'll put that forward. That was my understanding of Might Makes Right. That does not mean, to be clear, that you doing that would carry any moral weight. But in order for your version of what you're saying to make sense, you would have to get to power with the non-preferable besides you ideas. So specifically talking about slavery, how would you get to power with that
You keep
idea?
you keep on adding these weird things about morality. Okay? We went through the whole thing about trying to ground it. And
I don't
figure
need
out
a meta
what the hell is
conversation, bro.
morality.
Do you have a reason why
No.
that's a bad question? Tell me why that's a bad question, or please just answer my question.
Because we went through the whole position of how do we get to the moral thing.
So why
Okay,
it's a
I
bad
went with
question, or
Brandon.
you're not
I
willing
went-
to answer it?
Wait. Let me clarify. Let me finish, and then we can dissect why it's wrong, and we can go back over.
I went with Brando by clarifying what do we mean by might makes right, right? I went with the whole thing. I went to the idea of this is preference based. The point of a slavery is not to me to implement a slavery. I pretty much stated that what I want to implement is Christianity.
So then you agree it's a non sequitur. Got it.
It's a non sequitur for your end.
Yep.
Yeah.
Christianity is all about slavery, dude.
In accordance to your preference, but in
No, in accordance
reality,
to
it's
the Holy
about it's a
Bible.
No,
lot more.
according to
than
Deuteronomy.
that. Okay.
Was it Deuteronomy 10? I think. Revelation.
Yeah, you can
God
go ahead and go
told you,
to the you can go to not understand the history of it. It's
See, God
fine.
knows that you gave him the opportunity to deflect. So how do you get
I'm
that
not.
power?
I'm not going to.
If
Hey,
we
you got
agree,
Jesus in the chat
Well,
room,
right
bro.
now we live in a democracy. So what we do is we make compelling arguments.
And so
we make
you-
compelling ideations. We bring people towards our end. We actually go ahead and deal with dumbasses that think
take your
that their
mess.
preference is the end all be all. And once we go into that position, we can just make them be completely dumb, and we can get into power. You know,
So
hey,
your whole
be
thing is might
Christian.
makes
It's
right.
better that way. You can have a family. You can have things that are great. You don't have to listen to these idiots that all they tell you is I don't know
So-
my preference anyway.
So,
Since slavery has been brought up so much, I would recommend there's actually a speakeasy debate with Reexamination. I would go check that out, where he actually defends the notion that the Bible condones slavery. Kind of refutes that whole notion. So I thought he did a really
God
good job.
owns
So
us, right?
I
It's
would
your team of
highly recommend
David.
checking that out. Well, when
You're
we're
his possession.
talking slavery, we're talking about human to human. I mean, I don't know what kind of
Did you eat it?
argument you want to make for being slaves of God.
Slave
I mean,
of Jesus Christ. Right?
but yeah, the context was obviously human to human, human on human slavery.
Let me clarify. The man Christ Jesus owns you, Mr. Christian, right? You're his slave, right?
You can say
Well,
that.
I did
That's
say
a-
that.
that's
I
a-
guess you could say
Emmett,
that, but
how
I
do
mean,
you-
how
how
does
do you
that
propose
you'll
interact with
get-
free will, though? Right?
Yeah.
There's no free will there, brother. What are you talking
So
about?
you're
But wait, I wanted to
predestination.
know
If
how
you- if
Emma
you
was
had
going
no
to get to
free
power
will-
with
No,
a pro-slavery.
If you can you
possessed
stop
of
to-
Jesus. He bought you. He owns you, right? He literally purchased you. So he
Can,
owns you.
I mean,
Who'd he buy
if
him
you
from?
have, if he's
Yeah.
your master, if he's your master, wouldn't you submit? I mean, he's all powerful
Look,
too.
man.
Why would you be rebellious then?
Look, man, I
Does
know.
that,
the
does
Lord
that make
Jesus
any
Christ.
sense?
I'm just pointing out you don't know what you're talking about, and I don't. Think
No,
we're
you don't
close
know
to
what you're talking
to
about.
me.
You don't even understand how you come to these ideas.
God.
You're
I haven't
you're a
seen-
Reddit atheist. You
Evan,
probably
are
should
you-
go
God
back
knows
to
already.
Evan,
Reddit.
how old are you?
Is he an atheist? God knows.
I'm
Or are you an
150.
agnostic?
No,
or-
I'm God's son. Like I'm a Christian.
Oh, okay.
I'm a slave of Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I
Based-
didn't.
Slave.
Based on
W.
what he was saying,
Yeah,
I didn't get
base
the
God,
atheist
dude.
vibe from him. Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, homie doesn't know what he's implying and stuff. But the whole
Wait.
argument there was literally it was confusion over the fact Indian Jesus was just saying, look, might makes right. That's just the way the world works. But this guy was saying, no, you're saying slavery is morally, like, objectively right. But he was like, no, I'm just saying that's what is right in accordance with the power that is of this world. That's what is just said to be right. It could be objectively morally evil in like the ultimate absolute sense or whatever, morality.
Well,
And that's what he was falsely like accusing him of or whatever. But he backed himself
I
into
think they
that to
were. I
re-engineer
think they
it
were
in the
working
whole
off
sense.
two.
We're
they were
talking
kind of
about
working off slightly
preferences.
different definitions of
That's where it
might makes
started.
right.
Alright,
If
can I-
the,
can I-
if the
can I-
basic if the basic of if the foundation of the morality is the preference, which we went through that like 5 times, then the people that is the people that has the preference is the one that decides what is right or wrong.
And
That
you
wouldn't
Christian
follow.
nationalists, you're gonna decide for us. Thanks be to God.
Why not?
Totally
if
different
it's
thing,
if
right?
it's if
Totally
it's all
different
wait
thing.
why not? If it's all preferences, why
Why
would
not?
It,
I mean, it's just
why
not
would it
gonna
be
be,
wrong?
like-
Why would
So,
be
can-
wrong to
It's
decide it?
irrelevant.
If you'll allow me,
Well,
if
It's our
you'll allow me,
preference
I
to
want to
decide.
I mean, I can answer, but
if I can, I want to try to attack this from a different angle
give a
where
shit.
I think at least most of us will agree. So, is there anybody on the panel who is pro trans kids?
No.
No.
Okay, so we
I
all
don't mean to laugh.
we
It's
all
just,
have
yeah, I don't know.
we all have a very common
Brandon.
preference that
Oh wait,
regardless of what adults do.
we might have a holdout. Brandon, what is your answer?
what does trans kids even mean? Like
Kids
giving them like
I mean,
hormones and
fair.
stuff?
I don't think trans
that what you
kid
mean?
is a thing that exists. But no, children under 18 who identify as a gender that is not aligned with their biology.
Do I think that happens? That probably happens.
No, do you think that's a good thing?
A
I think
good
it's
thing?
more so than just
In some cases,
identification.
maybe. In some cases, maybe not. I don't know, that seems
to be
I see
contextual.
you back there, exam.
Okay, so fair
we're
enough.
Full right now.
So-
Give me a minute.
So then this is an even better example than I thought. So if you guys will humor me, I'd love to throw this out there and throw it to Brandon first and see where you guys go with this.
Okay,
So-
I'll leave after you're done.
So the everyone here, when we hear trans kids, we all have a negative preference toward that. Outside of Brandon, depending, but the rest of us, we have a negative preference towards that. Is that being said, even though I would argue that there is a majority of American voters who are also against the idea of kids being trans to any level, that because people who don't agree with us did get into power, they were able to make that. I'll use Podesta's word that made that possible, and beyond that, popular. And so, like, if we can understand that the way that I was using might makes right originally, I'm saying that you can get Democrats in power and they will allow kids to go to school and in a shirt, and their teacher can give them a dress and they don't have to tell the parents.
They'll cut their tits off, right?
Yeah.
Would those
Yeah,
Democrats think they're
the
doing
whole
something
thing with
good?
We all have a negative preference there, but we see that was pushed.
Would those Demo-
Hold on. Because that was pushed for a long time. Now you're seeing a good pushback against that. And people are getting away from that and starting to become, or at least people who are, rational minded about, not having these kids have surgery, are more comfortable speaking out. So can we at least agree that the notion of might makes right can be interpreted as these people were in power and they made it seem like this was right, but it's not right.
Fundamentally, I agree with you. I that makes sense. But
right, so
can you
hold on,
answer me this wait. Can you answer me this
my bad.
question real quick? Would those Democrats believe that they were doing something right?
No. Yes.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the whole thing with democracy. If 51% of people vote to kill off the other 49%, that's the vote. That's what happens.
God, for the constitutional republic.
That would be
It's not-
a,
it
that would
doesn't
be a
make it
pure
right
democracy. Yeah.
objectively, morally, or whatever. But that's how it works.
That's why we need a
51%,
monarchy. That's why we need a
So-
monarchy.
Kill 49%.
Well, I'm
So,
gonna leave so that
let's-
Rick
wait.
Sam can come up and
Well,
you
wait,
can
let's-
have Maxine in
Now,
conversation.
now that we've established
See ya, man.
established
All right,
that
good
we
to see you,
very
Max.
clearly
Thanks for coming out.
are against. What's that?
No,
Emmett,
I'm
tell
gonna let
him
you
it
finish.
by.
Lutz.
Salute.
I'm
So yeah,
about to leave.
so
Yeah,
Brandon, what let's get into what you think is when I say trans kids are it's bad for
Mhm.
trans kids. What's that?
welcome, Ray Examine.
When you say I don't
Thank you.
know, what exactly does that mean? What exactly are you referring to? That this is an example.
When I
if I know
say
Brandon, we just need to clarify everything very, very precisely for him to agree.
yeah, for real.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, that threw me off.
That's why I'm
fair.
asking about the word.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I'm-
Well,
his
re-ask your
feelings on
question.
my
Sorry. Re-ask your question. Sorry.
Yeah. So what when I say we all agree that trans and kids is bad,
Mhm.
and you don't, I mean, you can say, yeah, obviously, yeah. What feeling, what example, if you have one, makes you not be in the same camp as the rest of us?
Well, I'm sure there are cases where a child does have traits and desires, preferences, beliefs that are typically associated with females. And in that case, if it's not like causing harm to them, if it's not, because you can be trans without the gender dysphoria stuff. I mean, I can try to think of a general case, but it's going to be very case specific. But just
Well,
to
give me
try
a
to give you
hypothetical.
something.
Just
Yeah, I'm
give me a
trying to.
hypothetical, like an easy hypothetical, like a boy. You said a boy feels like he aligns more with girls, and like just give me the parameters of he's going to school, change his name, dressing different at school, not telling his parents, or like.
Sure, yeah, we could just go with something like that. A boy who is almost psychologically identical to the typical female or something, and it's not causing them any sort of psychological harm, distress. They enjoy it, and let's say they don't even want to take like hormone blockers or get any surgeries until they're 18 plus. I don't know what the issue with that would be.
Fair. So I think in general, when it comes down to the nitty gritty, I do think that people would probably be more on your side. I think, and then I'll throw it to anybody else. Just to speak for myself, that is, as we've seen, a slippery slope. And so it's not the same thing as, oh, your kid is being goth, and that's scary, and they're into that. But I think it's another level. And so what we are seeing here is even if I were to agree with you, you know what, Brandon, you're right. There are a bunch of examples. I am pretty confident that you would be rather strict on what you would say is the general rule for minors, right? You probably like, what would you say should be the line? Like, should minors be able to get surgery?
Probably not. I haven't seen the empirics, but probably not.
Right. So my point there being that even though we have different preferences on the specific thing, at the end of the day, we generally are moving in the same direction, and we have because we both want the well-being for children. And so the people who are speaking in such a way that does not align with that, maybe temporarily will get up there. Your Lil Latinos, your Dylan Mulvaney, your whatever it is, but society will course correct, and we will all agree that children under 18 should not have gender affirming surgery.
Yeah, I wonder.
Oh, where did Emma go? I thought he was going to leave for me.
I wonder what percentage of people would agree with that, because that, I mean, that like intuitively that just sounds correct, right? For the most part.
Well,
so
it's not just gender affirming surgery though, right? Like you have the whole chemical castration where they like stunt their hormonals, and
like
they basically
hormone
just
blockers and stuff,
it basically sterilizes them, right? They can't. A lot of them can't have kids later. And you have like cases coming out nowadays where people are detransitioning and they've realized that they were sold a lie, and they're basically their life is kind of at least partially ruined because they can never have kids.
Just real quick, just to tie a bow on.
Talking about identity.
Tom, real quick, let me just tie a bow on what my bottom line was here, and then we'll go back to God knows. My general point here was that in the same way we're having this discussion about trans and kids, that is exactly the way that our ethics and laws are decided, and people decide what they want based on their preferences.
Well, real quick though, because Brandon, you said as long as they're not being harmed. How do you define harm?
Well, hold on, wait.
Is harm an objective metric?
I cut off God knows.
I don't know if I
let's go back to God knows, and then
I just want to say, like, there's the difference between the identity of, like, boy growing up very feminine, whatever, all into female. Maybe he even sees himself as a female or whatever in that way. It's not in the mature, human, developed, bodily understanding, like fulfilled sense. It's in this engagement. And so but it says like, would you let them get horns implanted in their heads? Would you let them, whatever, get tattoos on their faces? No.
My kid is taking TRT at the age of 12, bro. Okay, immediately on TRT.
Yoked out of his mind. He's jacked.
I might throw in some trim.
Let's
bro.
not get
He's
lost in
gonna
the
get
sauce.
huge.
Go back to re-examination, and then we'll move back up.
Yeah.
But just to answer re-examination's question a little more, I don't know if this will be much more of an answer. There are different theories, and I've heard these debates, and it's like I hate them so much because there's different like theories of harm. So I don't know if I have like some sort of definition with joint and necessary or sufficient conditions, but like generally speaking, when I'm talking about harm, I'm probably talking about like certain health metrics like lifespan, quality of life. If we want to, and
even
that we can probably break it.
Would you let your kid tattoo their face because they just they want it?
If it's the Mike Tyson tattoo, probably.
It's like a 5-year-old's like, Dad, I want fuck you on my, or sorry, I don't know if I'm allowed to say that, but on my eyelids, you'd be like, no, like everyone would just be like, no, that's a permanent bodily change to a child.
Yeah, that whole situation you just said right there would be the thing that we need, that was lacking, I guess. Parents lost their minds like the last 10 years, like just the ability to say no, like no. Mommy, I'm a dinosaur. No, you're not. Oh, well, maybe little Timmy is a fucking dinosaur. Do you feel like dinosaur kind, Timmy? Do you want to roar? Do you want to just fucking
You just
nonsense.
lost your job for dinosaur, whatever. Yeah, some kind of dinosaur slur.
I rock with that, dude. He's
So
a dinosaur, man.
Re-examination.
Can I sharpen my teeth, Mom? Well, they're kids' teeth. So
it's like, no, Timmy, that's make believe.
There's that. That's the
now
line.
go play in the yard. You're not a dinosaur.
Where do you fall on the whole thing about the phrase "might makes right"? Do you see it more as a general thing that I was talking about, or is it a moral?
I always understood it as a turn of phrase and not an actual moral claim. I always understood that as it is a situation in which you can't do anything despite the fact that there's a transcendent moral law. So, for example, if might makes right in the moral law sense, then that means that at the time when Jesus was crucified. Therefore, the Roman Empire was right because they made it happen. But that's not what was going on. So that's how I always understood it. If the majority of people understood it differently, that I'll just say that I got the phrase wrong. But that's how I understood it.
Real quick on that. Even in that you just described it there, right? So you have a group of people, might makes, they do something. It might be morally wrong, but wouldn't to those people they're basically making themselves their own moral authority, and so it is to them a moral claim.
Yeah, because that's what the justice system is about. Because the justice system is meant to actually be based off of morality, and not entirely, because you can't make an entirely moral government, not only just like by the people in there, but also by the laws. For example, you can't top down just everything in your government. That's why even totally fake democracies like North Korea and like Russia and China, they can't, they do a vote just to keep the people satisfied. It looks good, it feels right, but it's not really a real vote. But I agree that what they're doing is what they think. Well, even then, Pontius Pilate did wash his hands of it because he knew it was wrong, and he did it only because the people thought it was right, not even the government level. He was pressured into it. So the question was, who was really in power at that time? Was it the people, or was it Pontius Pilate? Was it the Pharisees? Yeah, I agree. That because Jesus even said to Pilate, "You would have no power, for not given to you from above." Right.
He did it himself.
So there are multiple layers to this thing, but I want to address the one layer at a time. That's the thing that a lot of discussions get derailed on, is what layer of reality are we talking about, and we want to stick to that. So that's So yeah, I agree that people may think that, but as Mo and I would agree, people can also be wrong about that. But obviously, what's doing the work is what people want or what people believe, and what people believe is going to dictate what they want.
Right. Yeah, but even in that scenario with Jesus, to your point, he washed his hands of it. The people who were, screaming for the crucifixion, they thought they were making themselves their own moral authority. They thought they were right to do that because
but that's separate from the objective moral law. But yes, I already agree that they thought they were right to do that.
Right.
Of course.
And they were morally wrong.
So that's why I kind of see like when Lutch was talking to Emmett, I understood both what they're saying, but I think I'm kind of somewhere in the middle, and I think that it does reduce down to when you ask the question, what is morality and what is a moral authority? Well, hell, anything like people make themselves moral authorities all the time. So it really depends on what moral authority you're appealing to, and I think that's what it reduces down to with that statement.
Yeah, so when I say moral authority, I'm talking about something transcendent of humans that has to do with the human purpose. It has to what gives human flourishing value. We talk about different metrics, and then I bring up what I call the infinite regressive value. It's like, okay, what gives human flourishing value? And they'll say, well, it's our sapience. Okay, what gives sapience value? Oh, it's our consciousness. What gives consciousness value? And before you know it, you've run out of bases by which you say these are things that are valuable and not questionable, and you're not reasonable unless you reach the same conclusions I have. If we live in a materialist, amoral universe. Go ahead,
I'll at least take a different perspective than that, because I'm more of an absurdist, and I would say none of that matters. But in each individual life, we as best as we understand, barring the hard problem of consciousness, we understand that there is a qualia to a person being alive and having a stream of consciousness from being born to death that is not repeatable. And so
what is qualia?
Having the experience of. So like you have the qualia of having watched a movie. You know what that's like. But you don't have the qualia of being a rock.
Right. But scarcity might not be value necessarily. For example, let's say you found like the rarest element on the table of elements, right, in the universe. You're in a spaceship, you're on a new planet, you found the rarest element.
Right.
Human life is still more valuable than some inanimate element.
Right,
Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, but that's only because of the consciousness that we have. And so
but that goes back to what gives consciousness value.
My point is that an absurdist can easily say, yeah, none of that matters just because it's, it's rare for there to be consciousness. Maybe it's not rare, maybe it's just because this, that, none of that matters. But none of that changes the fact that I am here and I am having this experience. And the best way to have that experience does seem to be, going by Aristotelian virtue ethics, Christian ethics, so on and so forth.
I guess. So how would you separate that? How would you separate that from do what feels good? What would you use to differentiate those two perspectives?
Human flourishing and well-being. So I used to be a drug addict, and if I had drugs, I would fucking do it. But I had some right now. I'm far away from that life. Maybe we'd see. Maybe I'll do a little bit.
Well, I think for your well-being, you shouldn't do it, obviously, and I think you'd agree with that.
Exactly. We understand that it is even if we don't have a down to the definition what is well-being for each individual human, we have a very clear understanding that I am better off not doing those drugs than I am doing those drugs.
Yeah, so I think that's true because there are people who should be in more places of influence, and there are definitely people who should not be in more places of influence. And more people would benefit from, let's say, more fitting people being like president, and would benefit from other people like, I don't know, Tim Walz from not being president. And so I think that there are definitely differences between individual people, but I think when we talk about harm and we talk about let's say well-being, there are, what we're ultimately saying is there is a way that a human body, for example, should be, or that a way a human should think to some degree. Not that everybody should be a clone of each other, but there are moral, how would we put this, limiting principles within a range that people ought to stay in. Because when we appeal to well-being, let's say, if I chop a living person's arm off, it's not the same as if I chop a dead person's arm off. Agreed?
Right.
Right. So all the same chemicals, all the same body parts are present, but the life itself is something that makes all the difference in the world. Now, you'll still probably go to jail for chopping up somebody's, dead body's arm.
Real quick, am I nitpicking? Does this matter if we're saying, because you said all of the chemicals and stuff would be the same? There's a lot of neurotransmitters that would be released to a person that's alive versus someone that's died. Does that matter, or is that just?
Well, it depends. If you're a materialist and you don't believe in any part of the person that's not subject to physics at all, then I don't see why it would matter, because one, motion of matter or one release of energy is no different than I can tell from another release of energy in a materialist system. And so I don't know where the value claim comes from in that world, but in terms of, I think, our intuition, if you want to call that intuition pumping, I think it's reasonable to say that when a person is alive, that what you've put that person through is actually real, but you're not putting a person through anything anymore if their same body, same chemicals, same organs are dead, and you do the exact same action.
Agreed.
And that's part of why I think there is an implicit value claim with human life and an implicit immaterial value understanding of what humans are, how we should treat them, and that there are aspects of that are objective that we can't even have a civil, normal conversation about, which is why I like to talk about, okay, if you're an evolutionist, would you rather have evolution or six-day creation taught in schools? Inevitably, they're going to say we want evolution. Why? Because it's science. Why? Because it's true. Okay, so why should we believe true things as opposed to false things? Well, and then it goes back to human flourishing, goes back to benefits, and it's like, what gives any of that value? And because people who don't believe there is actually any purpose behind humans that is real independent of humans, then ultimately they can't attach the things we do or the things we benefit from or the things we enjoy to anything that ought to happen or that ought to be respected. It's just things that either happen or they don't. And I think that's what all these discussions about truth even devolve into, because what we're presupposing is that people ought to believe what is true because we believe that people will benefit from what is true, because we believe that people have dignity and that they have worth, and some people might say rights, and that would be what a lot of people would appeal to ultimately, while also denying what would be required for those things, because you can't have purpose without an intent, and you can't have an intent without a mind, and that mind would have to be objectively true, which is why I argue for God, specifically God of the Bible, because God is one, and therefore he is not. Therefore he is not. Hold on. Okay, hold on. I'll just finish, and then you can bring your objections. But God is one in terms of like he is not. It's not a pantheon of different Greek gods who lie and die and give birth and kill each other. It is a transcendent, immaterial, non-contingent God, and also he is triune, which means he can give the basis for the reality of relationships between persons, whereas a Unitarian God can't do that, because for all eternity there's no such thing as a relationship. Go ahead, Lutch.
Well, I'm just saying, you're making a really big jump from there being some type of bedrock and some type of God, and it being the Christian God. I was with you all the way there. I mean, and then you go from, I don't remember exactly what you said, I apologize, but you know, the fact that this must be grounded in something.
Well, you are toking right now, so anyway, sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's tobacco.
Oh,
it's
well,
tobacco.
I didn't. Well,
and also,
good old American tobacco.
Just in case YouTube,
Good old border tobacco.
I'm not hosting anything. I have no control over anything, so this does not count as me hosting a stream while I have a strike. Yeah, that's a big jump, because I am the one of the reasons that I'm more comfortable letting go of the atheist title is because, you know, something Alex O'Connor, if you guys are not familiar, then you definitely should be.
Familiar.
He was talking to Rainn Wilson, of all people, and they were talking about agnostic versus atheist. And Alex basically said that he has reverted to using the title agnostic because people mean so many different things when they say the word God, that if somebody asks him, do you believe in God, that he doesn't know what it is that they're referring to. And so he just goes, I don't know. And
knows.
Like, it could be, I could believe that there is some type of like entity or conscious, maybe not consciousness, but something that would count as a God, but in a deistic way, that doesn't answer prayers, that can't change the universe, that doesn't have a conscious plan, so on and so forth. So how do you make that jump to the theistic God?
Doesn't
Well, you
sound
can't.
like much of a god, really.
A deistic God doesn't say anything, can't do anything. So if you want to make a claim of a deistic God, I mean, how can you ground anything in something that hasn't said anything, hasn't made any statements? Like,
I don't. I don't.
Right.
I mean,
so how could
how
could anybody make a claim
why
about
why would I need to?
That's just
because if
not
you're saying
what the word
saying
God
that God is the basis of truth that makes everything work together in the same plane, both the material, the immaterial, the physical, the metaphysical, and makes them have relationship and intersection with each other, then then you would have to say that our identity as well and our consciousness comes from this deistic God, which means we would have some kind of relationship with this God, right?
We're specifically talking about a deistic God. Did I mishear you?
That's what.
There is no
yeah. I
deistic
said
God.
deistic.
Okay,
So if it's a deistic God, there's no scriptures, there's no interaction with his creation. How do we know it would be a deistic God as opposed to a God that has actually given us scripture? Like, when that kind of,
I don't think we would.
then how could we ground? How
Deistic
could we
God,
claim
by
that it was
definition, would have
true?
given you everything.
I don't.
Divine
Again,
revelation.
I don't think we could. I don't know if we could. Maybe we could. Maybe there's a way that, you know, but I don't. There's no. That's what I'm saying. Why is that necessary? None of what I ground in morality or real life is grounded in that deistic God. That's just a thing that I think could be. In the same way that I think there could be a short Italian girl with a fat ass out there that might be my wife. That could be, but also maybe not.
That's good.
I think that's reading things.
Based on, I don't live my life based on the idea that girl is out there. So how is God different?
Well, because you made a in the second thing, you made a claim about things that we can factors of life that we can prove are real, as opposed to a God who doesn't speak and yet gives us ground for purpose, gives us ground for morality, and yet is not involved in our life in any way. It just seems incongruent that we would have. I don't. Maybe you don't subscribe to moral law, but it seems incongruent that you would have a God that believes in moral law for each of us, but has no relationship with us, and yet, I don't know. Do you believe that justice is a moral reality?
Well, no, because then even the way that you're saying that has moral law for us. That's again, think of it as the first domino, and so we don't know what happened before the Big Bang, but something caused it. Whatever that thing is could be what I see as the basis for all of reality, the entire universe. If that is not something that is a deistic God, then I really have no idea what the fuck we're talking about.
Why would you?
No. If that's the case, then there is no agency to that thing that is giving us or has anything for us. It's just.
Do you have any reasons to posit a deistic God?
Sorry?
Do you have any reasons to posit a deistic God?
Not really.
He's just saying he's accepting that more so because
yeah, I'm accepting that it could be
better than saying like, nah, hell no, there's no God.
But I don't.
It also sounds like
it's totally feasible.
It also sounds like Lutch is saying that a deistic type of God is something that he would be more likely to believe in than a theistic God, or maybe it's more probable.
Right.
That's fine. I just like to hear those reasons of why he would narrow it to a God that has not made statements and can't tell us anything about ourselves or reality, or hasn't told us anything about ourselves or reality, versus any other worldview that has scriptures that claim to be inspired and inerrant.
From what I heard, I don't think I don't think he's saying that. I think he's just saying like he's limiting it against there definitely is no God thing.
I get that, but he's within the divide of there is no God and any other organized religion, we'll say for the sake of conversation. So what I'm trying to figure out is what metric he would be using in order to.
Just to be clear, that's not. I don't make the claim that there's no theistic God.
I'm not saying you are. What I'm saying is, as you are presenting to this conversation, the idea that what if deistic God and neither atheism nor organized religion, and then I would ask you, what reasons would you have to be in that suspense in the gap between those two things? And that's my question.
That's not really what I got.
It would be some type of physical discovery. It would have to be some naturalistic type of discovery that
to be able to prove it to yourself.
And well, I mean, because if we have the laws of physics, but the laws of physics are based on the universe, and if there was some type of mechanism or entity or whatever that created that, that's not necessarily subject to the laws of our universe. And so again, I always say all the time on my stream, God is very, 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 very bad at being a word. The purpose of a word is supposed to take thoughts and ideas in my head and turn them and take them into yours, or vice versa. And so, just like I was saying with Alex O'Connor, like it doesn't do a good job of giving me what you think God is, and because it's so hard to articulate, I wouldn't use that word. That being said, the closest I personally can get to what would be accepted as a God is what I just explained.
Do you think that your will is a physical phenomena?
Are you a creator?
Hold on. We're figuring out. Do you think your will is a physical phenomena?
Are you a creator?
What exactly do you mean my will?
So your choices to take certain actions. You have a fork in the road before you.
Okay.
Is that a physical phenomena that causes you to take one path over the other?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So it's not because you have a will, it's because physics has determined that you would go that way. You yourself may as well not be a person or an agent at that point, because it's really what is governing you is the surrounding universe.
Wait, I thought you defined will as what causes him to make that decision.
and that's
Okay,
implying
okay.
that Doritos.
So when
and
I
Cheetos-
No, no, no.
Okay,
hold
fair-
on,
fair-
hold on,
fair
hold
enough,
on,
fair
hold
enough,
on,
fair
hold
enough,
on,
fair
hold on.
enough.
I got it.
I chose the
I'm
Doritos.
free examination. I can answer the
Free-wheel
So
Doritos.
unfortunately, it's going to be.
Sorry.
Unfortunately, it's going to be a
Yeah,
very
just-
unsatisfying answer.
One of
but
him, so like just try to take turns.
And unfortunately, this is going to be a not fulfilling answer. But I've been in the process for the last like 10 years trying to understand that the concept of free will doesn't work in a physical universe, and B, humans have agency. I believe both of those things, and I'm not sure how to circle that square. So
But
I'm at a-
experientially, you would agree that you have free will experientially, right?
Yeah.
Right. But would you say that free will is dependent upon the universe, or is it dependent upon you as a? Wait.
Well,
So it's
it
not
could be
dependent upon you as an individual.
No, it's dependent on the universe, or there could be randomness.
So then, how do you differentiate when somebody is forced to do something they don't want to do versus when they're doing what they want to do?
I don't know, man. I'm working on it.
Say it was a physical.
I don't have a book for this shit. I got to think of it myself. I'm working on it.
Look up compatibilism. There you go.
Yeah, well, I'm a Christian compatibilist. I know. Again, similar to Lutch, I don't claim to be able to explain it, but I think biblically and experientially, we have the limitations of what God has decreed to happen, and then we also are responsible and do make our own choices. I think Clutch, you would say that you chose to be in this panel, right?
Yes.
Right. Now, were you forced to be in this panel? Was there any coercion done to you?
No, because I would define coercion as something outside of myself.
Right.
But
The self.
Right, but the physical or the physiological, I don't believe that I had a free choice to not join this panel.
Okay, so you would.
But again, I know that doesn't fully make sense. I'm working on it.
Yeah, I would say in a godless framework, which I'm not saying you have one or don't. I'm just saying that if in a godless framework where there is no immaterial part of the self, that I don't see how that could make sense. I think that there is a soul. I think that's what gives us value. I think that we're made in the image of God. And because of that, not only are we responsible to God, but we have dignity and consciousness and independence in a certain sense. I also believe in predestination. Like I said, I don't believe it, but even if I don't have an explanation for how predestination and free will work, there's at least that distinction between the physical and non-physical person of the self. Go ahead.
Fair enough. So I want to throw it to the rest of you guys. I just got 2 quick questions that I want you to stew on. So, first one's not really a question, but pick a flavor of ice cream. Got it? Okay. And the second one is, why did you choose that? So I'm not asking you right now. Just stew on that, because I'm going to come back to it. So let somebody else take it.
I did want to comment on the souls and God thing, because how I think about free will, I think like the libertarian sense of free will is kind of incoherent. I don't even know what those people are talking about. But if you go to, just to give like an example, if you go to the store and you have 2 options, Pepsi or Coke, and you choose one of them, and I guess anybody on the panel can answer this. What explains why, let's say the person chooses Coke, what explains why that person chose Coke rather than Pepsi?
I would say things like
Or
every
is there an
single-
explanation?
Yeah, I think there is.
Is that
I think
even
it's
a
every
choice?
experience before that? They either
any difference?
had Coke before and they didn't like it. They had Pepsi and they didn't like it. Previous behavior.
Yes,
It's just soda water.
The previous experience, rather.
Yeah, in that
From our
particular case,
perspective, there's
Go
that
ahead.
going on.
GK, I'm not. Go ahead. I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
Do you choose your likes? Like I like Coke, he likes Pepsi. Did we choose that? Like free willingly?
I don't think so, because I would have chosen to have loved math a long time ago so I could get a better
Right.
job.
Right. Look, it's just it's natural phenomena of mankind. Like,
Well, I mean, I think there's God's purposes in it, but yeah.
and so there's like levels to it there, but it's just it gets crazy like when you really think.
There are levels, and that's why part of
It's
what I bring up
spiritual.
as far as choices. Well, I agree. There's a spiritual aspect, but part of the other separation I make, which I think is also a spiritual aspect, is reason. Because if you say that I use reason to make choices, what you're implying is, independent of my feelings of a thing, I am able to dissect and separate my personal feelings on a decision versus what I know to be true, independent of how I feel about it. So, for example, there may be things that you all want to give up that you know you have to give up, and it's painful to do it, but you do it anyway. And you can talk about like, well, there's feelings associated with like what my goal is, and that's all fair and such, but you still are using reason to overcome the desires of your flesh in order to get to a higher goal.
It's
and
the
if
thing
you
of the
say
man.
if you
The
say
mind
I
of
don't
man,
use reasons for my
spirit,
decisions,
Jesus
I mean,
Christ himself being like, hey, Father, if there be any other way, take this cup from me, right?
and that
Nonetheless,
was the human
not
side
my
of
will
Christ.
be done, thy will be done.
Right, and I would
that's it.
and I would
You know what I'm
argue
saying?
that's the human side of Christ and not the God side. Not that the human side was sinning; the human side was submissive, but there
He
was a
lays
natural.
down his will.
Yeah, there was a natural aversion to physical harm, which is kind of where I started,
Right.
which is definition
No
for
man
harm.
wants to be in pain, of course. Every ounce of his being in his flesh is like, any other way, please let it be so. But nonetheless, I understand, not my will.
No,
Therefore, he has to lay it down and
your
be like,
stream is
not
not
my
full
decision,
stream.
God's will be done. And it is. So there's levels to it. It's crazy, dude. It's awesome. But in a sense, that is like the choice of him.
Thank you.
But it's through the Spirit that he can do that, in that way. I don't know.
All right, boys. I shouldn't be up this late. I'm going to bed. Thanks for
Yeah.
having me, Mel.
I'm only up asleep because
Hey,
I
thanks for-
slept in earlier.
Thanks for
but thanks for
coming
coming,
up,
Brandon.
man. Yeah, it was fun. I'm have to do this more often. It seems to be a lot of fun.
It is.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Peace, guys.
I wasn't
everybody.
subscribed,
Later,
but
good
I
night.
subscribed. Everybody out there should fucking subscribe.
Much love. God bless y'all.
And subscribe to me too on the Indian Jesus Live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m.
go.
Eastern. And
Outside
sometimes
Indian
whenever I
Jesus.
feel like it.
Everybody do
I
the
have a strike right now,
final, and yeah, keep going. Your final, and everybody do it. So I'll do mine last, and so go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Go ahead, Lutch.
Yeah, I'm usually live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday. I have a strike right now, just I was bugging out when but I will be back on Saturday to debate Circa on abortion, and then every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern. Thank you for having me up, sir. And
Thank you for coming, Lutch. See you next time.
guys next time.
Later. Hey, Will, we're closing down for the night, bud. Sorry, but go ahead. I guess God
bless.
knows
Love
you
you
want to.
guys. Take care.
All right, man. God bless. Take care. Thanks for coming out. Rex, go ahead, buddy.
All right. This is Patrick Finnegan talking at the Reexamination Show on YouTube. Please like and subscribe. Linktree is in the description of my channel. Also, give a like to the stream. It's been a massive stream for Mo Rebuttal. Let's get him up to 100 subs tonight. If you aren't already subbed, please get subbed up and hit the bell for Mo Rebuttal. Yeah, you can otherwise follow me at Reexamination Show on the YouTube channel. I'm on X, I'm on Rumble sometimes, I'm on Instagram sometimes, but mostly I'm here on YouTube and having a chill time with my friend Mo Rebuttal. Have a great night.
Thanks, buddy. Well, everybody, this was a whole lot of fun. So yeah, once again, big thank you to Cool Vic and Confluence for sending over the raids. Really appreciate it. I'm gonna send their chats in link right now. If you guys if you're not subbed, go ahead and sub to them. And also, Emmett is starting soon, and so I'm gonna link his chat, his link as well in the chat. So go ahead and check him out. He should have a stream starting very shortly. But thanks again for everyone that came out. Really enjoyed it. I enjoyed the back and forth. Thanks for all the guests that coming out. Really enjoyed having everybody. I'm gonna try to have these a little more often. This was a whole lot of fun. This was a great time. But yeah, you guys take care. go get some sleep if you want to, or get another stream. But God bless. Thanks for coming out, and I will see you guys next time. Take care.